I now call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. I would like to remind everyone that some of our meeting presenters may participate via Zoom. May we please have a roll call?
Certainly, President Feaster.
Here.
Trustee Basquette.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed.
Here.
Trustee Schmidt.
Present.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Present.
Trustee Wilkins.
Here.
Vice President Wilkes.
Present.
Thank you very much. I would now like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Ms. Jazz Parks, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, President Feaster. Good evening, everyone.
I would now like to turn it over to Trustee Wilkerson and ask that he please read the land acknowledgement statement.
Absolutely. We acknowledge that the Ann Arbor Public Schools District occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabeg, Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi. The taking of this land was formalized in a process alien to Native cultures by the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. The Ann Arbor Public Schools recognizes that many other Native peoples lived on this land at different times, including the Fox, Sauk, Shawnee, Kickapoo, Miami, Muscatoon, Cherokee, many of whom were forcefully removed from their homelands. Acknowledged by itself as a small gesture and does not exist in the past or solely in a historical context. Colonialism is a current ongoing process, and we understand our responsibility in educating students about our participation. We further recognize the ongoing relationship and dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. It is our responsibility to care for this land, and we honor, with our deepest gratitude, the Native people who have and will continue to steward it for generations.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. I believe that brings us down to number 2, special recognition. I believe we have a moment of silence for Chelsea Abatement. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Parks.
Thank you, President Feaster. At this time, I ask the audience and trustees to observe a moment of silence for Chelsea Bateman, an 11th grader at Pioneer High School. Chelsea was a beloved member of the AAPS school community who also attended Lakewood Elementary and Slauson Middle School. Chelsea was a bright, strong, and deeply loved daughter, sister, granddaughter, and friend. Her courage touched everyone who had the privilege of knowing her. We extend our heartfelt condolences to Chelsea's family, friends, teachers, and all who knew and loved her.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. We'll take a moment of silence. Thank you. Well, that brings us down to approval of the agenda. Trustees, you all have received the agenda. Is there a motion to approve or amend the agenda? Trustee Basquette.
President Feaster, I have 2 proposed additions. One is a break around 9 o'clock, perhaps, for us to take care of our needs, as well as perhaps at the end of the information session, talking about House Bill 4583 and 4584.
Okay. So Trustee Bassett has asked for a break around 9 o'clock p.m. and that we address the House, you said House Bill
4583, 4584. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Trustee Basquette just said. 9 o'clock, I'm not really sure where we'll be, but I was proposing that we take a break like right after the first briefing, if we could possibly get through the first briefing.
I'm not quite sure of where that will take us either, but I'm
Okay.
flexible on the time.
All right, well, that's just an
Thank
option
you.
because I figure we have like 14 items to get through and it might be helpful, as Trustee Basquette said, so that everyone's fully engaged.
So I will amend my request for a break, and I'll leave it up to the president and vice president to confer about time. If nobody else has a
Thank you.
suggestion?
Thank you, Trustee Basquette. Any other proposed changes to the agenda, trustees? Seeing none. Do I need a motion to support for your motion? There's support for Trustee Baskett's motion.
Second that motion.
It was supported by Trustee Schmidt. Any additional discussion? Seeing none. So now we would like to vote on the agenda with the additions that Trustee Baskett has put forward.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins,
Yes.
Vice President Wilks.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries.
All right. With that addition, I believe it brings us down now to public commentary. The board would like to remind everyone that individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their name called and will be given an opportunity to speak. Commenters will receive up to 4 minutes, and the public commentary period will be limited to 45 minutes. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. We would like to remind everyone that public comments generally pertain to Ann Arbor Public School District matters. Comments about any individual or individuals are expressly prohibited. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comments, but we will listen carefully and will follow up as appropriate. How many do we have signed up for this evening?
We have 11 signed up, President Feaster, but I'm just wondering, do we need to approve the agenda? I know we approved the revisions.
Let's go back and do that then. I thought we were voting for it all, but
So moved.
thank you. Moved by Trustee Schmidt,
Second?
supported by Vice President Wilks. Any additional discussion? Okay. Now we're voting on approving the agenda with the amendments from Trustee Basket. All right.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Still yes.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins,
Yes.
Vice President Wilks.
Yes.
So that motion carries. Now we're at public commentary. I believe we had 11 people signed up, and so I'll turn it over to you to allow people to start coming forward to speak.
Michelle Ding.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Burns Park PTO supports AAPS teachers and staff. Everything I want to say is in this, thank you. Everything I want to say is in this rap. Hope you enjoy it. Hip hop, techno.
Okay.
All right. AAPS.
Yo, Shen in Ann Arbor. AAPS got no CFO since 23.
Money planning messed up. You see, teachers work hard, no contracting hand. Tight classroom, no prep time. We teach, we care, we give our best. The system put us to the test. Students deserve wasn't to get. Fight for change, we're not done yet. SIGNAAPS. SIGNAAPS. Medical insurance doesn't help out. Other district gets more than well. Class size are large, prep time is tight. Our students need support day and night. We teach, we care, we give our best. For system put us to the test. Students deserve more than they get. We fight for change, we're not done yet. SIGNAAPS. SIGNAAPS. Teachers together, we speak for kids. We need to put the first minutes. Kind of prepare, give us respect. Stop the neglect, we demand it correct. AAPS lesson, it's time to act. Teachers, students together, we impact. We'll be strong together, 3-3. Time for just let it be. Thank you.
Yo, Shen.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I don't think he can hear you.
Elijah Morrow.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elijah Morrow. I'm a student at Huron, and I'm here again today to request a feasibility assessment on pushing school start times later. When I first started contacting administration back in September, I thought getting an evaluation would be the easy part. I thought administration would say, of course we'll look at it. I thought we'd work together, get this assessment done to inform the public, and then decide as a community the best way forward. But that's not what happened. I've sent dozens of emails, and almost every single one has been ignored or otherwise brushed off. At last meeting's items from the board, pushing school start times was brought up cautiously. Once I followed up on this, the initiative was backtracked, and I received an email saying it's not the right time, that this just isn't a priority for the board right now. I need you all to understand that it is never the right time to make a change. Throughout history, changes have been made when something is wrong, whether it's the right time or not. It is very clear this is a problem. I believe you are all provided with a printed copy of a policy brief from the U of M, which I actually contributed to, and it details the extensive harms of early start times and the proven benefits of later start times. The experts are telling you that this is an issue, and I'm asking you to listen. As for it being a priority, this isn't about changing start times for the sake of changing school start times. It's changing them so we have better attendance, better graduation rates, better test scores, happier kids, healthier kids, and safer roads. If all of that is not a priority to the board, I don't know what is. The community support is there. Look at the public feedback for today's meeting. Usually this is glossed over, but I encourage you to actually look at it. Look at the over 25 comments from the community supporting this evaluation, more comments than any other meeting this year. So I ask you, what else do you all need to get this evaluation done? The science is there, the support is there, the means are there. So what is it? Why hasn't this been done? Yes, a free first hour does exist sometimes, but that option is almost never available to underclassmen. It often doesn't fit with classes, and anyone that rides the bus can't do it. So it is extremely inequitable to call this a solution. Yes, there's been discussions in the past, 10 years ago, but until we reach 8:30 or later and are in line with what the experts are telling us, the work is not done. You may say it's impossible to push school start times, that transportation difficulties are just too challenging. I strongly doubt this, but if that's true, prove it. Do an evaluation, show the costs and effects, and let the community decide what the right choice is. This issue is not going away. I like to compare it to seatbelts or smoking. Though we've been doing things the same way for a long time, once the science is clear, eventually we will do the right thing and make a change. Pushing start times later will happen inevitably. There's pending legislation in over 26 states, and California already mandated later start times. Thousands of districts across the country have made the change. I guarantee you, in 20 years, not a single high school in America will start before 8:30. So the question becomes not should we do this, but when and how. What mark will AAPS leave on this issue? Will we be leaders, among the first to accomplish it? Or will we fall behind, letting our kids be harmed longer than they need to? Will this school board be remembered as the board that made changes, that helped kids that got this accomplished? Or will you be remembered as the board that stalled, pushed it off, and said it wasn't the right time? The board that refused to even look at the issue? All I'm asking right now is that we look at school start times and inform the community on the options we have. I ask that you add this as an agenda item and decide to do an evaluation on the feasibility of later school start times. Thank you.
We will now hear from Per Bergman.
Good evening. I'm Per Bergman, a junior at Pioneer, and I'm here today to further discuss why I think this board should conduct an evaluation regarding pushing back school start times. I, alongside many upperclassmen at Pioneer, drive to school, and as an older sibling, it's my job in the family to drive my sister to school every day. While it's true that I can use this to get out of doing chores in the family around the house later, I want you to consider how this could be a problem due to the current way school schedules are set up. Currently, high school is the first to start at 8 a.m., then comes middle school at 8:15, and finally, elementary school starting at 8:50. This means that older siblings often can't drive the younger sibling to school, and what ends up happening is parents have to drive the younger kid to school. This means that not only do parents have to watch younger kids for hours before the school, they also have to take an unnecessary trip to drop them off. The current system issues go beyond just inconvenience. Attending school, I've seen many students I know choosing not to go to school simply because they either have slept past their alarm or because they're too tired to focus properly in school. This drastically decreases APS's attendance rates across schools. Numerous studies have shown that later start times increase attendance significantly. I have references to back that up. With school starting at 8 o'clock, I wake up with just enough time to get ready for school, drop my sister up, and get to Pioneer 5 minutes before the bell. I'm rarely hungry right before waking up, and because I'm in a hurry, I often choose to skip breakfast more often than not. Many of my peers in high school do the same, prioritizing sleep over their time to eat. Studies have shown that breakfast improves cognitive performance in school, and later school start times have been proven to increase breakfast consumption among students. Another problem with the schedule is lunch. Pioneer's early lunch is at 11:30, and Huron's is at 10:45 in the morning. Obviously, no one wants to eat nachos at 10:45, so many students, including myself, choose to eat small snacks or simply skip lunch altogether. Being hungry in class is known to decrease focus. Pushing start times later would push lunch to a much more reasonable time in the day when students are actually willing to eat. One of the primary counter-arguments to later school start times is that this will make the schedule of after-school practice and other activities move to a later time. I am a student athlete, playing both lacrosse and hockey. The problem with this argument is that many after-school practices have at least an hour in between school ending and the start of practice, giving enough buffer time to allow for this schedule change. Athletes already get less sleep than other students. I personally have had many games where I come home later than 10 and still have homework to do. Many studies show that sleep is important for athletes, especially because sleep leads to better performance and a reduced risk for injury. Athletic directors and coaches should want what's best for their athletes and not what's most convenient for the schedule. I hope the board feels the same. Later school start times will improve the system in many ways, so I ask that you look at what changes can be made for the future of AAPS. This change might not be made before I leave high school, but I'm doing so for the health and well-being of students that come after me. Please do an evaluation on later school start times. Thank you.
We will now hear from Srijan Sen.
Thanks. Really good pronunciation. I appreciate that. I'm Srijan. I'm an AAPS parent, and I direct the Eisenberg Family Depression Center for U of M just down the road here. So I wanted to address the same issue of school start times, but mostly from a mental health perspective. I think you all know that our high school students in particular are in sort of a mental health crisis. 40% of our high schoolers nationally have persistent thoughts of hopelessness and depression in any given school year, and that's up about double in the last 10 years. I know we're all working on this, our teachers, our parents, our community, to try to help people who are struggling. At U of M, we're trying to have as many appointments as possible available for students who are struggling. At the Depression Center, we have a peer-to-peer program that goes through schools in Ann Arbor and nationally and helps teach about mental health and how we can recognize symptoms in ourselves and others. But that's not, sorry about that, thanks. But we're not doing enough, and we need to make more progress. One of the truisms in mental health is that prevention works infinitely better than treatment. And in places we've made real progress in improving depression, anxiety, it's often been through prevention. One population that we work with pretty closely at U of M is training physicians, and the rate of depression and anxiety are down about 25-30% in the last 20 years. And that's through prevention, through reducing work hours and increasing sleep. From my perspective, the strongest lever that is equivalent to that in prevention for our high school students is wake up time and school start time. I know you've heard before about the biology and how adolescence circadian phase is shifted later. The need for sleep is often greater between 15 and 19, and that corresponds exactly to sort of the early times we have. The school start times broadly correlate really strongly with mental health problems. And places like Elijah referenced California, Minneapolis, other places that have started to change their school start times to 8:30 have seen early improvements in lots of things, but particularly in mental health, we're seeing really strong signals there. And I hope we can do something similar here. I know that there's a lot of logistical issues like sports and transportation and other things. And I know the burden of changing all these logistics and the costs can't fall on the school district alone, but I think if we can make progress and really push back school start times, it will have a demonstrable effect on mental health and help us get through this crisis and really help our students now and the ones who are coming through later. So I hope we'll consider it. So, thank you.
Next, we will hear from Kim Lihana.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Kim Lajana, both an educator and parent. I currently have a first grader at Baugh Elementary School and an incoming young fiver this fall. I started my career as an English teacher and college counselor in Baltimore and DC. I came to Ann Arbor in 2008 to get my PhD. As I launched my career in Michigan, I worked with ANET, a national nonprofit, to develop their Detroit network, where I coached school principals and worked alongside district leadership to improve student outcomes. When I left the organization, I was leading a team of coaches in Detroit, Cleveland, and Minnesota who were coaching 80 schools. I've been in hundreds of schools and thousands of classrooms. I'm invested in strong public schools. They start with great teachers and leaders. In a constrained resource environment, 3 things are imperative. 1, the district relentlessly prioritizing resources in the areas that matter most, making sure your teachers and school leaders have what they need to do their work. 2, leveraging the existing human capacity strengths and strategically hiring to address priority areas. And 3, prioritizing teacher well-being, including working conditions, in order to retain your best folks and ensure that people who spend the most time with students are healthy and secure. At this moment, in a budget crisis, the top priority for the district needs to be short and long-term financial sustainability and planning. It is unbelievable and a travesty that the district is operating without a financial leader, let alone a great one. Our community deserves a strong and creative problem solver, focused exclusively on the financial well-being of Ann Arbor Public Schools. This is long overdue. It is time for you to take action and ensure the district hires a great CFO, ensures their team is properly resourced, and that a short and long-term financial plan are developed and shared publicly for the educators and community to understand and get behind. The reason I did schedule gymnastics to be here tonight, despite having a sick child at home this week, is because the teacher contract situation is urgent. I've had countless conversations with other parents who are furious and distressed that they are paying significant taxes and the teachers are being compensated and treated so poorly. As parents, we feel powerless, yet we know how important it is for our schools and teachers to flourish for the well-being of our children and community. Research shows that teacher well-being impacts student well-being. We are living in an incredibly complex and challenging moment, and the Ann Arbor teachers have been under chronic stress and duress. At the baseline, teachers need a contract with salary benefits and clear long-term compensation expectations they can rely on. They need a fair and competitive contract. Our teachers deserve better. They need to know they are valued by their district as the essential resource that they are. Our students need the adults they spend the most time with each day to be taken care of so their teachers can put their time, energy, and special gifts to use in their classroom, schools, and outside of work in the ways that rejuvenate and sustain them. Our district has been in financial crisis since my child started school, but under financial strain almost the 2 decades I've lived in Ann Arbor. Despite that, at Baugh, I see teachers who show up every day for their students. The school underwent a significant leadership change, and the teachers and staff ensured a smooth transition from an experienced, beloved principal to a new principal, who is off to a strong start due to the incredible educators and community he is working alongside. Shout out to the Baugh teachers and staff and Dr. Jones, who support Baugh students and families day in and day out. They deserve better. We all do.
Diego Ruiz Bautista.
Hello. Right now, teachers in Ann Arbor Public Schools are working without a new contract. Even though their previous contracts are expired, teachers continue to show up every day to teach and support students and keep schools running. However, many feel the district does not respect their work. Teachers in Ann Arbor already earn less than many might expect for a job that requires years of education and responsibility. The average teacher salary in Ann Arbor ranges from about $53,000 to $59,000 per year, depending on experience. That might seem like a decent salary at first, but considering the cost of living in Ann Arbor and the amount of work teachers do outside of the classroom, it is clear why many teachers feel undervalued. They are not just teaching during class time. They are grading papers, planning lessons, meeting with students, and often stay after school to run clubs and activities. For years, many teachers have volunteered their time to run clubs and extracurricular programs. They did this because they care about students and want schools to be communities where students can grow together, find their interests, and become leaders. But now teachers are starting to say enough is enough. Since the district has not finalized a fair contract, many teachers have decided to stop doing extra unpaid work. They still teach their classes, but are no longer volunteering to run clubs or activities outside their contracts. When this happens, students feel the effects right away. For example, this year was my only year to be the president of the Latin Student Union Club at my school. I was excited for the opportunity to lead and help grow the club. But because teachers cannot keep volunteering their time while negotiations continue, the club situation has changed, and that opportunity is gone. What makes the situation even more frustrating is that Ann Arbor is not a poor city. The University of Michigan brings hundreds of millions of dollars into the local economy each year and is one of the largest employers in the region. Ann Arbor is known as a wealthy and highly educated community, yet the teachers who educate the next generation of students are still fighting for fair pay and respect. Teachers are not asking for anything unreasonable. They seek fair compensation and recognition for their work every day. If Ann Arbor wants to be known for great schools, the district needs to start by supporting the people who make those schools possible. When teachers feel respected and supported, students are the ones who benefit the most. And supporting students is exactly what you were appointed to do. But right now, it feels like neither I nor the incredible staff at Ann Arbor Public High School are being supported. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Lakshaya Jaganesh and Kyla Hu.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for your service to our students and families. My name is Lakshaya Jaganesh.
And my name is Kayla Fu.
And we are both juniors attending Huron High School. Today, we are here to discuss our perspective on the expired contract between teachers and Ann Arbor Public Schools.
When we were in 6th grade, we met a teacher, Sarah Beth Badalamente, or OC as we call her affectionately. The year of virtual school, and we wanted nothing to do with it.
But yet, OC's enthusiasm and love for journalism encouraged us to wake up at 6 a.m. and join the 7 a.m. newspaper club meetings that took place before school started. As high schoolers now, we are both still in newspaper and both still have OC as our teacher.
She constantly goes above and beyond, whether that be making us hot chocolate when we're sending out print newspaper to press, or staying hours after school ends to ensure that everything is running smoothly.
Her dedication and commitment to providing a proper and fulfilling education is a testament to the unwavering care and support that teachers across the district provide.
We chose to attend AAPS in hopes of achieving the promise of quality education that goes beyond the traditional academic curriculum. Teachers are the backbone of this and deserve to be compensated for the extra time and effort they put in to ensure the future of our young minds.
You joined the Board of Education because you believe in the power of public education. Through all of your lives, you have had the support of hundreds of teachers that shaped your view on both education and life. From your kindergarten teacher that handled your energy with patience, to your high school teacher that stayed back for office hours, these people have been guiding your passions and growing this love that you have now. The motivation that put you on the seats you sit on today, that moves you to work for the greater good of all in the institution of education, from students to teachers to parents.
The position you sit in now, the chairs that place you in power above teachers in the public education system, are built upon a promise to serve your teachers and students, something that has yet to be achieved. Your promise to serve is unattainable when teachers are denied the payment they deserve, while they stand as the key for future of education and society.
There is no other solution, no other compromise than giving teachers what they have endlessly asked for, a frustration that you have long ignored in the name of elusive budgets.
Today, you contradict your positions and betray the promise you made when taking the position you have. There is no amount of money worth more than education, and this you already know. It's why you're in the seats you are in today.
It is time for you to uphold the promise and mission of Ann Arbor Public Schools that you should strive to fulfill. It is time for you to establish a proper contract for teachers. Please do better. Thank you.
Louise O'Brien.
Hey, good evening. I'm Louise O'Brien. I'm a professor at the University of Michigan in the Division of Sleep Medicine, and I would like to talk to you about the school start time issue. So as we heard from Dr. Sen, adolescents have a shifted circadian rhythm such that their melatonin secretion or their sleep hormone peaks later than younger children, which means that adolescents generally cannot fall asleep before about 11 p.m. or midnight, and they really struggle to wake up before 8 a.m. So this is biology, this is not teens being lazy, and current school start times work against biology. So research has shown that students with C's, D's, and F's typically have less sleep on school nights, have later bedtimes, and sleep in later at weekends compared to their peers that get A's and B's. Poor sleep is also linked to deficits in learning, memory, language skills, critical thinking, mental flexibility, executive functions, and impulse control. It's very similar to ADHD. Insufficient sleep is also linked with lower GPA, and 20% of poor sleepers are behind in grade level by at least 1 year. And sleep problems predict students dropping a class. So let me ask you, would you want a highly ineffective teacher in the classroom that reduces students' performance? I don't think so. But poor sleep reduces performance by the same amount as a highly ineffective teacher. So we also know that poor sleep results in poor stress management, reduced ability to recognize emotions in other people, inability to process social cues, and an increase in aggressive and bullying behaviors as well as risk-taking behaviors. So sleep is not a luxury, it's neuroprotection. Sports also play a big role in American schools, but insufficient sleep decreases overall sports performance, it worsens reaction times, it slows muscle recovery and growth, and increases the risk of injury. In fact, insufficient sleep is the single best predictor of sports injuries in adolescents. So if we look to professional athletes, they prioritize their sleep because they know how important it is. So I would argue that one of the big barriers to getting enough sleep is lack of awareness. I think students are becoming more aware of this, but I think lack of awareness by parents, teachers, and school administrators is still a big problem. Approximately 90% of parents think that 7 hours is sufficient for a high school student. So only about 15% of our students are getting sufficient sleep. So the first step towards change is awareness. We need to recognize that adolescent sleep needs are different from those of children and adults. And with that, we need to recognize that early school start times are going against teen biology. So yes, individual teens and families can set healthier bedtimes, but if you want to change thousands of lives quickly, consider alleviating the pressure from early school start times. It's unfair to impose a cultural pattern on teenagers that makes them underachieve. So getting 6 hours of sleep or 7 hours of sleep a night in high school, it's not a tough kind of hard guy image. It's brain damage in slow motion. So let me finish with a quote from a colleague, Professor Judy Owens, sleep medicine physician at Boston Children's Hospital, and she says, "You're asking students to wake up and function at a time when their brains are telling them loudly and clearly to be asleep. Given all that we know now about adolescent sleep biology and health, to do nothing is to do harm." Thank you.
We will now hear from Tova Weiss.
Good evening. My name is Tova Weiss, and I'm a senior at Pioneer High School. I'm here today along with a handful of other students who have been distraught and impacted directly by the expired teacher's contract. We're here to speak on our own behalf and on behalf of hundreds of students and teachers who have been impacted by these events. I have with me just a small percentage of hundreds of letters written by students who want change. I'll let those letters speak for themselves. Dear Board of Education, during this time of unrest our nation faces, it is unfair for teachers' needs to be ignored. My teacher is earning less money now than she was in 2018. She is a mother of 2 and the most bubbly, happy woman I have ever met. She should not have to worry about how she will keep on the lights. She should not have to choose between going to graduation and supporting the kids she treats as her own. Please take her needs into account. Sincerely, Margaret. Dear Board of Education, our teachers are a big part of not only our classes, but our school events. With prom and Comstock this year, we need our teachers to help run these events for us. Teachers are a big part of our school experience. They need a contract to continue to help our generation. Sincerely, Anna Straka. Dear Board of Education, I hope you're well. My name is Elif, and I'm a junior at Pioneer. I am the co-president of 2 clubs and president of 1 club. Due to teachers being underpaid and overworked, it makes it difficult to have a fully enriching extracurricular experience since teachers do not have the bandwidth to advise clubs or aren't fairly compensated for putting so much time into clubs. As a result, school loses a little bit of its flair. While classes and academics are incredibly important to the high school experience, extracurricular activities help students find a community in a very chaotic time. Without proper extracurricular opportunities, high school becomes more stressful and less enjoyable, negatively affecting high school students' mental health. Furthermore, clubs can teach students leadership skills, growing them as people overall, not just as students. Hence, we should compensate teachers for their time and adequately adjust their income to reflect how much time they put into extracurricular engagements and helping students. Dear Board of Education, society cannot function without the work of teachers. They are the backbone to our entire community. Every single successful student, businessman, and CEO has hundreds of teachers who made them who they are. Proper payment is therefore the bare minimum to repay them for what they give to us. You have heard in millions of times, teachers deserve fair pay. All of you have had at least one teacher who moved you to love education and made you want to work on the Board of Education. There is no solution but giving teachers what they deserve. Sincerely, Kayla. Dear Board of Education, my name is Josie Simpson, and I'm a senior at Community High School. Due to the fact that the teacher's contract has been expired for months, teachers are now working to contract, meaning that no school clubs or other activities normally led by teachers are able to run. This has affected my school experience in a number of ways. For one, the Youth Art Month display that the art classes normally put up in Connor O'Neill's classroom has been postponed. Another thing that has been affected our club meetings. My friend and I run our school's writers club, and we normally meet in my English teacher's classroom. Now we have to try and find a spot in the hallway to meet each week. Finally, there has been discussion of canceling end-of-year activities like field day. Missing senior year field day would be very upsetting for me and my classmates. Teachers do so much for students beyond the classroom. I hope the district takes action now to fix this. Sincerely, Josie Simpson. Thank you for listening to these students' voices. I appreciate your consideration.
Our final speaker, Sam Hunter.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to the Board of Education for being very helpful in educating myself and fellow students about these issues. I understand that, things are at a standstill, and I also look around this room and I see people who were my former educators and people at my school who held those positions and deeply understand what we're going through right now. And so I think it's very important that we also understand that. Like my fellow students also stated, I'm here just to read a few letters from students who are being affected by the teacher strike and contract issue. So I'll read these three out. Dear Board of Education, my name is Lee Young, and I'm a sophomore at Ann Arbor Huron High School. This slowdown has impacted my life by making it difficult to get the support we need during office hours and after school. I'm writing in support of our teachers and in defense of my own opportunities because our school has some of the most dedicated and amazing teachers in our building. And we, sorry, they wrote in cursive, so it's, I don't know how to read cursive. And support should be prioritized to advance students' educational quality. Sincerely, Lee Young. I have another one here. This one says, Dear Board of Education, my name is Neva, and I am frustrated and sad that teachers have to resort to the end of club time in order to protest for their fair pay. Our teachers are currently working on an expired contract and have been volunteering their time beyond the classroom without compensation. Teachers began a work slowdown to achieve a fair contract, impacting students and staff, including the pause of club days and extracurriculars. This slowdown has impacted my life by making my ability to participate in the club that I lead and enjoy taking part in. And I'm writing in support of our teachers and in defense of my own opportunities because I value the hard work teachers put in to give students meaningful experience outside of the classroom, and because I know the connection that they have made and that have been impressed upon me. Sincerely, Neva. And then one more. Oh, this one's gonna be all full of cursive. I'll get through it though. My name is Penelope, and I'm disappointed with the school district's treatment of our teachers. Our teachers are currently working on expired contracts and have been volunteering their time beyond the classroom without compensation. To achieve a fair contract, the Students' Union has begun a work slowdown, which has impacted both students and staff, including a pause on club days and extracurriculars. This slowdown has impacted my life and the access I have to teachers and opportunities beyond my school hours. I'm writing to support our teachers and in defense of my own opportunities because I am here at school to experience and to find opportunities that will set me up for my future life outside of just high school. Teachers help with our success in more additional ways than just clubs and deserve compensation for this, but they don't have it yet. And as a school district, it is your responsibility to provide these teachers with optimal opportunities and to care for the students and their success. Sincerely, Penelope. Thank you guys all for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public commentary.
Thank you, Mr. Gaslowly. Appreciate it. We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments tonight. Ms. Parks, are there any points of clarification?
Just that, clarification that we have shared before, which is that until a new contract is reached, our educators and staff remain covered under the terms of the most recent contract as status quo. And that collective bargaining agreement does include provisions for compensation for extracurricular activities, including after-school events like clubs, should teachers choose to continue those.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. And I believe that brings us down to number 5, community feedback. Trustees, I would like to call your attention to the community feedback for this meeting. And that brings us down to number 6, reports of association. I think I see Mr. Klein, I do, from AAEA, and we'll invite him to the podium at this time.
Superintendent Parks, Ann Arbor Public Schools community, dedicated and fierce AAEA members, and the support and love of these amazing people who come and spoke on behalf of teachers. We're feeling the love and we appreciate you. My name is Fred Klein, and I am the president of the Ann Arbor Education Association. We are the union that represents the roughly 1,300 professional educators in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. And I am in my 36th year in the Ann Arbor Public Schools, and I have been on our bargaining team for many, many years. I don't think I need to remind everyone tonight, you've heard it multiple times, that the AAEA contract has expired and Ann Arbor educators are now in their 70th day working without a contract. As many of you are aware, our interest-based bargaining, or IBB process, came to a halt, and we have since moved to mediated bargaining with a mediator appointed by the Michigan Employment Relations Commission, or MERC. We held a mediated bargaining session on February 26th, during which proposals were exchanged between the AAEA bargaining team and the district's team. Unfortunately, there remains a significant gap between our proposal and the district's counterproposal. Our next mediated session is scheduled a week from tomorrow, on the 19th. This evening, I see several members of our AAEA bargaining team here, and I would like to quickly introduce them. We have one of our bargaining team members, Christy Yee, who represents our OSE, or Office of Special Education people. That's one of our heroes. And the other is George Przgodzki. He is our MEA Executive Director and our Chief Negotiator. Give it up for George and Christy and all who are watching tonight. In recent months, it has been made very clear that the district is arguing that Ann Arbor educators are seeking increased compensation at the expense of the district's finances. Tonight, especially since so many of you are new trustees, I want to set the record straight and make two things clear. One, AAEA members have likely done more to bolster their district's financial situation than any other district in the state. Two, the district has undoubtedly squandered the financial sacrifices of its staff worse than any other district in the state. And if you think I'm exaggerating, let's look at the facts. In 2009 and 10, as the recession drained public coffers, Ann Arbor educators accepted a 2.25% salary reduction when the fund balance dropped from 13.9% to 8.07%. In 2010 and 11, 2011 and 2012, 2012 and 2013, educators accepted 3 consecutive pay freezes, and yet the fund balance continued to fall, dropping to 4.72% in 2013. The Ann Arbor policy of asking for educator sacrifices and then overspending the money taken from educators had begun. In 2013-14, the district asked Ann Arbor educators to take a 3% pay cut, framing it as a loan that would be repaid. And by the way, it has never been repaid. And yet, once again, they took that money and spent it. The fund balance dropped further to 4.55%. During the 2014-15 school year, the district once again froze pay, making it the 6th consecutive year of pay freezes or cuts. That year, they also began a new practice of taking money from their staff, freezing steps for new educators. It is worth noting that the practice of freezing steps is so harmful to career earnings of new teachers that it is now illegal under Michigan law. It is also worth noting that once Ann Arbor found step freezes, Ann Arbor was hooked, subjecting new teachers to full freezes, partial freezes, or delayed steps 7 of the next 8 years, from 2014 to 2022, which is far beyond what other surrounding districts did for their educators. For a moment in 2015-16, the fund balance did seem to be rebounding as it rose to 10.17% in 2016. Buoyed by this, the teachers and the district signed a 2-year deal which offered the first incredibly modest raise in 7 years, which was 1% and a half step for new teachers. The deal also included even more raises the next year if the district continued to build the fund balance, a projection that seemed almost certain at the time. You can guess what happened. The district drastically overspent, and the fund balance dropped again to 8.41%. It would never again get above 9%, and teachers once again saw committed increases retracted. In 2016-17 and 2017-18, we saw the competitiveness of Ann Arbor's compensation versus surrounding school districts begin to degrade significantly. At this point, surrounding districts used the improving economy and per pupil increases to begin once again offering more normal raises of 2 and 3% per year. Step freezes became a thing of the past, and most districts were able to begin the process of raising their fund balances well into the high teens or low 20%. The same was not true for Ann Arbor. It demanded continued austerity, like the recession was still happening, only offering 2 1% increases and partial or delayed steps. Despite the teacher sacrifices for a 9th and 10th consecutive year, the fund balance continued to drop to 7.16% and then 6.82%. Then came 2018-19 and 2019-20. As the districts around us continued to build healthy fund balances and rebuild compensation for their teachers, the Ann Arbor Public Schools had not one, but 2 pay and step freezes in what it claimed was an attempt to fix its continuously shrinking fund balance. And did the fund balance improve? Well, a massive sacrifice on the part of its teachers, the 7th and 8th wage freeze and 5th and 6th step freeze, which would have bumped the fund balance up by millions of dollars, bumped it up by only 1.4%. Why? Continued massive district overspending. At this point, I should pause to mention another sacrifice that Ann Arbor teachers were being asked to make yearly. As the years of austerity rolled on, Ann Arbor Public Schools also refused to pay more for skyrocketing healthcare premiums. Nearly all other districts sought to pay the maximum allowed by law, 80% of those premiums, and nearly all of them do. Ann Arbor does not, and has asked its employees to pay nearly the entire burden of skyrocketing costs in the last decade. This is yet another sacrifice asked in order to fix a budget that never actually gets fixed. The next year, under the cloud of COVID, in late March, the district offered more partial step freezes and less than 2% for veteran teachers over the next 2 years, once again under the reasoning that the fund balance needed to be fixed. Once again as well, healthcare skyrocketed, and once again pretty much every teacher brought home less pay, and yet the fund balance dipped slightly by the end of 2022 to 6.7%. Then the teachers signed a 2-year deal with the financials not guaranteed. What had been supposedly guaranteed to us was that the district was planning for us and asked us to trust them. We did, and it was a mistake. The next 2 years saw the district offer effectively less money. Educators got a 1% increase in 2022, followed by a 2% increase in 2023, but the massive healthcare cost increase, borne almost entirely by teachers, wiped out those gains, and then some. Even still, the district's rampant financial mismanagement reached a crescendo when the fund balance then dropped to 2.2% in 2024. Last year, we again bore the almost entire brunt of healthcare increases and got a 1.5% increase, once again essentially losing money. The district, recognizing that its nearly 2 decades of cuts and freezes had them wildly behind comparable districts, signed an agreement to make meaningful strides towards competitive pay. I bet you can figure out what happened next. This year, we haven't gotten a pay increase for the 9th time, and yet the fund balance is now predicted to be lower again. So let's zoom out. The district hasn't offered a full cost of living increase once in 19 years. 9 of those years have been total pay freezes. There have been 7 full or partial step freezes or delays, and an average increase in healthcare premiums of $8,280 over a 16-year span, where the veterans' wages rose only $7,729, meaning take-home checks for the average teacher are less, not just adjusted for inflation, just less than they were in 2008. And the reasoning from the district each year for 19 consecutive years of sacrifice: we need to get the fund balance under control. And yet our fund balance is one of the very worst in the entire state and has been consistently for the last 16 years. Salene's fund balance was 24% last year. Dexter, 22%. Wayne Westland, 24%. Northville has had fund balances of over 30% every year since 2018. Plymouth Canton and Livonia are over 15%. That is just a start. And all of them offer better compensation than us, often by margins, huge margins. Year after year, educators made concessions in the name of the district's financial stability. While we did our part, our earnings stagnated and gradually fell dramatically behind those of our comparable districts. At this point, you likely know the numbers. The average veteran teacher with a master's degree will earn $289,000 less in a career here versus your own surrounding comparable districts. That doesn't even include the healthcare costs and how much less AAPS pays for healthcare, which will lead to losses of well over $100,000 over a career versus most other districts at this point. So, when you ask for concessions this year, again, the 9th year of complete freezes or cuts in the last 16, the historical record does not support you. Wage freezes, step freezes, and pay cuts have never produced a stable fund balance under your watch. Educators have repeatedly sacrificed, yet those sacrifices have not resolved the district's financial challenges. And now, because cuts to our wages, steps in healthcare somehow aren't enough, the district is going one step further, seeking concessions of working conditions that will harm educators and students. Proposals that increase class sizes, cut compensation for clubs and sports, and reduce planning time will further undermine the quality of education our community and our students deserve. So tonight, I ask you to stop relying on the same strategy and line that has failed repeatedly in the past, to endlessly repeat the same thing, or more accurately, to increase the demands of what we must sacrifice and expect a different outcome is nonsense. Instead, work with us. Work with us to build a district that, like Northville, Livonia, Novi, Plymouth Canton, Wayne Westland, or even Salene, Dexter, and Chelsea, has found a way to better compensate and compete for great teachers and maintain a healthy fund balance. We want to be partners, and we will be great partners, but we cannot, in good conscience, be your line of credit any longer. Thank you.
Well, that was our reports of associations. I don't know if there's any other reports of associations.
Excuse me, President Feaster. We also have Ms. Claire Arthurs from the AAEA Para Group.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arthurs. Will somebody lower the podium? Oh, yeah, okay.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, and the AAPS community. Claire Arthurs, proud president, AEAP, paraeducators, which include teaching assistants, community assistants, preschool staff, childcare, after school, and other positions. We stand in firm solidarity with our sibling student-facing unions of teachers and office professionals, both working without a contract. AAEAP is still actively negotiating our new contract while working on an extension of our old contract. Bargaining has been significantly more productive lately. We are grateful for the district attempting to meet us partway and brainstorm together potential compromises. Sadly, the district remains committed that our unit cannot have raises unless we provide concessions. Unlike other unions, we have very fewer concessions to give up. And as Fred mentioned, the concessions that they're being asked of is absurd to be asked of them. While we're buoyed and optimistic about the district's latest attitude toward negotiations, the finances of our painfully small salaries remain a huge concern. As a reminder, if I work here 25 years, I can earn $25,000, $904. While I could talk more about that, what I wanted to focus on today was safety. We commend the district's increased interest in safety, as well as appreciate the commitment to an iterative approach that you're open to change. In light of a variety of concerns and protocols shared, I wanted to shed some light on safety training from a paraeducator perspective. Regarding last meeting's safety presentation, I want to provide a little clarification. A comment we hear from AEAP members the most is that they don't know what to do when they start their position.
We applaud the district in creating an HR orientation session to onboard each and every new staff. Special education TAs are also supposed to be given training by the Office of Special Education. These are huge steps in the right direction. While the district has created safety protocols, many staff and buildings do not seem to know them. There are a few schools that seem to have a cohesive, holistic strategy. I don't want to not mention that. It makes conversations really difficult when across the district, schools vary widely in their protocols. At some schools, if there's a crisis, the instruction is to text certain individuals. At others, you poke your head inside a classroom door, find a radio user, ask them to radio the crisis team. In other buildings, you're supposed to yell for help. Some use the Raptor program as an app to communicate quickly. Other buildings, very few staff seem to know what the Raptor system is or how to use it. AAPS has provided some phenomenal professional development over the years, but it's very easy inside a system to assume that everyone else understands the preferred method of responding to a crisis. When you're actually facing a crisis, one sensitive enough to involve protecting student bodies while also preserving their privacy and dignity, you really need to know what you're supposed to do. Unfortunately, there is not a building orientation for new employees. This means that staff rely on ancestral knowledge of previous trainings. Schools provide staff at the start of the year with information on policies that exist, but any staff that join mid-year do not automatically have this building's information. Teachers contractually attend staff meetings. AEAP members do not and are often left out of the loop on new information or protocols. We are also often placed on MERT teams or crisis prevention teams and are not given radios. Or we are given radios that do not get responses to them. In special education, we talk a lot about antecedents, rather than putting a Band-Aid on a behavior, getting to the root of that behavior. As we talk about safety in our schools, it's important to keep at the forefront a few antecedents that led to this moment. In addition to COVID impacting behaviors nationally, as a cost-cutting measure, AAPS eliminated behavior interventionist positions across the district, as well as 8 community assistants. These positions remain gone. I would hope before AAPS commits to hiring any third-party security officers that they would remember community assistants are adults students trust and are already established union-protected positions. To the best of my knowledge, only secondary schools have community assistants, or CAs. CAs wear many hats and work closely with both school administration and office professionals. CAs maintain the safety of the school building, and they relationship build with the students, often particularly with students who are at risk that need a little extra TLC. It's almost entirely due to these strong relationships community assistants have that they're able to diffuse tense situations and put out many behavior fires before they ramp up. The other reason CAs, as well as AEAP teaching assistants, such as myself, or TAs, are so skilled at calming students is because in addition to decades of hands-on professional experience, our unit historically has taken Crisis Prevention Institute's NVCI, Nonviolent Crisis Intervention Training. This is a system that AEAP is embedded into within our schools. I was a bit confused that NVCI wasn't as featured in the safety presentation, so I wanted to share a few fast facts so we all have the same working knowledge. NVCI training is also called CPI or Blue Card training. It's a 2-part training that every staff who is certified needs to take every 3 years to maintain their certification. It is not in our contract to take NVCI training. Many AEAP members have always done so because it helps us keep our schools and ourselves safer. Folks who are less familiar with the program describe this as the training where staff learn how to properly restrain and hold a student. For all holds but 2, this is a process that in order to be done legally and safely requires 3 adults. 2 people physically restrain a student while a third monitors the safety of the student, the time, and keeps notes and records of what's happening. It's also vital to have 3 people so that if one of the 2 actively restraining can tap out due to physical or mental fatigue. In worst case scenarios that none of us ever want to do, all NVCI staff work as a team with one person declaring themselves in charge to be a more efficient system. If staff are not NVCI certified with their card active within 3 years, they cannot put hands on a student. Full stop. This description of NVCI is accurate, but it deeply misses the most important portions of the training which contribute to our safer schools. Yes, restraints and blocks are taught, how we can keep ourselves safe while also maintaining a student's safety and dignity. The 2 most significant portions of the training are preventative and restorative. These are critical for students' emotional and physical safety and the overall wellness of a building. The bulk of the training is learning to recognize early signs that a student might be at risk of escalating. When I was first hired, I was fortunate, I apologize, I was fortunate to have terrific mentors across administration, teachers, special education case managers, and other TAs who taught me what to do. When I struggled supporting a student, I was taught to pick my battles. What you don't realize early on is how many battles just aren't worth picking. You learn how many behaviors are not defiance, they're communication. Our kids are good people. They're trying to tell us something. We are taught that all behavior is communication, and what students communicate when they're dysregulated is that their needs are not met. Overstimulation, embarrassment, academic frustration, possibly tired from school times, hunger, instability at home, or a million other factors we may not know. Example, in secondary school, a student comes into class having a bad day with his precipitory factors. He gets to class, he doesn't have his homework, he doesn't have a pencil, he doesn't understand the material because he had to miss 3 days of class helping take care of his sister while his mom was sick. A teacher who likely pays for hundreds of pencils out of their own personal paycheck that is too small. This teacher innocently tells the student that they need to remember to bring a pencil. The student starts to ramp up, we see it, we pull him out. This part of the de-escalation is really important to bring to the radar as we look at our schools holistically. A downside of not communicating NVCI expectations across the district is that teachers can often feel incredibly undermined. As a teacher is trying to make a decision with a student in their classroom, and a TA, social worker, or principal just offers that student a break. We're doing so because we see the student needs it, and they're often truly trying to help the student and the school. It's not helping the general education teacher if it's not communicated to them. It's not helping the dynamics between the teacher and the TA if the teacher starts to resent the TA for taking them out, or the TA starts to feel caught between a general ed teacher and a special ed case manager trying to ensure the legal compliance of the IEP and BIP are followed. One problem is that as we talk about that we need 3 people for each of these holds, we often don't know who those 3 people are. At some schools, again, you do, but at many, you don't. Also, other trained people don't know who we are, or that we've been NVCI trained, or what that is. At the same time, staff supports have decreased, shortages have increased, and behaviors have risen. The result is predictable. Some AEAP members are choosing not to renew certification because they feel the liability is rising while the support for them is not. We all want safe schools. We want our kids to be safe. We want our staff to feel safe in our buildings. I urge the board and the district to look at this holistic model and see if there are ways that it can be improved. We are grateful for the candid, productive conversations we've had recently with the Office of Special Education and HR and Collaborative Council and hope that they continue. Our students and our staff deserve this. Thank you very much for your time.
If there are no other reports of associations, that brings us down to community group reports. Mr. Gaslowly, do we have any community groups signed up for this evening?
None have signed up this evening, President.
Thank you very much. I believe that brings us down to board committee reports, and I will turn it over first to our Finance/Planning Committee, and the chair there is Trustee Wilkerson.
All right, the Finance and Planning, excuse me, the Finance and Planning Committee met on Monday, March 9th at 12 p.m. It was a bit of a marathon meeting, so I think we'll have to kind of monitor what the combining of some of our committees is done, but I think this was an exception to the rule as well. We met for 2 hours. Trustee Schmidt and Trustee Wilkins were in attendance, along with myself and a number of administrators and Superintendent Parks. We had 15 items on the agenda that you will see coming before us for first briefing tonight. Just to give a quick recap, we had the January monthly monitoring, we had special education contracts, Panorama MTSS platform, a number of technology refresh items, transportation and parking related items, and then various trade contracts that came before the committee.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. Any questions, trustees? Seeing none, I believe that brings us down to Equity and Performance Committee, and the chair of that is Trustee Schmidt.
Yes. Yes, our committee met on March 9th. I was joined by trustees Mohammed and trustee Wilkins. And we covered two areas, NWEA benchmark assessment reports and the AAPS Summer Learning 2025 recap. And Ms. Linden joined us, as well as the superintendent, and this evening we will be reviewing these items for the entire board to review.
Thank you, Trustee Schmidt. Any questions, trustees? Seeing none, that brings us down to the Governance Committee, and I'll turn it over to the chair, who is myself. We also, the Governance Committee also met on March 9th with Vice President Wilkes and Trustee Muhammad. We had a brief meeting, mostly doing the work of the former Executive Committee, which was setting up the agenda for today's meeting and discussing and setting up the agenda for our next meeting on the 25th. I believe, and we essentially discussed those items, worked through how to set up the agendas and split things appropriately, and I think that's essentially all that we accomplished at that relatively short meeting. Are there any additions from my board members? Okay. Any questions from fellow trustees? Seeing none, then that brings us down to the information section and our superintendent's update. I will turn it over to Superintendent Parks.
Thank you, President Feaster. Just a few items for the superintendent's update before we transition to a couple of information items from the team up under the umbrella of the superintendent's update. So World Down Syndrome Day is an annual March 21st celebration and global awareness day officially observed by the United Nations since 2012. On this day, people worldwide with Down syndrome and those who live and work with them organize events and activities to raise public awareness. This year, we encourage staff, students, and families to participate in the Together Against Loneliness campaign. To stop loneliness, every person needs real inclusion, welcoming spaces, and meaningful relationships. We are a stronger school community as we honor, embrace, and celebrate our diversity, continually create a culture of belonging for all, and value the connections that unite us in an inclusive Ann Arbor public school community. Our next item this evening is to acknowledge some of our teams who participated in the Michigan Mock Trial Regionals. The Michigan Center for Civic Education is dedicated to preparing an active and informed citizenry through law-related and civic education in Michigan. Mock trials are designed to teach content and appreciation of our judicial system, reenacting much of what might take place in a trial court. Students take on roles of attorneys and witnesses and competed against each other in real courtrooms in front of real judges and lawyers. Teams from Community High School and Skyline High School participated in the Michigan Mock Trial Regionals this past weekend. They were among 58 teams competing, and all of our students proudly represented the Ann Arbor Public Schools. The Community High School team has progressed to state competition, which will be March 20th through 21st in Lansing. And we could not be more proud of our students and staff at both Community and Skyline High School for their performance in the competition.
Great job. That's great.
Our next item here is our Ann Arbor CTE students from home building, engineering, auto, cosmetology, and culinary arts recently put their talents to the test at the Skills USA Regional Competition. Competing in fields of up to 45 participants per category, these dedicated students secured finishes, earning their spot at the state level. The road to states is rigorous, requiring immense training and a deep mastery of trade industries. We are incredibly proud of these young professionals as they prepare to face Michigan's best in Grand Rapids in April. So congratulations to our state qualifiers in carpentry, Jake Carnell, first place, Kale Gadd, second place. In teamworks and construction, Kevin Chen, Antoinette Hamilton, Eric Gomez Ruiz, and Neela Shee. In auto and electrical, Edward Lato and Tyler Kwiatkowski. In automotive, Justin Zhao. In bacon and culinary, Liana Kiata, Simon Pfizer, Eric Cornell. In engineering and manufacturing, Jayan Gupta, Ben Alford, and Christy New, along with Zachary Furlong and Aisha Tete from Huron. In cosmetology, Adalyn Rubio Landeros, Jose Garduño Ronquillo, Aliana Trulkeld, and Margaret Zachary all competed in cosmetology and placed first through fourth. So congratulations to all of our students who participated in the Skills USA State Finals. All right, next we will turn it over to Ms. Langford and Mr. Zaski, who will come forward this evening with an update for budget and bargaining.
Good evening. All right, I think Mr. Zaski's going to start us off here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Wanted to start off first. This was a chart that has been provided to the board in the past, and we wanted to update it with new information, current year information. So I will walk you through the different columns and where the information did come from. So column 1 and 2, so student to teacher ratio and average teacher compensation. Those were amounts pulled from Bulletin 1014 from the state. State updates the bulletin every February with information that has been uploaded from the FID from every district in the state. And those two amounts were pulled from that report.
All right, so just to talk about the data a little bit, that first column that you see there.
One quick second. Can we zoom in on that just a little bit further?
I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Maybe we just look at the top half for now.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so also I did want to say the top part of the spreadsheet is for our comparable districts that are out of county, and then the bottom part of the spreadsheet is all of our in-county comparable districts. So in that first column, the student to teacher ratio, so we are currently, per the Bulletin 1014, we are at 18 to 1, and the average of the out of county is 21 to 1, and the in county is 20 to 1. Also, column 2, the average teacher compensation. Out of county, our average compensation was $79,785, whereas the out of county is $82,042, and in county, and compared to our $79,000, it is at $67,454.
And so just to add a little bit to that average teacher compensation column, this really explains what we've been saying all along, and that is that we are very aware and do agree that we need to do something with the top of the scale. We are comparable to other districts in our steps 3 through 10. We start at step 3, and sometimes even higher than other districts, but we do fall off at the end of that, and you can see that average comparison is about a $2,000 difference. So then going into column 3 and talking about elementary class size, as you can see, AAPS, and this is just elementary from kindergarten to 6th grade, averages about 20, where our class sizes are 20 to 27. When you look at other districts, we're pretty much lower than every district except for Wayne, Westland, and Troy when you look at other counties. And then if you go to the bottom there and look at our in-district, only really Whitmore Lake is lower than we are currently. Next column is about elementary planning time. We have 330 minutes a week of planning time, which is about 66 minutes a day, if my math is correct. And I'm looking at my math person next to me. The only other district that has 330 minutes is Bloomfield Hills, as you see there, with the out of county. All the other districts up there are less. When you go down to in-county and you look at our districts, we do have Chelsea that has 420 minutes, but everyone else, in Manchester, I think, is a little higher, but everyone else is considerably less. And what that means is not that the day is any longer, the hours that staff may work, they still remain the same. But if you have less planning time, there's more instructional time for students. It just means that specials may be a little bit less, just so we have clarity around what that means.
Yeah, and if we're moving on to column 5 and 6, those were both taken from the state aid status report, the February state aid status report for each district. The foundation allowance is obviously how much we get and how much other districts get per pupil through state aid, and also their student count, which is blended between the fall and spring counts. With the average on that, out of district, obviously a couple of those, Birmingham and Bloomfield Hills, are higher based on proposal A and how their foundation allowance is higher than ours, and the average is at about 11,089, and ours is 10,922. And in district, everyone else but us is at 10,050, so we're higher than in district. And then as for the student counts, there's the averages there, but when you do look at it for comparison purposes, in both out of county and in county, we are the largest school district for the comparison. And then column 7 and column 8 were pulled from each school district's transparency website as the latest and greatest budget amendments that they do have posted out to their sites. It does show fund balance and fund balance percentage as a percentage of expenditures. As you can see, our budgeted fund balance is about 17 million, whereas the average for out of county is around 26 million, or about 15%, where ours is at 5.7%. And then in county, the average on a total is around 6 million compared to our 17, but on a percentage basis is around 11%.
That is all that we had for this evening.
So, just a couple questions, if you don't mind, or clear. So, someone commented earlier that this is basically a rich town and we should have more money for staff. I see that Bloomfield Hills and Birmingham look like they're receiving about $3,000 more per student than we are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it looks like we're receiving about $10,922 per student, when all the other listed districts in our county are at $10,050. So only an $840 some odd dollar difference per student. So we're not talking thousands of dollar difference within our own county, and we're 3,000 behind Birmingham and Bloomfield Hills.
That's correct.
Per student. Okay. Trustee Schmidt.
I think when you look historically, before we passed Proposal A in '94, and we were based on property tax, this community was probably used to having a lot of money. And as property values went up, you had more money. If your student numbers went down, you still had more money to educate fewer kids. So it really changed when you went to a per pupil model. And what we've seen, at least since I've been on the board, and I think historically, we have lost students every year. That has been it's common, and we're seeing this statewide, we're seeing it countywide, and that is our revenue, in addition to some other funds that we get. I have a question about when we look at elementary class size. So that range, 20 to 27, that particular number, whatever we decide on class size, is a negotiated item.
That is correct.
Yeah. And when I looked at these numbers maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, so we have the negotiated maximum, we have something called a target, right?
Yes.
And that we were even seeing, and targets, like in a perfect world, if money was good and, you try to shoot for that target, but there was the maximum, right, that we couldn't go over. And if you did, teachers were compensated or they get an aid or something like that. I was seeing, and I don't know if this is still the case, but many classrooms that were below target across the district. So even if we talk about raising class sizes, to me, that's something that would still be educationally correct. And the other point I want to make is the planning time. I think one of you said something about this. Planning time for elementary, a teacher gets planning time because kids go to a specials class like art, music, PLTW. If there is less planning time, those classes might be 10 minutes shorter or something like that. But the positive is they're They get more core instructional time. And when we're thinking about, and we're going to be talking about the NWEA benchmark assessment results, when we look at student performance, having extra minutes for our core subjects is a good thing. It's not that we still don't value music, education, PE, and all those things, but that's also can be a win for the kids, I think.
Yes, I absolutely agree. And as you can see, a lot of other districts have less time, so, and they're performing a little bit better than us, so that's kind of proving it, I guess.
All right, if there's not, Trustee Wilkerson?
Yeah, I want to make one other comment. I think it's important to bring this in front of the board. I appreciate you bringing it with the context that we are recognizing that the top end, we need to do better. And I think we need to put a lot of emphasis and effort on what's going to get us there, because we can clearly see we're close to 10% below fund balance of some of these districts. And, we'll go over monthly monitoring, but 5.7% is 0.7% higher than the state mandated amount. So I think we need to focus this discussion on what we can do going forward. We need to make dire changes. I mean, we can't sit up here as a board and expect this to go away. Funding isn't going to come overnight. So we need to begin to start making some strategic changes. Obviously, we're going through strategic planning this year, which I think is critical when we think about what's important to this district. But I just appreciate the forward-looking aspects of this discussion and the fact that we know we need to do better. We're not hiding behind that. But at the same time, we have to balance the realities of where we stand today. It was stated today the last 19 years have, had challenges. And I can say every board member around this table wants to focus on what we can do this point going forward. I can't speak to the decisions that were made, in past boards, past administration. But I know we are all focused on this and we want to have positive results. We do care deeply about our students and our teachers.
Right, and to that point, I think, like you said, we heard Mr. Klein talk about this specifically today and the struggles that AAEA has had over the last 19 years. And I think that is to your point, and strategic planning will help us make those critical decisions to put this board on a better trajectory down the road. It may not be done during my term, but it may be done during your term, or the people who are left after some of us have left the board. So I think this board at this point can make some corrections to make sure the district is on better footing and that our teachers are in better places going forward down the road. And I think, to your point, the strategic planning will help with that, and we won't be hovering around 5.7% in the future, having to make these difficult decisions. I saw Trustee Muhammad, then come back to Trustee Basket.
So I agree with you, Trustee Wilkerson. I think we have to look at the numbers currently and look at what can we do right now, which is probably not very much because it's 0.7% off of our, the state mandate of 5%. We don't want to go any below that, but I am hopeful that I know that there's going to be hopefully upcoming sessions that we'll look at the budget, dig deeper. There's just the strategic plan that's coming up, but it's not going to happen overnight. So it's going to take time, but I'm hopeful we'll get to a solution. So,
Trustee Basket.
Yes, again, thank you to the team. Thank you, Superintendent Parks, for bringing this forward as a team. I think this should be part of the beginning of a community awareness, if you will. We have in the past done our listen and learn around the budgets in our community, but I don't think the community understands the impact of outside forces on the decisions we have to make. The money has not been there from the state. And while some of our colleagues, elected officials, like to tout about the record amount of money they've been giving us, look at the numbers and look at our history. We have talked amongst ourselves of having a community-wide
deep session on school finances. I don't care if you've gotten the best MBA from the best business school. School finance is an animal to itself. And I think it helps to understand the impact, again, not only on us personally, but our neighboring districts as well. Our children play with the children across the districts in our county. So they're impacted by all of what our children learn amongst each other. I guess, too, in addition to the finances, we have to understand what's behind some of these things. I know some folks don't understand elementary planning time and the fact that this is 330 minutes per week that our children aren't getting in core instruction. So when we look at the data that we're going to see later on, I want folks to keep in mind the impact on the results. We as a board make some tough decisions, but we all acknowledge we're not in the classroom teaching the children. We support our educators, but we have high expectations as well. And so again, let this be a first, if you will. Unfortunately, key players who spoke before are not here, so hopefully we can count on them looking at the video and getting the media reports, if you will. We've known these numbers. They've known these numbers. These are not secret. As the staff has said, these are published numbers. I don't know where some of the rhetoric has come from that we have heard, but, this is fact. And I think, again, we should be promoting this as information that everybody in the community should see and understand. So thank you.
Vice President Wilkes.
Yeah, I too, thank you, President Feaster. I too wanted to just echo what Trustee Baskett and all the other trustees have said. I think it's really important to highlight these numbers. As Trustee Baskett said, these are published numbers, are available to the public. But I just think, based on what we've been hearing tonight, I think it's really important that we highlight some of these facts, just so that the public really is able to see what we're actually dealing with here. And again, we're just barely above the state line of, when you see the graphics that we always include with our monthly monitoring report, and we're, based on this, just barely above that red line. So, again, this is important data that we need to present to the public, and I just want to thank the team for presenting this. And again, the planning time, 330 minutes of planning time. As a former teacher within this district, I really value that, but at the same time, it cuts into instructional time. And I also want to make it very clear that we value our teachers. We value our teachers. And so I don't want anyone to think that we don't. So again, I just want to emphasize that again as a former Ann Arbor Public School teacher. I just want to make it very clear that we do value our teachers.
All right, if there's nothing else, thank you for the presentation. I believe that brings us down to 9.2.
We're still at 9.1, sorry.
9.1, oh, still part of 9.1,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So we have Dr. Hayward, Ms. Alston, and Ms. Bacalor coming forward to provide an update, just a brief one, because we'll be bringing a more comprehensive and thorough update a little later in the spring on the Student Support Advisory. If trustees remember, we talked about back last spring having an advisory where we would look at how to address some of the disparity and disproportionality in our discipline data as those disciplinary matters run through our rights and responsibilities handbook. So this is the team of facilitators of that advisory. And again, we're just going to provide a brief, quick update, and a more thorough one we will do at a later point with a set of recommendations that we will have at that time. But we do want to just let trustees in the community know what the work of that advisory has been about so far this school year. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Hayward.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. Good evening, trustees. We're just waiting for the slide presentation. Thank you. So the Student Support Advisory Committee was established, as Superintendent Parks said, as a result of the disciplinary data that we shared with you all in the spring of last school year. We sincerely appreciate the members of the committee and their continued commitment to supporting all of our students in the district. We would like to just provide you with a quick update on the committee's work and share our next steps with the committee. The purpose of, thank you. The purpose of the advisory committee is to work collaboratively as a team. We use data to identify the inequities that we know exist in our district data around suspensions and to guide our responsive actions. We examine current district discipline policies and identify areas contributing to disproportionality in those excessive suspensions. Our goal is to recommend policy improvements to better support our students in the AAPS, and also to recommend supportive interventions that will increase student access to education. Ultimately, our goal is to keep our students in school, in the classroom, and learning and growing every day. Next slide, please. And so to continue with the purpose, really our outcome is about reducing suspensions, addressing disproportionality, particularly among our Black students, our male students, our students with disabilities, and those students who are economically disadvantaged. Again, we want to keep our students in school engaged in the learning. We will provide recommendations to Superintendent Parks and to you all, Board Trustees, on revisions for an enhanced rights and responsibilities handbook at a later date, okay? And I'll turn it over to Malia.
So we are proud to say that many people expressed interest in participating on this committee, and we had a great response. Our committee represents a variety of stakeholders in our district. We have representation from our students, from our staff, from community partnerships, and from our parent caregivers. And so you can see the data on the screen. And so this actually represents everyone who's on our committee. So I want to give some shout outs to these folks who have been with us since September, meeting monthly. And you can see Mr. Baldwin, Mrs. Bass, Savannah, Mr. Billings, Mr. Billups, Mr. Buford, Mr. Cooper, Ms. Federofer, Mr. Johnson, Mrs. Kinlaw, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Mara, Emily, Ms. Parks, Mr. Smith, Ms. Stone Palmquist, City, and Benjamin. Let's give them a round of applause, y'all.
Since we started meeting in September, this really delightful and committed group has met for 2 hours in the evening doing some deep work. And I just want to echo the shout out. Since we have people coming from all different parts of the community in the school district, we spent some time building community at the beginning so that we can work effectively together. And then we went through a process of analyzing and discussing the suspension data. We used a data dialogue process for that. And we also reviewed and critiqued our current rights and responsibilities handbook. And just recently, we've spent a couple meetings reviewing exemplars from other school districts across the U.S. So what have we learned so far? Some themes that have emerged from the work is that the recognition that we do have an opportunity to make significant changes to our district approach. We do have a rights and responsibilities handbook right now that takes a punitive approach to student discipline. And when we reviewed exemplars, what we saw is that other districts focus on proactive strategies. I don't know what that sound is. I'm trying not to make a weird sound. The review of exemplars showed that other districts focus on those proactive strategies, some of which we are already doing, but listed here are MTSS, PBIS, restorative practices, mental health supports and referrals, and alternatives to suspension. So our new approach moving forward as we continue with the committee work could include some of those proactive strategies around student behavior and discipline. And I will turn it back over to Dr. Hayward.
Thank you. All right, so we have this amazing committee that we meet with on a monthly basis. In addition to that, right, we are also working on some other areas, and so we were fortunate to be able to train our building principals on restorative practices. So we've had days 1 and 2 training for restorative practices for all of our building principals. We had that in November and December. Some of the administrators, along with Ms. Austin and I, have also recently received days 3 and 4 training of restorative practices. And Jenna too, you have also.
I wasn't in your.
Yes, but Jenna has also received training in days 1 through 4 of restorative practices. And so we are currently trying to secure grant funding so that our administrators can have day 3 and 4 of restorative practices as well. We have also launched a positive behavior intervention support exploratory committee consisting of principals and some of our colleagues from the Office of Special Education. We meet monthly. Just today, we were fortunate to be able to take a field trip to one of our neighboring school districts to see all of the work that they're doing around relationship building and positive behavior intervention supports. So we went there to one of their middle schools and high schools today. Next week, we're going to visit some elementary schools in a neighboring district as well. So we are working to make sure that we are doing what we can to really eliminate to the extent possible student suspensions, especially around disproportionate data. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I hate to interrupt this, but I just have a puzzling question because I thought our administrators were receiving restorative practice training. When you say all administrators, if you could help clarify and again, where we may have started and not completed, or you could help me understand, please?
Sure.
Do you want me to start, or you
can start.
I was just going to say, so some of our administrators, even prior to this year, had received restorative practice training, but not all. And so our goal was to ensure that all administrators have received the training. And so they have all received days 1 and 2, which is the foundational level of restorative practice training. But prior to this school year, not every administrator had been trained in restorative practices. There were some who are kind of more experienced than others.
So was the intent to have them all trained, but it just kind of fell off the schedule?
Yes.
Because again, new hires
and I was just about to say,
transitions.
and we've had turnover in administrators also. So where we have had previously administrators trained, they have transitioned on, retired, and we have new administrators who just didn't get that same training.
And when you say administrators, if you could clarify who those are?
Building principals.
Okay. Of high school or all the buildings?
All of the schools,
Wow.
elementary, middle,
Okay.
high school, and our K-8s.
Very ambitious. And so you hope to have this all completed by when? The training?
So it's really not a completion because we're starting with our administrators. Ideally, right, the district we were in today, they had everyone trained. We don't have the funds for that. So we're working to try to secure grant funding. We're also working with the ISD because they provide sessions there as well. And so the day 3 and 4 sessions that we actually took at the ISD. So we're working with the ISD to hopefully offer more sessions in the fall so that we can start having staff, teachers, counselors, et cetera, sign up for training as well.
So again, we can appeal to our state legislators and instead of giving us unfunded mandates, giving us money.
Yes. Yes.
To do what we know works.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'll turn it over to Ms. Austin.
All right, so this is our last slide. So we just wanted to talk about next steps. So we are going to continue to have monthly meetings with our amazing committee. We are also going to continue to review other rights and responsibilities or family handbooks across the United States to seek feedback from our principals. And then finally, our goal is to make a recommendation to our superintendent and also to our Board of Education on ways to enhance our current rights and responsibilities handbook.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Any questions? I see two. Okay. Vice President Wilkes.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for that presentation. And the committee reads like a who's who of Ann Arbor, so kudos to getting all those great people who are on the committee. I'm just curious, how were the 4 students selected for this committee, considering how many students we have in our district? So I'm just curious, like, what was the criteria?
And how many applied? There were a lot.
Yes, we had a lot of interest, as shared before, and so we wanted to make sure that the students that were selected represented middle school and high school, because they're eager and they're in the schools every day. And I have to say, or tell a story. So one of our participants is an actual teacher assistant at one of our high schools, and there's also a student from that same high school. So they had crossed paths like daily. But never knew each other. And so as a result of the committee, they actually give greetings to each other, like high five and check in with each other. And that's due to the committee and us coming together monthly.
And we also wanted to make sure the committee was representative of our demographics. Also, we didn't want just kind of an unbalanced committee in that way. And so we tried to make sure that both our adult participants and our student participants were representative of the demographics of the district.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Basket.
Again, I want to thank the team for the good work. And I would first like to say I've always had criticisms of our handbook. But again, knowing our lane, I've always been pushed back from all 7 of the superintendents I've worked at, because it isn't our role as board members. But as representatives of the community, we've often heard the book is too complicated, I don't understand it. But to be fair, a lot of families don't pick up the book until their child's in trouble. And then trying to clarify. And I've had the best attorneys try to ask me to help explain it, and I couldn't explain it. So thank you for taking the proactiveness, if you will, and especially our young people, because, again, this affects them most. Secondly, I would love the opportunity for us as board members to meet your committee. Again, I don't want to get into your lane, so to speak, Superintendent Parks, but we often don't get to meet the people who are doing the hard work, if you will, and they don't get to see us as human beings who have had children in the district who may not have had the best behavior, who may have had to read that handbook and not understand it. So if that's, I mean more than coming and having them present, because as you know, we don't get much quality time in the conversation. Again, I don't want to add more work to your calendar, but maybe just the opportunity of us sitting in and hearing. Again, being fully aware of the Open Meetings Act, we are not going to be deliberating, but we are going to be learning. So I don't know. I don't know if you do your meetings by Zoom or how you do them, but
The meetings have all been in person.
and that's wonderful. I prefer the in-person thing, as you all know, but again, thank you for the good work. I look forward to hearing more from you guys.
Thank you all.
Trustee Wilkinson looks like he has a question.
One more question.
Sorry, one other question. I think this is great. I love the concept and the broad group of people you've brought together for this. One question that I did have, I know we have teacher representation on the committee, but we've heard a lot about teacher safety as well as part of this discussion, and I'm just wondering how you blend like the results of this with some of those discussions, because I don't think those would be appropriate discussions to maybe have with students in this broader committee. So I was just curious if there's any.
We have not really spoke on during this committee when we meet teacher safety. What I can tell you is that looking at the exemplars, as we have reviewed many exemplars across the country, the handbooks that we have seen and that we've been kind of focused on, it talks a lot about taking care of the whole child, even prior to getting to punitive measures for certain behaviors. For example, one of the handbooks, it doesn't start until page 198, right? Punitive measures. Everything before is restorative practices, PBIS, community resources for families, attendance and the importance of being in the classroom, in the learning environment.
Family engagement. Relationship building.
Yes, absolutely. So I think that if once we really center once we really center those strategies that we know work for kids, I think that will definitely help in terms of teacher safety and what we're seeing in what teachers are experiencing in the classrooms.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes, and I can tell you from experience that I was a teacher at Eastern High School in Lansing, and we had a very effective restorative practice unit there, and it de-escalates conflict with staff and students. It helps build relationships. It was a beautiful thing to see. So it works. It works.
For sure. Thank you.
All right. Now, thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Is that the end of the superintendent?
That is.
Okay.
That concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. I think this is a good place to take that break we mentioned earlier. If we can take a 10-minute break, we can come back and try to work our way through the rest of the agenda.
9.2.
I recall this meeting to order at 9:31 p.m. Looks like we are now at monthly monitoring, which is 9.2, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Parks and the team to go through the monthly monitoring report for January 2026.
Thank you, President Feaster. We have Mr. Zaski, who is going to present the January monthly budget monitoring report this evening.
And I realize we have a really long agenda, so I will try to make it brief. Stop me if I'm going too fast or you guys have any questions during it. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so this is our cash and investments for the year, focusing in on the general fund. We are currently, and also before we start, we always like to say this is a point in time. This is as of January 31st of this year, and it is comparing back to last January. So we are cash-wise where we expect to be, and obviously with our tax collections mostly in December and January, that is why our cash balance is up there. Next slide, please. This is a report of our monthly expenses, also focusing in on the general fund on this one as well. The 24 million is right in line with a typical month for us as it relates to the general fund expenses. All right, as this is our comparison of summary of all funds, but we'll focus again in on the general fund. Our revenues in comparison to last year at this time, we are right in line with those. Expenses up by about 1.7%, but both of those also are within our expectations of what we expect to be at this point in the year. Same with this slide, this does show kind of where our additions to fund balance, and in comparison, kind of like the prior slides, focusing in on the general fund. We are right in line with where we expected to be at this point in the year. Also, I did want to point out one thing just on the community service funds. We are continuing to see increase in participation. So when we do look at those slides as well. So next slide. This is where we're at in comparison to our revenue and expenses out of the total for the year. Obviously, the revenues are higher at around almost 57%. That does make sense with where we're at with tax collections. Most of our tax collections coming in. We should see still tax collections in February, but after that, they drop off drastically, and our expenses are right in line with where we would expect to be at this point in time in January. This one, I'd like to just focus on the bottom right-hand corner of the slide. Our fund balance as a point in time right now is around 17%. Our expectation was around 16%. Some of that is due to our increased, timing and some tax collections that we did get more this year through January. Next slide, please. All right, so these are the slides. These are our actual versus expected general fund revenues. As we discussed when I was back in front of you guys a couple weeks ago, we did get a lot of our tax revenue this year in December, which was a change from prior year. So as we had anticipated, the orange line did kind of flatten off there and was within our expectations of for January, less than we had anticipated, but for the months of November and December, it was higher. So at the end, a couple slides back, we were within 0.5% of where we thought we would be at this point in time. Expenditures, as we had anticipated, leveling back off. As we talked about, the 24 million that's spent per month in expenses is right in line with what we anticipate based on spending during the year, and this January is no different. All right, my last slide here is kind of where our fund balance sits. And as we had discussed a couple weeks ago, I know the orange was above the blue, which was the expectation, but as you can see, the orange line is starting to flatten off, and that was because we received a lot more of our revenue that we anticipated in November and December and January, and it is starting to flatten off. So we still expect at the end of the year to finish around 5.7%, and we do anticipate the orange line to keep coming down right back around the blue line, which is our expectation of about 5.7%.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. Trustees, are there questions? Looks like this month we don't have any questions for you.
Thank you so much.
We'll bug you in February. All right, I believe that brings us down to 9.3, which is the NWEA Fall 2025 and Spring 2026 Benchmark Assessment Annual Report. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Parks and her team for that presentation.
Thank you, President Feaster. I am going to promptly turn it over to Dr. Berger, who will walk us through this report with an assist from Ms. Linden.
All right. Good evening, trustees. We went through, waiting for the slides to come up. Thank you. So we are looking tonight at NWA benchmark report. We know, of course, that the state requires us to give benchmarks at the beginning and end of the year within the first and last 9 weeks. And we are looking tonight at both the spring benchmark from last year, spring 2025, and the fall benchmark from this year, fall 2025, together tonight. If you go on to the next slide. So we're going to review just a little bit of background information, some key understandings. We're going to talk a little bit about new NWEA norms that have come out for 2025. About every 5 years, they come out with new norms to compare student results to. And then we will talk about spring 2025 achievement comparison by norms, by grade level. We'll look at fall to spring performance and growth. And then we will look at fall 2025 results. We go on to the next slide, please. So whenever we talk about NWEA, I think it's always important to just remind us that NWEA is a norm-referenced test, and the results that we get are norm-referenced. So that means that we're comparing student scores to other student scores. So NWEA creates a set of standards based on a national sample. And then when we get our NWEA results, each student's result, RIT score, is compared to what is the average in that national sample of all students in that grade level in that subject. So we're comparing to this large set and comparing to a set of norms, not comparing to a set of knowledge that we think the students should have. This is different from a lot of tests, for example, the M-STEP, which is a criterion reference test. And in that situation, we're comparing student scores to a defined set of knowledge. So we're saying a third grade student should be able to know these things and do these things in math. Could this student do it or not? And are they proficient in that? So there you're comparing to a set of skills or knowledge that you think that is important. In a norm reference, though, you're just comparing to how did everybody else do? If we can move on then. So in 2025, at the beginning of, at the end of the summer, before the fall 2025 results, NWEA released new norms, new means and new norms for their testing. So every several years, they compare their new norms. There were 2015 norms, there were 2020 norms, and then this new set is the 2025 norms. These are based on nationwide samples of student data from academic years 22-23 and 23-24. So we've kind of been waiting for these and hoping these would come out soon because as we know on other assessments like NAEP and other things, we know that student performance dropped during the COVID time. Like that's just something that we know has happened. It's been shown in a lot of different assessments, a lot of different places. But whenever we got our NWEA results for the last couple of years post-COVID, we were still comparing to norms that were built on probably 2018-19 and 17-18. So we were comparing to this pre-time period. We know this big thing happened, but we were still comparing our scores to that. So, you know, the hope is that these new 2025 norms are a little bit more in alignment with actually how the nation's doing that we're now comparing our student results to. If we can go on to The next one. So we looked at these in several different ways. I compared them to the 2015 and 2020 norms for the math and reading tests that we do. I compared the growth norms. And then I also took two of our student assessment results sets from last year, the fall and the spring, and used the 2020 norms and the 2025 norms and compared those to see how it changed our student results, just to kind of get a handle on what these new norms meant for us. So overall, the nationwide sample shows that the mean student RIT scores for both math and reading have generally decreased between 2015 and 20, and then decreased again between 2020 and 2025. So for almost every one of the RIT means at grade levels in the math and reading subjects, the means are lower now for the 2025 norms than they were for the 2020 norms, which reflects what we know, that we have students not doing quite as well on some of these things in the post-COVID world nationwide. The expected NWEA growth means generally decreased in reading, so the expected growth decreased in reading, but increased in math above grade 1. Kindergarten and 1 decreased the growth expectations, but the math growth expectations actually went up a little bit in the upper grade levels between 2 and 8. And then when I compared our results using the two different sets of standards from last year, student performance generally shows us posting a little bit more positive results, which makes sense. If the means are lower, then our scores are going to look a little higher compared to new lower norms. But it wasn't like a huge difference. Across all the results we considered, student quintiles decreased less than 1% of the time, so they almost never went down. They increased 13.8% of the time, but 85% of the time students were in the same quintiles under the new norms as they were to the old norms. So it's not a huge impact, but if there is an impact, it looks a little bit higher compared to these new norms, which are probably more realistic as to what the nation's actually doing on NWEA. So we always like to remind everybody when we're looking at any test, NWEA, MSTEP, any assessment, this is one measurement taken at one point in time. Obviously, it is not the end-all and be-all of any student's performance or anything about the district. So that's why we use the NWEA and the MSTEP and all the other different things that we use when we're trying to put together a picture of how are we doing. But tonight we're bringing the NWEA, so this is the one snapshot we're looking at right now. You can continue. So first we will look at spring achievement compared to, and so from here on out, everything you see is going to be compared to the new 2025 norms so that it's comparable. So when we look at things from the past, I went in and recalibrated all of those based on the new norms, which is what NWEA suggests that you do so that you can look comparably over years. So everything's going to be compared to those new norms. And we continue, as we have in prior years when I've presented this to you, to demonstrate on average above average achievement at all grade levels in both reading and mathematics that exceed the national norms. So if you go to the next slide, please. Here we're looking at our reading results from spring 2025. The orange triangles are Ann Arbor Public Schools RIT means. The green triangles are the nationwide RIT means. And you can see that across all of every grade level in reading, we are 104 to 107% approximately of the expected mean RIT. And if you go to the next slide, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but these are just the raw numbers from that prior slide, because I know sometimes it's hard to read exact numbers on a graphic. If you go to the next slide then, this is the same basic picture, but for math. And if you look for math, again, the blue triangles represent Ann Arbor Public Schools. The green dots are national RIT means. And again, we are above, our average is above the national average across every grade level for our spring 2025 achievement. And the next slide, again, is just the raw numbers that are from that last plot. And then if we move on, the next thing we want to look at is not just the achievement, but in the spring, we look at the growth. So we have fall to spring. Students take a fall NWEA, they take a spring NWEA. Most of our students end up taking both of those. And This is probably a new display that I'm using. You've not seen this one before for growth, but I'm always trying to think of ways to show this so that it makes some sense. So the majority of AAPS students fall into high growth, high performance categories in both reading and mathematics, but that does vary across student demographic groups. So I'll ask you to go to the next slide. I'm going to explain what I did here. So this is for reading. And what I did for this particular display was I plotted all 10,000 of our student scores from the growth from fall to spring, everybody who had 2 scores. And we looked at their spring percentile, which is on your horizontal axis. And we looked at their conditional growth index, which is a standardized growth measure that NWA provides. It basically is how the student's growth compared to other students who started at the same point in the distribution in standard deviation units. So it's comparable across grade levels, even though it's there are different points on the RIT scale. And I divided this into 4 categories. You can see in the upper right category, we have high performance and high growth. So these are students who had above average performance and above average growth. That is where we would love everybody to be in high performance and high growth. Everybody's not, but the majority of our students, 56.6% for reading, fell into that category last year. Next to that is the low performance and high growth. So that's also not a terrible place to be, because even if you have low performance, what you want to see is that high growth so you can get the students to where you want them to be, where they should be at their grade level. And that is 5.5% of our students. Moving down, low performance, low growth, that is our least favorable category. We have students who have low performance but are also are making below average growth, so they're not growing towards getting where we want them to be. And then in the lower right corner, we have the high performance, low growth. Some of that is usually probably ceiling effects, because if a student has extremely high performance, they have less place to go on the growth. So you get a little bit of ceiling effect in some of those, and that's 21.2% of our students. So overall, we have 77.8% in the high performance, the rest in the low performance. We have over 60% in the high growth. So pretty good results. Obviously, we would love to see everybody in a high growth situation and in a high performance situation. But this was for reading. If you go to the next slide, this is the same 4 categories. The yellow is our high performance, high growth, so that's our most desirable category. The red is our low performance, low growth, so that's kind of our least desirable category. And I've broken this down by grade level and by various student demographics. So this is the part that I mentioned on the front slide, where some of our demographic groups are not performing as well as some of our we're not serving them as well as other demographic groups, and you can see that on this plot.
Well, if I may.
Yes.
So the desired is high performance, high growth?
I mean, that's the best case.
Ideal. Okay.
However, low performance, high growth is not bad.
Low performance, high growth.
Because even if somebody's not there yet, if they're growing high, that's also not bad.
And you already talked about the high performance, low growth could be the ceiling.
Sometimes it is that.
All right.
Really, when I look at this, I focus in on the red areas, because the low performance, low growth, those are the students who they're not performing, and we're not accelerating their growth. So to me, that's kind of where I focus in on this. And you can see that some of our student groups have larger proportions of their students in that category than others. So that's where we're not quite serving those groups as well.
And the numbers to the side are the raw numbers?
The numbers on the right-hand side are the N values. Okay. So how many students are in that particular group? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. If we go to the next slide, this is going to be the same 2 things you just saw, but for math. The percentages are actually pretty close. We have still a majority in the high performance, high growth for mathematics, 53.8%, 5.8% in the low performance, high growth, a little over 20% in the high performance, low growth, and actually the same number, 13.3%, coincidentally, in the low performance, low growth. And if you go to the next slide, this is again a look by demographic groups, and you can see some similar patterns for mathematics that we saw in reading. So we're going to switch now from the spring results last year to the fall results of this year. And for fall achievement, we don't have growth for fall, we have achievement only. We'll have the growth that goes with this fall and the spring. The AAPS continues to demonstrate above average achievement at all grade levels in both reading and mathematics that exceeds national norms. So if you go to the next slide, this is going to look pretty familiar, except that in this case it's reading for fall 2025 instead of for spring 2025. And again, you can see that our orange triangles for AAPS RIT means are above the national means at every grade level. The next slide is just the numbers from that. And then we'll go ahead and look at math on the next slide. And again, on every grade level for fall 2025, our average RIT means were above the national RIT means. The next slide will again just be those raw numbers, in case you're interested in seeing those. And then finally, we have this look over time. So this, we're looking from fall 2021, math at the top, reading at the bottom, through this most recent fall, looking at every fall. And what is in each of these little areas is the mean RIT for that grade level, by grade level, the percent of students who are at or above the grade level mean RIT, and then the N, or the number of students in that group. I have colored this so that if you look at it diagonally, you can follow a cohort through and see how they do. So if you look, for example, at the grade 1 blue row at the top in fall 2021 math test, if you follow that down over to 223 fall, that's the second grade because that's the same cohort of kids, and the blue follows to the third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, etc. So one of the ways you can look at this across and say, how did our kindergartners do each year? But then you're comparing a different group of kids. Or you can look at it cohort-wise, diagonally following the colors, because then you're looking at what is functionally the same group of kids. Obviously, there are a few who come in and out, but functionally the same group of kids over time. In your background handouts, there is a version of this that has it also broken down by student groups, by our 5 student focus groups. And if you look at that, it tells a very similar story to what we saw in the growth, which is that some of our groups are not being served as well as other groups. And you can see that on your handouts. So that is the end of this part of the presentation. I am happy to take any questions.
Well, there's one more piece, actually, Dr.
Oh, I'm
Berger.
sorry. I forgot. Yes.
When we spoke at committee on Monday afternoon, we wanted to reiterate some of what the district is doing to improve the work. I know we shared some of these in the achievement report in the fall, but our goal is to preserve capacity of staff and invest in strategies and work that we believe is going to have high yield, high impact. So some of those things involve strengthening our multi-tiered system of supports. Later today, you're going to hear a presentation for a recommendation to purchase a tool called Panorama that's going to help us become far more data-driven as a district to support and strengthen our MTSS work. As a district, our continuous improvement goal is to strengthen Tier 1 while building consistency in Tiers 2 and 3. So that all students have access to interventions at the moment of need. And that work is ongoing. You may recall Bill Harris was our MTSS coordinator for many years before he retired just this past spring. And he and all the teams that he worked with helped to provide the recommendation that we'll bring later today. In addition, we've been working with Pam Rosa, consultant who will help us and has been helping us for 2 years now, deepen understanding for our administrators and our educators on high-yield engagement strategies in the classroom. We're centering on a set of professional learning in the continuous improvement plan for 3 years called Teacher Clarity. And this is really about making the learning visible for students and engaging them. So I can share more about that. I know you've heard a presentation about that before, but let me know if you would like a little more. In addition, you are well aware of the transformation that's been taking place in our reading and literacy education for our K-5 students. And so this year marks the final implementation of the last element. We are now fully aligned to the science of reading with the adoption of our reading and writing program, Arts and Letters. And this is the first year of full implementation. So we do hope and expect to see those trajectories changing over the next 3 and 4 years. In addition to that, we have been focused on engagement at the secondary level by creating tools and resources and content that students are more interested in learning. So you will note that Ms. Terry Anderson, our district department chair for ELA, has been systematically working with a team of our teachers to identify diverse text for use in our secondary ELA classrooms to help improve their engagement, their reading comprehension, their exposure, but through topics and characters who are of interest and who look like them. And that work continues every year. We have 2 very large investments going on in the professional learning of teachers around literacy and math. We have over 200 teachers completing the LETTERS training, which is a pretty intense multi-day training, really helping teachers understand practices that help strengthen early literacy. We are also investing in Advantage Math professional learning for the past 5 years, and this work continues. We now have 275 teachers to date who have been through that really intensive program. So all of these elements are serving to strengthen how we intervene, how we identify students for supports, how we diagnose those needs, and then how we monitor. And finally, you will recall that a few years ago, we made a significant shift in our secondary mathematics programs with Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 adoptions that we know are making a difference in our classrooms. So while the implementation is still being strengthened and the growth is slow, and it is forthcoming, and we are seeing some shifts and changes. But I will just iterate that we are a continuous improvement district, so we're not happy with these data. We're never happy with these data. We are really looking forward to sharing a tool later tonight that is going to help us with some more insights that we think are going to be a big game changer for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for that presentation. We greatly appreciate all the tremendous information and data. So I see a question from Trustee Wilkins.
What was the second thing, maybe the third, before the new reading curriculum? You talked about MTSS and then something in between.
Teacher clarity. So these are strategies connected to the Charlotte Danielson evaluation model that really isolates the top-tiered strategies for improving student engagement in the classroom. And we've centered on a very high yield set of strategies, which is about making learning visible. It starts with teachers being clear and then sharing that clarity with students about what their end goals are, how they'll know if they're successful, and then feedback loops that help students monitor themselves as well as teachers providing feedback.
I remember that presentation now. Thank you.
Excited.
Trustee Muhammad.
So I appreciate, this presentation. And I do know that it is important to know that this test is only 1 point at a time for the assessment.
Correct.
But there has been several measures and trends and significant gaps that are telling us that our Black students, EL students, and our special ed students are falling behind. And you see that in some of the data that was shared, not here, but what we've seen as a board, especially when we compare them to students who do not meet our 5 student groups. I understand the board does have this data on our 5 student groups, but this data needs to be shared publicly. Families need to know. This data needs to drive the decisions we make, and I know that it does every year. I hear it every year when we talk about MSTEP, the NWEA, all the interventions that are happening, especially when we're talking, because we're going to have some tough decisions that we have to make when it comes to their budget and our strategic plan. I feel like we can do more. I understand that we have all these interventions, but this really has to be an urgent priority for this board to address these inequities. I was very surprised to see the big gaps between when you're looking at the students that don't meet the 5 student groups, and especially Black students, EL students, and English learner students in special ed. There's huge gaps between them. So just, stressing again, making this I know it's an urgent priority for all of us, but we have to figure out what can we do? Is there anything intentionally that we can do with these student groups? Are there targeted intense interventions that we can do, tutoring specifically to those groups? I'd love to hear more if there are things that are being planned around this, especially targeting these groups, because the data is very clear, and I know that the teachers and administration is working really hard to really help our students. It's just hard for me every year sitting on this board to hear these inequities every single year. I know it's a very tough thing to address, and especially in math and reading, and every year we're seeing it too, like we're seeing in the higher grades levels. How are we catching these kids up? So I know this is a priority for all of us, but just when we're thinking of the budgets, the program, strategic plan, curriculum, programming, how do we actually have like an intense intervention with these groups? So I don't know if there's already plans or discussions around that. I understand there's a tool,
sure.
which is great, but again, this is pretty urgent. Like, I know the tool will help us with the data, but what are we doing to really address these inequities?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the right perspective, and we have to be highly critical of what we're doing and how we're monitoring. A little bit later today, in fact, right after this, you'll hear about the results of summer school, which is one of the significant interventions that we have in place, particularly for those secondary students, to make sure they're getting the credits that they need to catch up. That is a highly effective program and one tool that is working. We did break down those data for you so you can see who is attending and who we're prioritizing service for. And I would just encourage us all to revisit the district continuous improvement plan, which is only focused on our 5 identified groups. It is not dedicated to all. It is dedicated very intentionally to finding strategies that are going to help us with that. It is a whole student solution. It's not a single thing that is going to help. You may recall that several months ago when we shared one of the achievement reports, and I believe it was the M-STEP, we also included attendance data by student group, and we could see a really strong correlation there between students attending and student grades and achievement. And that means we are not engaging our students. They don't feel in many ways like they belong, or they're facing barriers that are preventing them from getting to school. So those are individualized, and this is why tonight we're bringing forward a recommendation that will provide the district and then the board a way for us to monitor what is happening at the building level individually for students. It will help us isolate trends for strategies that are working for some students. It doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody, but we're really serious about getting to the bottom of that. And you heard earlier this evening about the work that is this amazing work being done around PBIS, because that does get at belonging and listening to voices. So you're spot on. I think we need to be very critical of what is happening and what we are doing.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
And I would just echo that our continuous improvement plan is solely focused on that.
Yep.
Only for those student groups that we continue to refer to for decades, right? And so that is our sole focus. As it relates to the improvement of achievement for our students who really struggle the most, and that we see that borne out in data year after year, decade after decade.
Yeah, exactly right. Thank you, trustees.
All right. I think that brings it down to 9.4 then, AAPS Summer Learning 2025 recap.
Thank you
All right,
very much.
We've got Ms. Linden still on deck here for the presentation of the AAPS Summer Learning 2025 recap.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Board of Education for pressing in on some impact data around the effects of summer school. It is the first year that we're bringing forward a recap and a reporting on those numbers, aside from very general reporting we've done in the past. We are refining this every single year. In fact, just this morning, our summer school team for elementary met to talk about data and to determine what our progress monitoring tools need to do differently this summer when we work with students. So please know we're very serious about continuous improvement. So we'll just jump in. Please advance to the next slide. We would be remiss if we did not thank these incredible summer school leaders. They work incredibly hard, many of them for multiple years in a row. You'll recognize these faces, some of them year after year after year, giving of their summer. And they are the kind of leaders who students are drawn to, students are engaged by and inspired by. So I want to thank each and every one of them. I also want to thank the more than 100 teachers and support staff who provided care and instruction for over 2,000 students this past summer. It is a huge endeavor. It is like starting a school from the ground up every single summer. So it starts very early. In fact, it's going on right now and started in January. So many of these folks and teachers are doing double duty to prepare. So thank you to all of those folks who make it possible. We just wanted to share a few highlights in the next slide, some of the images that demonstrate that it is about learning and it is focused on improvement in reading and mathematics, but it's also focused on joy and students discovering their own self-identities as learners and improving that. So we're very intentional about bringing the joy. Next slide are just a recap of the design highlights. You've seen these elements before. We're really focused on closing the learning gaps. We're focused on building confidence and creating that culture of belonging, which can be very challenging when you're bringing students from across the district together in one place. And also, because of the financial situation that we've recently received a lot more information about this evening, our goal is to maximize funding. And this is where I really have to thank Joanna Johnson. She is our federal grants, state grants director for the district. Because of the genius of Joanna Johnson, Huda Harajli, Kristen Smith, Siobhan Watson, Terry Anderson, Anne Marie Nickel-Turner, we have been able to blend funding. In the past, the summer school program, and by past I mean pre-COVID, would have cost the general fund $400,000 to run these programs. But through grants, through extended learning time, through braided funding, that number is down to below $50,000. So there's a lot of really strong and solid work to get us to a healthy position financially. And I want to thank them. They also work very hard in planning the academics and the interventions. And here's a quick recap. We have in the next two slides 6 key summer programs. We have the elementary, middle, and high school programs. And on the next slide, you will see some of those school counts by the numbers. I want us to keep in mind that we have to be realistic about the impact that we can have in a program that lasts 19 days. You're really targeting learning. You're really looking at discrete skills and mastering those skills. A lot of it is stemming learning loss that happens over the summer, but we are very focused on mastery of discrete skills. So you'll see our elementary program is 19 days, our middle school is 18 days, and our high school lasted 21 days. The attendance is always a challenge for us. It's summer. It's hard to get kids in. Over the last 15 years, we've had many iterations to work on improving this number. This particular iteration, we saw becoming a half-day option so that hopefully we could get more students to attend. What we see in that nearly 4-week program is that a lot of students take off for a vacation and they're gone for a week. And that really impacts the attendance rate. But we're already talking about incentives and what we can do differently to improve those numbers at elementary. And you can see it gets a little higher at middle at 76.5 and a little higher at high school at 91.8 because they need those credits to graduate. They are highly motivated. In terms of numbers, 532 elementary students, 351 middle, and 1,126 students working on at least one course to earn credit for. And finally, there are 3 more programs that exist in our summer team work. One is the extended school year, which is for students in special education who are identified as needing that support in order to stem loss over the summer. That is invitation only. Our A2 virtual program, which is fee-based. These are students signing up to take a full course, start to finish. And finally, our summer arts program, which is also fee-based, but with scholarships. And those numbers are on the next slide. I don't think I'll read them to you. I think you can see how those compare. You can see the number of classes completed for A2 virtual, the number of students who've accessed those. our extended school year, et cetera. We don't take A2 virtual attendance data because students are asynchronous and they work with a mentor. So that's why you're not seeing that. And summer arts is kind of challenging to track that because they're working with individual tutors.
Sorry,
Trustee
President
Basket?
Feaster, I have a question.
Yes.
I apologize, Ms. Linden, but since I'm not part of the committee, I can't ask these questions, but now.
Yes, please interrupt.
Every year we hear about the desire for more spaces with the extended school year.
Yes.
And we know there's never enough.
Yes.
Yet I'm surprised that for those students who are able to attend, it's down to a 62% attendance rate.
Yeah.
You mentioned the vacation, but again, these are parents who we hear from wanting the extended school year, but we're down to 62%.
Mm-hmm.
What
That's
can
accurate.
we do better? What can we do differently?
It's an excellent question, and I'm going to intervene with.
And maybe, I'm sorry, if you could explain extended school year for
Absolutely.
our audience too.
Yes, you bet. Extended school year is an invitation program whereby students who have IEP goals in which they are identified as potentially losing ground on their goals if they do not have this summer intervention. So it's critically important. It does not represent a high number of students in the district, but it represents a number of students who really do need that. Some students may need it for specific areas like OT, speech, social work. So if a family needs it for a small period of time, they may not see the value in driving a student in. But I think that our special education team could probably speak more completely to the work that they have done and are doing with families. I wouldn't want to speak for them here, but I will take that question back. It's an excellent question.
But we provide transportation, do we
We
not?
do.
Okay.
It doesn't go on the hour. It's to and from for that half-day program. So some of that design just may be really difficult to meet all the needs of students. So we'll have to, that's an excellent question. I will pass that question on and we'll bring back more information. In the next slide, you're going to see some of the service numbers, who was served by the elementary, middle, and high. This is a new slide. We've not brought this data forward, but I think it's interesting for us to see who is being served in the summer program. And you can see here the evidence of our focus to really target students who we have failed to serve during the school year. We really want to serve our students better. So of the students in elementary, middle, and high, Dr. Berger has shared with us the percent of students who are in any of the 5 student groups. And you can see those numbers for elementary and middle are above 90%, 97% in elementary, 93% in middle. And then he's broken those numbers down by economically disadvantaged students with IEPs and English learners. So you can see some of those breakdowns. High school students, it's a little more diverse. 450 students are in one of the 5 identified groups. That's 40%. That's a very high number, 1,126 students there.
If I may.
Yes.
I don't think we can draw a conclusion because a student qualifies to come to summer school that we haven't done right by that student. I think that there are students, especially when I think of students on IEPs, they need more repetition. I mean, when we talk about the MTSS framework, right? Level 1 is in the regular classroom. 2, more frequency and duration. 3, even more. And some students, as much as we try, they just need a lot of repetition to get it to a level of automaticity. They're learning, right? So I just think we shouldn't, yes, maybe it is that a student we didn't reach right, but some students, and that learning loss over the summer can really cause big problems. Anytime we can keep those kids in a class, just keep using their brain, reading, working with numbers. It just really depends on the situation. And these are groups that are affected by a lot of other things, maybe attendance during the school year. If you're not there, you can't learn. So, is that, if we want to
We
self-blame.
do take full responsibility. I think we've been in the past in a position of looking at the reasons why, and I think in order for us to really make a difference, we take full ownership. But I do hear exactly what you're saying. There are factors, some of which are beyond our control.
Yeah, let me just say that we really do need to avoid blaming the victim, so to speak. I think that we really do, as a district, need to take some accountability. All of these students who are going to summer school don't necessarily have IEPs, but I actually wrote down Ms. Linden's quote. You said we have failed to serve some of these students during the school year, and as difficult as that pill is to swallow, I think we do have to take some responsibility in some cases. So, yeah, this is a really tough conversation. I mean, all of these slides that I've been looking at tonight, starting with Dr. Berger's presentation from the NWEA, and now summer school. And I always felt like summer school, a lot of students feel as though summer school is almost like a punishment. So it's really difficult for me to look at a lot of these slides. So I really believe that we do need to accept some responsibility, and we need to hold ourselves as a district accountable.
I want to say to you, I agree with you. I'm just saying it's a complex thing for us to draw a conclusion with one idea. We really have to know all the different players. And I was talking about IEPs because we have a lot of different kids in IEPs. Case in point, I know families whose kids, because we lost speech people during the school year, they didn't get speech. It was offered in a compressed time to make up those hours because we were short on what we were supposed to do. And the parents, you know, that the fact that we couldn't hire a speech person, there was a lag in time. You know, there's just so many different situations. I'm not saying we shouldn't take accountability, and I never want to be perceived as that. But there are so many different complex things that affect us. And we all, families, schools, teachers, administrators, we're all part of the solution here. And we can all take it south too. So we all have to work together. The whole community has to work together. This isn't, you just stick it on one group. You know, like it's nothing worse than telling a parent when the child can't read, well, didn't you read it to your kid when they're little? Nah, that doesn't work. Yeah, that would have been nice. That's part of the solution, right? But, so I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Thank you.
Trustee Muhammad and Trustee Basquiat.
So I wanted to add, and I think I've shared this before, you know, my kid was one of these students, and I agree that there are a lot of factors that are involved, 100%. Sometimes it's not even in your hands. But the school is part of the community, and they do play a big role, because if you think about it, my kid, most of their life was in the school. So if it wasn't for the flexibility of the school, changing things around, she was one of those absenteeism statistics. I think she probably made maybe 1/3 of her year in school. But she made it because of the school wrapped around her, supported her, right. And hopefully she'll be graduating next year. So I just wanted to share, like, in the end, I agree with Trustee or Vice President Wilkes. We have to be the school district has to be accountable because we are part of that community. But of course, there are a lot of factors that are not in your hands.
Thank you for outlining the summer program. I just want to make sure I understand if there are any changes. One of the things that I always looked forward to is hearing about the innovative things that we are able to do during the summer that we can't do during the school year. That being said, you know, I've heard criticisms of why the need for the summer school. If you taught the kids during the regular calendar year, my kid wouldn't have to miss on A, B, C, X, Y, Z. But the fact is, we get children all throughout the school year.
Yes, we do.
And we are a very welcoming community, which means that our children can come from anywhere, literally around the world. And we have heard cases of children who at age, 12 are plucked into our school building when they haven't been in a classroom anywhere in the world due to world circumstances. And as I understand, whether by law or regulation, a 12-year-old will be placed with other 12-year-olds, which means 6th, 7th grade, which already the child is quote unquote behind. And I do believe we wrap our arms around our children. I must say, while I hear criticisms about summer school, having to have it, not enough days of it, I also hear from kids who love it because we're doing things differently.
Yeah.
You know, they may not have been able to learn to read with their peers during the school year, but maybe it was just timing and it clicked. Maybe it was the teacher. I mean, we talked about different factors. And I so appreciate, let me just say, your hero team is one of the most diverse I think you can find anywhere. But the fact that, again, they're at summer school, like you said, they're sacrificing some of their time from their family, but they're truly committed towards our children. And I want to say thank you. So if you would please confirm that we still have that innovative creativity mindset, if you will, with summer school. It's not drill and kill, but like you said, finding, I think you called it their identity or whatever with learning.
Yes. The goal is to bring joy. The goal is to create opportunities for them to learn and demonstrate learning in fun ways. The one change that has been made in looking at the impact over the past years, in the past we've tried to recreate a school year and make it project-based, and the impact that we saw was not as powerful as it needs to be. So we've really focused on high yield. So I just have to thank Siobhan Watson, because every teacher participating in summer school was trained in Advantage Math, and they used those innovative strategies for true intervention. So these are small groups of students being worked with, 1 to 4, 1 to 5, 1 to 6. They don't get that during the school year, so they really get to know their teacher. They have fun together. They play games, and they don't know they're learning much of the time, but it's by design. So we still do see that as an incubator for the strategies that we want to see in the rest of the district through our summer program. Thank you for recognizing that.
No, thank you for confirming that, we're still making school fun.
We sure are. We're trying. The next few slides are some other highlights. We wanted to bring in some outcome data, but I know it is late, trustees, so I will go quickly and you just pause when you need to and ask questions. We talked about elementary school highlights, the number of staff, number of students. Dr. Berger did analyze NWEA, looking at spring and fall to see about the impact of summer. And this is where Trustee Schmidt and I agree wholeheartedly that the NWEA reading assessment is too broad a measure to capture the fine learning that is taking place through the targeted work in only 19 days. So we did not see in the NWEA significant learning, but we did in the mathematics, which is interesting. So a 0.2 standard deviation more growth than peers. And Dr. Berger would tell you, so Dr. Berger, tell me if I'm getting this right. We are looking at all students who were invited for summer school. So these are all students who qualify for an intervention. We are comparing those who came with those who didn't. So we're not looking at all students. We're looking at the same cohort of students identified, and these students participating in just that 19-day summer program made 0.2 standard deviations of growth in mathematics. And that we really understand is the impact of really targeted, skillful mathematics teachers. That skillful instruction is happening at the reading level, but because NWEA does not have a fine measure for early literacy skills at all, you're not going to see that same thing. We did look at Lexia data because our students do practice their individualized goals through Lexia, and I can share that 112 students advanced a full level in Lexia. That level really indicates mastery of the targeted skills for our summer program. The others made growth. They just didn't move up a full level. And we're looking at a finer measure in the summer of this year with a pre and a post, so we can see those targets and we can see how many of those indicators they've mastered by the end of the program. So that's another way that we are continuously improving. Middle school is on the next slide, and you can see that our students are listed here. They're working on many standards that are communicated by school year teachers who are saying this is where our students are struggling. They are then grouped for that learning. So here you can see 6th graders in total mastered 291 standards, and you can see down the list there. We're incredibly proud of our 8th grade EL Bridge students. 20 students received that support, bridging from 8th grade to 9th grade. And through their participation and their hard work, 20 of them earned 0.5 high school elective credit. So they're starting 9th grade in the positive already, which we're very proud of. And finally, in the high school, I don't see this in other district data. We do see it with our partners in CAN because they work as hard as our summer school teachers do. But we had 496 courses completed, 491 credits recovered, and a 98.2 pass rate in our high school program. So this is making a big difference for our high school students. And then finally, you'll see some highlights for A2 Virtual. You can see the high number of classes that are being taken and tests being proctored. They are taking tests at mastery through the progression of their courses. So they may have 6 units of study, and our mentor teachers are proctoring those assessments with our students to ensure that the mastery is actually there. It's a yeoman's work. I have to thank Anthony Lauer, Jessica Pickles. They're doing an incredible job. The next one is ESY, and this may shed a little light on the numbers. So you can see 14 teachers, 28 teacher assistants, 12 ancillary providers. 565 students were invited. In the previous slide, we saw 105 who actually attended. So either there's travel, it's not appealing in some way, it's some other issue. So I know that our special ed team is really analyzing these data, probably already has some great improvements to share. I regret that I did not invite them to join us this evening, so that's on me. And finally, summer arts. This is a fee-based program with scholarships, so I really do want to encourage our students and families to look into it. 223 students took advantage of that. So there are some examples of what they did on the next slide. And that brings us to a wrap. Our teams are busy interviewing and planning, so any data that becomes available is going to be found at a2schools.org/summer, and I will be back in probably 3 weeks to share the highlights of what's happening this summer. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, trustees? All right, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I believe that brings us down to 10.1. We are now at first briefing, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Parks and her team for first briefings.
Ms. Linden is going to continue her marathon run here this evening and take us into the item for Panorama Education Student Success Platform.
Thank you so much. You may be wondering who's seated next to me all evening. I'm joined tonight by Spencer Peters. He is our partner, our regional director, who has been working with us on both the planning, the support, ensuring that we are getting everything we need to bring this recommendation forward. And he is incredibly skilled. And I felt really excited when Spencer said he would love to be here tonight. He can just be here for support or to answer questions. And I said, please do participate, because he knows a whole lot more about the tool we're about to bring forward. So I know that presentation is coming up. Thank you. Now you can really interrupt me. Go for it. All right. I will just introduce this item and say that it is 3 years in the running to get us to this point. And I have to share immediately with our board, president, trustees, superintendent, and our community that the recommendation we're bringing tonight is fully grant funded. It will not touch the general fund. In addition, some of the offsetting that we can accomplish will be a positive for the general fund. So that's exciting. And we'll just jump right in. For 3 years, Mr. Bill Harris, our MTSS coordinator, and I wish I could do all the teams justice. Over 3 years, there were so many teams that have come together both to assess the current model in the district, to research what other districts are doing, to bring forward gaps, make recommendations to the committee, create an MTSS guide for us that is up to date, and so many other things. One of the big things they recognized is the lack of a tool to become more data-driven in our district. And so that is what we're bringing forward. The recommendation to purchase Panorama Student Success Platform, which will help us as both a data warehouse system and a tool to track interventions, identify students early, assess for progress, monitor the effectiveness of the interventions that school teams are using, you name it. So we're going to go over some of those highlights with you this evening. We'll share that assessment from the MTSS teams over the past 3 years, why Panorama rose to the top, share a little bit about what we hope to see in impact, and a little overview of the system, and then we'll end up with the recommendation. So on the next slide, this is really the nutshell of what the MTSS teams across the district identified. They said we have a Tier 1 support need in this district. A really solid Tier 1, meaning universal instruction, all students getting it in the core classrooms, should be serving at least 80% of students successfully. We have seen from our data that we're not there yet. So we're looking to strengthen Tier 1. You'll see that in the continuous improvement plan for the district. We also know that we need better tools to help us identify students at the point of need, and then to be able to monitor the impact of what teams are doing and to support them so they can isolate what's going to work best. We also lack a real ability to monitor what is happening at the school level, not because we want to be Big Brother, but because we really want to know what the trends are so we can replicate them. There are some incredible things happening in our schools, and having a tool where we can run reports regularly and look in and see what's going on is really going to be powerful for us. It also helps us to identify what isn't working so we can abandon those and move on to something else. We want to see that our interventions are actually accelerating growth and from an equity perspective. So it's going to allow us to disaggregate all of the data we're collecting. Earlier, I mentioned that to Trustee Mohammed's comment about really sharing, I think, the weariness of seeing the data look the same year after year. I share that. I really, really do. I think these data are going to really help us zero in on what individually is working for students who have certain risk factors. Right now, that work is really tedious to do, but this is going to make it a whole lot easier. So we'll jump into why Panorama, and Spencer's going to jump in anytime if he thinks I missed something important.
I don't know. You're doing a great job.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
But I will when you need me.
Good. Feel free. You may be wondering why Panorama. I just want to share with you how vastly Panorama is used in Michigan. This is not everybody, but it's some highlights of districts that use this tool as both a multi-tiered system of support tool and a tool that helps monitor improvement goals and strategic plan goals. So I know the strategic planning work is on our radar. We can absolutely use the data in this to prepare a dashboard that will help us monitor.
I'm sorry, Ms. London,
Yes,
just to
ma'am.
clarify. I did read your letter of recommendation, but were we given your presentation?
I hope so.
Yeah, okay.
Is it
All right.
there?
So it's not just me who's seeing it. Okay, thank you, trustees, because I'm like,
You don't
oh,
see
how
it
did I
either.
miss that one? Okay, so sorry. No, we'll
Oh,
get
I'm
it later,
sorry.
I'm sure.
I'm so sorry.
I just want to make sure I'm not the only one. So thank you.
I have no idea why
But
that
I did
happened.
read all that you gave us.
Did you see it on Monday in committee? Yeah, so that's really odd. Okay. I apologize. We will share that with you.
No, I mean, I'm not on that committee.
Yeah, that's interesting. I do apologize.
I'm
will
sorry, I
make
didn't
sure
mean
you
to
get it.
disrupt the flow. I
Not
just
at all.
wanted to
That's actually a
confirm.
good place to interrupt. So this platform is incredibly safe. You're seeing some of those accolades that are earned through the safety of the program, but we'll talk a little bit more about those later. I'm really excited to show you slide 6. So the next slide is all the things that Panorama can help us do. So what we're bringing forward is the adoption of the Student Success Platform with the companion of Solara and the stakeholder surveys. So the stakeholder surveys are really going to connect with the work we've been doing on trails, the implementation of those life skill trainings that we're trying to do with our students, monitoring whether students feel they've mastered some of those or haven't, looking at our stakeholder culture and climate surveys. So earlier I mentioned impact to the general fund. With the stakeholder survey component, we can cease using K-12 Insight, which will save the general fund about $40,000. We are not yet in the place where we will adopt pathways. We're holding on that because we have a pretty solid system for tracking progress toward graduation, but we're going to monitor it and see whether that's something we add in the future.
Yeah, I was going to say, just on Don's wonderful point here, I've been a fly on the wall for the last few hours listening to folks in the district, and I appreciate everyone being so welcome. It's been, hey, this goes a lot smoother than a lot of board meetings I go to, so I'll give you all kudos. But outside of that, when listening to public commentary or Dr. Hayward and the PBIS stuff and all the things that we've heard today, I know the proof is in the pudding when it actually gets implemented with Ann Arbor Public Schools, but these types of things are all pertinent to the system we're talking about. Tracking positive behavior, restorative practices, listening to what teachers have to say, whether they're 1 year in the district or 15 years in the district through stakeholder surveys, using the ability of parent and teacher and community surveys to also hear public opinion, not just at board meetings, but to have interpretable results. So I think there's a lot of fun things we will get into, but it's just really being here and then seeing it makes it, I'm emboldened by what we've heard to also see what this can do.
Thank you so much. In the next 4 slides or so, we'll talk about the components that we're excited about Panorama having an impact. So the next one is on accelerating growth in the academics. This is that real time helping us to look at all the factors that indicate a student may be at risk and helping us to identify what the student is really struggling with and where we can intervene. Spencer will tell you there are 700 plus interventions that are evidence-based that are available in the platform for us to look at. We, of course, will isolate those that we know are going to have the highest impact and invest in those. But we're really excited about the research that Panorama is engaged in all the time.
Yeah,
and we hope to be partners in that.
Yeah. I want to jump in on this one too. To Trustee Mohammed's point earlier about equity practices towards student groups. One of the things about MTSS, I know we use the term very often, but one thing that Panorama shines in is it's not just academic data makes a student or behavioral data makes a student or their designation as an IEP student. All of those things collectively are how we understand students and move forward. So I know it's not positive, or it looks a little finite on the picture here, but for every student, we're pulling into one pane of glass, academic from every academic angle. We're pulling in behavior, attendance data, and then the survey data we do as well to quantify kind of the correlational things of like, why could they miss school or those types of things. But the best part about it is you can set up specific target groups, both demographically and quantitatively from other pieces, to never miss a student that would fall through the cracks. And so we work with districts across Michigan as well as across the country for finding those, we call them smart groups from product lingo, but using those smart groups to identify students that we always know where they are so we can always move forward with actionable data.
That is key.
So that raised a question, I'm sorry, again. Is the intent to have, for lack of a better word, a profile on all of our students or just the students that you believe need to enter the first level, the tier system, for lack of a better word?
So all of our students will be here. We will be screening, all of our students for any literacy indicators. So all of those data will live here. And that's according to PA 146. We really need to screen our students carefully. So that's coming. That data will be in here for all kids. It will help us identify who may be struggling and move straight to intervention and support plans.
So all 16,000 plus students will have one of these. That's awesome.
Yes.
And so right now, if I heard you correctly, I think you said lack of a tool to become, so we had, I don't want to say we had nothing, but we didn't have anything automated, if you will. And at what one quick glance, that one glass screen, as you said, Spencer.
You may recall, and I don't know if you've seen them, Trustee Basket, but do you remember dear Jane Landefeld and the data binders she used to put together?
Yeah.
We got those once a year.
Yeah.
And those had attendance, behavior,
Everything.
academics, but it was lagging data. It was too late. So what we're looking to invest in is leading indicators. So once a student starts to show some attendance concern, we want to know about it So we can run reports. We can store those lists of students and monitor them over time. But the great thing about it is it updates daily with PowerSchool. So the next day, if we run the report, it might have a new student on it, and a couple of students may have dropped off.
Wow.
So it's up to the minute, which is powerful. For me, the thing that I get most excited about is that when teams are meeting and saying, we've identified a student that we want to intervene with, that intervention plan lives in the system. And the teachers who need to know about it are added to that plan, but there's an owner. And the owner is responsible for monitoring, doing whatever that strategy may be. It could be check in, check out every day with that student. It might be a parent call every Friday. But all of that data lives inside this system. So we can see whether that intervention is actually working for that student more quickly. And I know we've all heard school teams saying, how much more data do we need to collect before we can change or do something different? This is going to help us do that much more quickly. And I'm so excited about it.
So forgive me, I have questions about logistics, but you may be getting into that.
Yes.
But if I hear you correctly, it's in our system, so even if a child moves from one end of town to another, we can track that.
That is correct.
Thank you.
If they come from a different school in Michigan with the same ID number, you'll get their state assessment as well.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
Comes
awesome.
right over.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you.
We're thrilled about using this tool to help improve attendance. There are a lot of great strategies here that we can learn from and begin to utilize. There are also some great research studies. So I know Dr. Hayward and Ms. Alston are really focused on this as well. They are just as excited. I don't want to speak for you, but they are just as excited about this tool as we are.
Thank you.
Professor Schmidt.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that something like this can help us do progress monitoring with literacy. 'Cause
Yes, ma'am.
That's not, an NWA 3 times a year is not what progress monitoring is.
No,
Really.
and that's why we developed the PRAS, because it doesn't work for that. Wholeheartedly
Right, but
agree.
you have to, the press is great, but you have to watch it and follow it and see if they're monitoring, so you can
difficult.
shift.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's a lot of lift for monitoring and maintaining that data.
Yeah.
So the goal is to save time and, lessen the lift for everybody.
Vice President Wilkes.
Yeah, so you said that this system will monitor all students.
That's correct.
But I want to know specifically, how will it zero in on the students who are in our 5 focus groups, the students who we're really trying to target?
Yes, great question.
I think I can answer this one.
Yeah, there's a variety of ways, not knowing everything about your target groups and systems at AAPS, but one, through professional development and training for the power users, we'll actually build those with you. So I know it's super hard to see, but there's little gray lines on the side. Because we plug into the systems that are quantitatively generating data for students, including NWEA, MSTEP, PowerSchool, those types of things, you can set up multifaceted. There is no actual end to it in terms of the filter system. So if you want to hone in on reading for our Black students, for example, cross-reference that with NWEA in-course grades, as well as active interventions. And then if you ever wanted to add something like a tag of an individualized reading plan for our K-3 students or something like that, all of those things can go into a rationale, and we set it up once, and then an administrator or someone on the board would just need to click that group, and you can see every student that fits the bill.
So you can actually customize it.
Yes, you can.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe too much, but yes.
Yeah, it allows us to do so much.
And
data.
sorry to jump in here, but one of the really biggest things that we're most excited about is Ms. Linden referenced all those MTSS groups that Mr. Harris worked with over the course of several years, comprised of lots of staff across the system. This responds to those things that they identified as gaps in their practice to be able to identify students and create those interventions and track those interventions. So we're really excited about that. You saw Dr. Hayward over there clapping because this probably has to be one of the most exciting things for the entire team because it fits needs in in all of our areas, to be able to track student progress, track interventions. It's responsive to those very things that those MTSS groups that Mr. Harris worked really hard with getting their input and feedback across many, segments of our staff to really identify what we needed. And this really does fit that bill.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next slide. Here we're talking about, I think we touched on improving attendance, PBIS, and behavior. In terms of leading versus lagging data, once we start tracking referrals, we'll be able to really monitor, are there areas in the school that are problematic, where students are gathering, that may need some attention? Is it certain other factors that may be part of this? We can see student groupings. We can certainly look into all of the strategies that we're putting into place. Restorative practice can be part of what an intervention may be. That becomes something that teachers and administrators who work with those students can see what's been done in the past, know what worked, so really have access to things in the moment. In addition, we talked about trails on the culture climate next side. We're really trying to be proactive in our district. We heard Dr. Hayward and Ms. Alston and Ms. Bacalor talk about changes to the rights and responsibilities. So we want to hear voices a whole lot more than we have. I'm just so impressed and proud of the work they've been doing with students and student voices along with community and stakeholders. This allows us to do this pretty regularly and just check in when we need to. Certain groups, certain people, everybody, you name it. Those data, if it's a student survey, are linked to the students, so we can see what risk factors may exist. You may recall we've given the SABRS survey to students for well-being, mental health. Those data do flag students. This will allow us to see, are there any other factors before we create an intervention plan on one piece of data? We can look at whole student and say, really, the underlying issue might be attendance. So it helps teams to just be wiser and smarter. Finally, we can talk a little bit about the accolades that Panorama has earned for data security. And this is where I have to really recognize Heather Kallstrom. We are blessed in this district to have Dr. Kallstrom with us. She puts forward the most stringent assessment that Panorama has ever seen to make sure, and I appreciate it, that our student data is safe. And I just really need to shout out Dr. Kallstrom and thank Spencer.
Yeah, I talked to our head of security and security ops, Gary Delina, and he said Ann Arbor Public Schools is a top 3 secure district that's ever asked us anything in his 7 years with Panorama. So again, huge testament to Dr. Kallstrom and team.
All right, and we'll just wrap with some of the impact elements, but there's so much we could talk about. It's really a challenge. If we become adept at being a data-driven system, the research that's been conducted about the impact of a tool like of Panorama itself is that we could see up to 6 percentile points of improvement in math and up to 8 in reading simply by having data at the fingertips of people, intervene earlier, and with a lot more targeted and fine data. Finally, there are several other slides, some of the elements that help us, 3 categories here: elevating MTSS, improving student outcomes, and I mentioned briefly, but I really do need to touch on the time savings. Right now, when people need data, the busyness of the day does not allow them to sit for a couple of hours and really sift through data. This takes all of that work off their plate so they can focus on action instead of data gathering. So I wish I could quantify the financial impact of people spending their time differently, but it's going to be significant. And finally, there are 2 videos in this presentation that we would invite you to watch. This one is an overview of Panorama student success, so you can see some of the things that people can just log in and do. The next slide is some of the national data, some of these large districts nationally that use the tool, and really the impact that's happening in those districts. Imagine the change load in practice at Houston, New York City, So if they can do it, Ann Arbor can certainly do it. And finally, you will see a video on how Panorama helps us to engage our stakeholders and community to really get those voices into the conversation and part of the solution. And then we'll wrap with some of the backup for the surveys. This is even a higher level of research and support in the next slide about our survey confidence. So 1.5 billion responses allows us to look at data from our surveys and questions that are part of that study, and then compare nationally to see where our families, our students, our stakeholders compare. So we haven't had that kind of facile use of any tool, so that's going to be a real game changer for us. So I'll wrap with the recommendation. We are recommending that the Board of Education approve the purchase of Panorama Education Student Success Platform at an annual cost of $219,700 over a 3-year commitment to be billed annually. And the funding will be provided through 31A grant dollars. And this expenditure represents about 3% of our 31A grant, our total grant.
31A different from 31AA, which is mental health, the mental health and safety grant funds that we had received. 31A is at-risk dollars, so 2 different funds there.
And you said 3%?
3%.
Only 3%?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, only 3%. That's great. So this is only first briefing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I know I'm going to have additional I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just saw Trustee Muhammad's hand go up.
Okay. Well, I know we're going to have additional questions, so between now and the second briefing, direct those to Superintendent
Sure.
Parks, or? Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I did want to ask, have we talked to like other districts in the Michigan to kind of understand their experience? Because I see like Plymouth Canton is on there, Detroit Public Schools. So have we talked to them? And
Yes, we have.
What did we hear from them?
Only positive things. In fact, some of our own leaders here in the district, like Dr. Jones at BA, has experience with Panorama in his previous district, and he was singing the praises as well. In fact, Plymouth Canton just added, I don't know if I can say this.
Yeah,
I can say this,
They put
okay.
Panorama pathways in place.
They
yeah.
just added the transcript and graduation tracking arm, so they have everything now.
How long have they had it?
Pathways is not. Pathways is new.
And
6
how
months.
long have they had the program?
Holistically,
Yes.
I think PCCS has been with us for 6 years.
Oh,
It
wow.
might be 5, but it's
And what about Detroit Public?
5 years. Okay, 5 years. Then.
And what about Detroit?
Oh, that one predates me.
Okay.
So
Okay.
none of this is new. The newest on that list would have been, I think, Big Rapids, maybe. But Ferndale, PCCS, Kalamazoo, Woodhaven, Brownstown, Saline, lots of folks around here have used this. And we've talked to counties about it too, for some kind of positivity. Also, I love her so much, so I'm going to mention it. Jessica Proctor over at Holt Public Schools is kind of Dawn's position, assistant soup, and she's kind of trailblazed this and maybe even making not a state level deal or anything like that, but she helped us with 31A, auditing dollars and working with Joanna Johnson and those types of things to make sure that this was achievable for Ann Arbor too. So Michigan kind of stood up, everybody.
We have appreciated all of those conversations with others. Yeah. Thank you for that question.
Trustee Basket, then Trustee Wilkerson, then Trustee Wilkerson.
So I'll ask my questions now, and you feel free to get back with us on this. So I saw the amount in the recommendation letter, which and I saw the service order and all that, but other costs that maybe it's all rolled in. So question about, this is the tool itself. And does this come with the technical assistance to run the tool?
Yes, it
What
does.
about training, and who would we be training? I
Great
mean, right
question.
now, we have our challenges with
Yes,
our
we do.
teachers. And so wanted to make sure, I can see this as a tool to make the job easier and more effective, which is the most important thing, teaching our children, but it will take some time.
Yes, it will.
To learn, and how would they incorporate this in their day? So I understand all the students will have a profile, for lack of a better word, that's my word, not yours. And unless it's your word, then it's our word. But maintenance, of this program. And I saw it's for 3 years, and this grant is for 3 years?
So the
What
grant
happens after that?
is renewed annually. It has been in place for a while, and we have received increases every year, but we never do know for sure.
Right.
So I think that's important to know. If we were to continue the tool and lose grant funding, we would make cuts elsewhere to make sure we could afford it. One of the things we've also looked at is once we're really proficient in the use of the tool after training, as you mentioned, there are other partnerships that we could look at. I don't know that I should name them here tonight, but
Don't do that.
that would allow us to utilize funding differently. And as only 3% in 31A, there are other ways to move funding out for other things and dig a little deeper into that grant should the allocation go down. So we're being very thoughtful, and it's one of the reasons we didn't adopt it immediately when the MTSS team said we need something like this. We just really wanted to make sure we could make the changes to afford it if we didn't have that grant.
Okay, thank you. And then, should this be approved, when do you hope to roll this out?
So we would begin data migration April 1st.
Oh.
So yeah, we'd start pretty immediately. On the professional learning side, we start with administrators. So we really want our administrators to get really good at being data-driven, modeling that before we even start to roll it out to teachers. And as you know, the timing is challenging.
So the hope is every teacher would be trained, or is it just special ed teachers? I mean,
Eventually, every teacher would learn how to use the tool.
but we're going to start with administrators.
But we are investing in our leaders, and there are teacher leaders we will invest in as well to use the tool. Yep. Counselors, you got it.
And can I jump in on the support question real quick? So it's not like laid out as a line item in a service order, but the group that comes together post-implementation, you have an integration project manager. They're the tech head that works with someone like Dr. Kellstrom and her team to make sure that PowerSchool translates and how that works and how data flows, and that when teachers look at it, it does feel correct, because that's always tough. And I think someone mentioned progress monitoring, for example. As soon as data goes out of style, it doesn't help progress monitor. So those types of things. You have an account manager who actually, if it's Morgan, will live here in Michigan, which is always great, works with DPS and these other folks to talk about Michigan-specific things. They set up biweekly or monthly meetings with folks like Dawn or other super users. And then from that, you also have a professional learning director. That person is always a former educator and most likely a former administrator that will stay with every training. It's not just the one time and here's what you learn for 30 minutes and we go. We have a whole success path which learns upon what we've learned before so that it doesn't feel piecewise, instead it feels cohesive. And then there's always 24/7 support through Panorama Academy, as well as, last but not least, you have a project manager that can customize anything. So for example, if you have a student group that maybe has 91% towards absenteeism versus 90%, or that's a pedantic example, but something like that, you just have your project manager do the tech backend for you, run any report, and change customizability for AAPS versus the other logos you've seen on the screen.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Thank you. One of my questions was already answered on the grant funding, so I just wanted to clarify on that. Two other questions around what we're purchasing as far as software goes. Are we purchasing specific modules, or does this allow us, say Panorama has upgrades and additional features and functionality in the future? Does our contract automatically give us that expanded access?
Yep. We constantly put in new features and factors that are feedback from our districts. So almost everything that you've seen that will have, like our strategic priorities advisor, which is something we didn't showcase today in the slides, but you'll get, is something we built two months ago that every district that has Panorama has access to. And so I can't predict the future on if we purchase some kind of company and it's something completely off the wall and different. There might be something like that. But in terms of the overall holistic MTSS supporting students message, you get whatever we have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then related to the data for comparability purposes, I know we talked about this a little bit in the committee meeting. But based on the schools that are operating on this platform, we should be able to compare ourselves to the state averages and national data. Is there any other granularity that we'll be able to get into when we compare ourselves to other districts in the state?
Yeah, for especially the survey data, Panorama runs the second biggest survey in the country besides the census when we do the New York Department of Ed survey. So really we get granular with those anonymous surveys, but then filtered by demographics. So it doesn't have to be just comparisons to other schools in Michigan or other 16,000 enrollment districts across the country. We can even get into student grouping, right? How does AAPS serve 8th graders versus other 8th graders served in the state? So there's lots of national norm data on all those fronts that you can get pretty granular to go after regionality, state. You won't get specific, like this is Woodhaven, specific, but you will get things that should fit the bill in terms of national norm data.
Okay. Anything at the ISD level as more join?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Bill Harris, myself, several others have been working with the WISD to really think about how we could have a common countywide system, particularly in light of PA 146, which requires us to send those intervention plans to the county. It does behoove them that the plans be in a common platform and something they could easily access. So we're going to keep plugging away at that, but right now we know that Ypsilanti Public Schools does use Panorama, some functions of Panorama, and Saline. So we'll be the third in the county, and I think there's a pretty good shot that it'll be something countywide that at least we look at together. I know the WISD is really interested, so.
Thanks.
So meaning if we look, I'm sorry, was there someone?
Yeah, Trustee Wilkins was next. But she said, go ahead.
Do you want to follow up? Well, I'm just wondering, if we look at this from a countywide perspective, does that mean that the various districts would all contribute to this in terms of?
Good question. I'm not sure how that would work. We'd have to revisit the model probably at that point. But.
Yeah, I don't know WISD as well as I should, but this regionality, ESC or region, whatever state calls it, we've done a variety of ways where it's been monetary support from an ISD to make purchases at the district level. We've done back-end dashboards, not for maybe every single student, but for holistic reports so that the ISD can check in on active interventions at AAPS. And because of that, they'll also co-host professional development with special education directors or something like that. We've got a lot of different permutations of how it's been successful in Michigan and other states, but I don't have some like ironclad contract with like Kalamazoo, Reza, or something like that personifies this, but I would love WISD to be the first if we could figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question.
Trustee Wilkins?
Thanks for this. It's exciting to hear how excited you guys are about this and how excited the team is. And I think it speaks also to, we had a representative from our APAC group, our parents of kids with IEPs and 504s, and some of their specific asks. This is going to speak right to that, which is exciting. And in the committee, you talked about a leading indicator perspective, and I think that's important, where rather than it was lagging something, leading indicator versus lagging. So hopefully we can catch those at a lower tier of the MTSS, right? That's our goal here. Yeah,
that's exactly right. Proactivity, not reactivity.
And a question is, have you gotten feedback from our teachers about this?
Not specifically, but I can tell you that the teachers working with Bill Harris, our counselors, our psychologists, they're the ones who identified the need for a tool like this.
Okay.
As far as the tool selection, that was a smaller team of evaluators to get us to the recommendation of Panorama. But not, the teachers weren't involved in selecting the tool.
Okay, thanks.
Good question.
Any additional questions, trustees?
I just want to add one more thing, and really, this will be the last one. So I know this is an AI-generated platform, and am I correct?
There's an arm.
There's an arm, okay.
Yes, but the platform itself is not AI generated. It's our own data that is migrated daily to the system.
Okay, but AI is integrated in this system in some way, shape, or
Users
form.
can use AI, yes,
So
to
I
ask
just-
questions.
I just think that this is an exciting way to see how AI is actually working when it comes to school districts and whatnot. I know I've been reading a lot of articles about AI. We're actually going to something tomorrow night. I think the WISD is having some sort of talk on AI. So it's exciting to see how
It is.
it's coming up in this Panorama discussion.
Yeah, it really is exciting because when we talked about time management and helping people prevent hours of data digging, the Solara arm does allow educators, administrators to ask a question. Like, I would like a list of, and they can put in any factors they'd like, and it will generate a list. But I think Spencer wants to share some security with you as well.
I would say I think I felt Dr. Kellstrom staring at me. When it comes, I bought airport Wi-Fi today to help answer some of those questions. But to be frank, when using AI, you have to use it safely. That's table stakes. And I know we talked about this in our cabinet meeting or executive council, the term. The SOC 2 compliance that we earned was because of our AI platform. And to Trustee Wilkins' point, a use case example of this where you see security intermixed with the ability of time management is we worked with the state of Michigan to come up with IEP requirements. And I was never a special educator. I was chemistry for the STEM teachers stand up. But a lot of IEP time, when we say a student has an IEP, very rarely do people know exactly the entitlement of that IEP. And when a special educator has a group of 10 students they're generating IEPs for over the course of the week, it quickly becomes a slog of data analysis. And so Solara, to Dawn's point, is something that can do the scavenger hunt of all the quantitative data across the district in one fell swoop, so that the goal creation and the accommodation recommendations, the part that the special educator professionals should be spending their time on, is where they spend their time now. They don't have to open 25 tabs to find 5 pieces of information. Solara is integrated to grab those for you, so you can spend time on the important part, frankly.
Thank you.
I'm still soaking this all in.
Yeah.
So I'll have
It's a
some
lot.
questions next time, but
Please.
for tonight, I'm just listening. So thank you for the
Thank you.
presentation, all the great information. Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Good meeting.
We appreciate it.
If there's nothing further under this item, I believe it brings us down to 10.2, which is AN 2249, additional special education services. And I'll turn it over to Superintendent Parks and her team.
Thank you. We have Assistant Superintendent Concetta Lewis, who will be on the screen there, bringing forward an item for contract services for some of our special education service provision.
Good.
Good evening, trustees. How
Good
are you?
evening. Good evening.
Still dressed. She's not in pajamas yet.
She's in her pajamas from the waist down.
Or she may have pajama bottoms on.
That's right.
I want to
Sorry, that was
apologize.
so
I'm still-
unprofessional of me. I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
No, you are okay.
It's late.
It is. It is. So this evening, I'm coming before you with a contract for virtual services to support some of our students, specifically for compensatory services, as well as some recent vacancies and leaves that we've had in the district. I want to clarify that these services do not replace our in-person support, and we're not looking to replace our qualified staff with virtual providers. It is a temporary measure as required by the Michigan Department of Education in the instances where we have vacancies, to do our best to ensure some consistency of services for students, so that we don't have another summer where we have 500 and some odd instances of compensatory offerings because we did not have providers during the year. So our goal is to be able to provide those services sooner rather than later for our students. If we are able to find in-person providers, then most certainly we would move forward with that, and we continue our search to hire staff in district for those requirements. The other thing I will add that we talked about during the committee is that we recognize that there may be some instances where virtual service does not work for students, right? We will work with families to find alternative means for providing those compensatory services in instances where it is not working for students. I also want to clarify, we've talked a lot tonight about, I heard about budgets, that from a budgetary perspective, this is not adding additional um, amounts to the budget because it has to do with vacant positions that we haven't been paying staff for. So the funding for that comes from that. So the request this evening, and bear with me because I lost my screen, is, just give me 1 second, that you approve a contract for school social work support, speech therapy support, and that amount is for $232,000, $999.92. And again, this is temporary just for this year, and if we need it, we will reassess in July, early August, if we need additional support for next year. But this is just to be able to round out the year through June 30th with support for students as needed.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, trustees? Trustee Wilkerson?
Trustee Beskett can start.
Trustee Beskett, please.
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. So these employees, social work therapists, this is, how are we billing? I mean, I see the hourly rate on your recommendation, but I mean, this is a full-time, this is a contractual service? I'm sorry, help me understand.
No, you're okay.
It's late.
Nope, it's a contractual service, and it is billed per week with this particular agency. And it is that 1.0 FTE is the equivalent of one full-time person. But
Okay.
that might be split between a couple of people in two different places offering those services
Gotcha.
and supports.
And so this is to get us to the end of the school year,
Correct.
and then we'll review.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's not an hourly. These are the folks for 30 weeks. We will have one school social worker or equivalent of an FTE, speech
Yes.
therapist, speech leave support. Could you help clarify what that is?
That is a speech therapist that has gone on leave for any number of reasons. It could be a medical leave, a personal leave, a therapist that has gone on leave and will be returning back to the district.
So is this like a substitute? I'm sorry. I guess I don't understand.
Yep. So let me clarify. I would say the short answer is yes, it is a substitute, but speech ancillary providers, substitutes are fully qualified. There's no such thing as how we have teacher substitutes that may or may not have teacher certifications.
Gotcha.
For these folks, they are fully qualified. They have the same licensing requirements as our regular providers that are in person.
Gotcha. So for those speech therapists who may be on leave, this is the support person to, or substitute person for him or her. Okay.
Yes.
And then in-person support?
So one of the social workers is local. So a lot of times with the virtual providers, they might actually be somewhere else, but there's a person who is local and able to come and support with
Gotcha.
completing evaluations. And so there's a little bit of in-person support for that purpose.
Thank you so much for the clarification. I know my head is a little fuzzy at this time, but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I just had one question. Looking through some of the supporting documentation, the one references like a contract start date of November 10th.
Yes, so we started early. We were not expecting that we would need this much additional support. We've had some recent leaves and not been able to hire. So originally we did not think we would need a contract this big. However, through the course of the year, we have discovered that we need to increase the support from this particular agency.
Okay, did we approve that original contract amount?
No, because it was not up through the threshold that would need to come before the board.
Under
So
the
originally,
threshold.
we didn't need
Can
that much
can
support.
somebody clarify what that threshold is?
100,000, I think.
I believe it's $100,000.
That's what it was.
Okay, so this contract shows 175,000. I'm just trying to understand
Let me see.
that discrepancy.
So was it that it didn't get to that was what the amount was for, but we didn't get to that amount to pass that $100,000 threshold?
Yeah, originally it wasn't for that, and I'm not sure, even the documentation that I'm looking at, I'm not sure about the $175,000 amount, so I will need to get some clarity. Oh, I see. I see exactly what you're looking at. This was what they were originally proposing, but we did not need that support at that time. I see exactly what you're referencing. It is on page 3. Yes.
Okay, so these were their original projections, and we were deviating from that.
Yes.
And now we're back to
Yes.
their original projections.
Yes. Or we've actually gone beyond the
Exceeding
original projection.
175.
Yep. Because we've had a recent resignation as well as the leave that we did not anticipate.
So we anticipate being beyond that initial estimate.
Yeah, I think it's the initial estimate plus the new
Correct.
57,000.
That is correct.
I guess I'm confused. I'm trying to understand a little bit as well. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at
Yep.
this cover sheet. It says that the grand total is 232,999.92, and it says it's from July 1st of 25 through June 30th of 26. So this is money we've already spent and the money we're adding to it for the
So
grand total.
some of it we have already spent, some of it, again, because originally when that projection, when they provided that, we were not anticipating that we would need services for the entire school year, right? Our hope was that we would be able to um, hire folks, right? Not have individuals go on leave. And so we did not anticipate that were going to meet that threshold to utilize the
Okay.
the service.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. More sense to me then. We're not spending 232 from April 1st through July 30th.
Correct.
This goes back to June 30th. This goes back to July of 25.
Correct.
A portion of it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That makes more sense to me. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to reiterate, right? If we have a quote that comes above that threshold, even if we don't anticipate that coming to the board, in spirit, right? Even if you haven't spent that amount, those contract amounts, and there is a contract that could exceed that $100,000 threshold, I think it should come before this board.
You are correct, sir, and I apologize for that. Yeah. That was
Yeah, we'll shore that up on this end.
Yep.
Okay. Any additional questions, trustees?
I just had a quick question, President Feaster.
Yep.
So I'm looking for it. I saw something that mentioned that there would be a significant savings. I saw that wording and I can't find it now. But how much would the district actually be saving using this service? I guess, is that because we wouldn't be paying benefits?
Yeah, typically when we allocate for a 1.0 FTE for AAEA, I believe it's about $100,000 for a 1.0 FTE. And so it does come a little bit short of that for 1.0 support with them.
Okay.
And that has to do with some of our retirement and benefits that we don't have to pay with the contracted agencies.
Okay, great. Thank you.
One more question for clarity. These are like special education funds, so these are eligible for reimbursement through the WISD potentially?
That is accurate. They are fully allowable costs through the state reimbursement as well as the WISD reimbursement. And also the providers that are serving students who are Medicaid eligible will submit that documentation for Medicaid reimbursement.
Okay, thank you so much. Right.
One additional comment, just to that point, Superintendent Parks, I think if we haven't already communicated those changes in our increase in costs for the current year, should make sure we get those over to the ISD if possible.
All right, trustees, any additional questions? All right, if none, thank you so much for staying up and presenting for us. We appreciate it.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that brings us down to 10.3, AN2262, Student Chromebook Device Refresh.
All right.
And I see Dr. Kelstrom.
Yeah, that's Dr. Kelstrom who's coming forward to present this item. We have been through we have seen Dr. Kelstrom here a few times over the past few months for our staff technology refresh. Now she's bringing forward student device refresh request.
Good evening.
What a wonderful welcome. Tonight, as usual, we always say this every year, we do an audit. We've got to check the health and welfare of our fleet. You do people, we do tech, we do devices. And so we audit them, on the regular warranty, life cycle, et cetera. But when it's instructional programming, we also look at issues and problems we're looking to solve, poor equipment performance, different model changes, and really different needs to support our learners. So the request for you tonight is a 3-grade level Chromebook device refreshment in the elementary school setting for grades 3 through 5. They currently have a very aged Chromebook from 2018 to 2020. It's just a clamshell, opens and closes, and comes with a keyboard. The proposed one is a 2-in-1. It's a device we use in the young 5s through grades 2. It's well received. The device, what makes it so special, it works in 3 modes, and no learner's the same, so it supports them a little bit different. It has a laptop mode, which is keyboard-based. You type documents, you create slides, you perform research, and you complete assignments and assessments. It has a tablet mode that lets you do reading and annotation, lets you do digital whiteboarding, and lets you work with some other interactive elements. And then it has a tense stand mode. And we used it today. We were working with some Project Lead the Way individuals. It lets you do small group collaboration and viewing content a little bit differently. So this purchase would support flexibility in the learning process and for the end user. We are also seeing math and reading and writing. This next generation of technologies that's going to be out there due to the AI is you can write on a device and then it can convert it to text or take a text and convert it frontwards and backwards. And it's looking for like math problems. You can write out with your finger or stylus, and then it'll tell you, it'll take that math problem in your handwriting, convert it to text, and then help walk you through, what went well or what didn't go well. And so having a device that you can access it in multiple ways, helps not only the modern technology that's coming forward with digital tools, but it also gets handwriting back into the system a little bit. And, there's research over that it's a gateway to brain development. And then the third piece that's really important is we're always looking for ways to have greater accessibility and universal design in our purchases. So, students with motor skill challenges may prefer touch in grades 3 through 5. We assume it's just for little students, but it's helpful to them. Struggling readers can enlarge text and interact with it differently in a tablet mode, and students can annotate, highlight, and manipulate. The pricing for this recommended purchase was obtained through the Michigan Remse Save Cooperative program, and the purchase is for the amount of $1,522,170, which would be funded by the capital program funds. So I will open it up for any questions.
Well, here's my question.
Yes.
This is for grades, you said K through 3?
3 through 5.
3 through 5, okay. I'm just curious, and I just have my personal bias.
Yep.
How do we decide, what's the logic behind the Chromebooks for the littles? But I think we did the Apple MacBooks for the olders.
So that's really, it's not curiosity, it's a really good question. Years ago, we had very few choices, and you just picked what was available, right? Now we try to do readiness factors with each of the different grade ranges. So the littles got them first because we were transitioning from iPads. Everything in the world became web-based. It moved away from being app-based to web-based. And so having that two-in-one touch allowed them to have those areas. The third grade, this 3rd through 5th, had some reused devices. So in 2018 to 2020, we had the devices we had were a combination of those, of existing ones, and then some newer model ones. And now as we are in the classrooms, which we're in all the time, there's a group of us, we're noticing developmental pieces, we're noticing soft web-based tool changes, and so this device needs to be fit properly for them. As you move up the chain, that clamshell is great for, it's a Chromebook, it's great for a middle school student. They're doing a lot of reading, they're doing a lot of writing, they're doing a lot of Schoology work, so that fits it. And then our high school, we just talked about their readiness of creativity in the workforce. So we do try now to scale devices across that. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Wilkinson?
Yeah, I have one other question.
Sure.
I believe in committee we said K through 2 had just got their device refreshes the last round.
Yeah, 2022. So what's interesting is up to 2022, I just checked tonight, I had a little time on my hands. From 2022 and back, we actually used bond funds from 2018. So, and then half of our funds, the other half that covered a lot, all the way including not this teacher purchase, but the last one was through the emergency connectivity funds. So we've really held off staying out of that era of, not breaking into bond monies and trying other avenues, but this will be their first refresh.
Okay.
Yep.
No, that's good. I think as a board and a district, obviously this would come from the administration side, but I think we need to think about, does one-to-one devices make sense for those younger layers as we think about, our technology bans and all those kinds of things, and what makes sense, right? How can we use those devices effectively and maybe not have one-to-one the younger layers? But so I just mentioned
So
that.
we do this already. For preschool, we did a huge study with the preschool team. The teachers and co-teachers have the devices. Preschool students don't get devices because they need to be in partnership. They're there to play base, be curious, live the high scope curriculum. And so this year we only gave them and trained the teachers and the co-teachers. And it's been very positive. In pre-K and kindergarten, it's a 1-to-2. It's called a co-use model. And our thing is, one's a driver and one's a navigator. You switch. So they're learning responsible use as they grow up. I'm going to share with you an article in the board updates when you get it this week. And it's about, people are moving away from one-to-one, some, but you really have to remember what is one-to-one. It's access. And in a district like ours, where equity isn't equal, we do have to be careful how we approach and move forward with it. Because, access is information, access is creativity, access is knowledge, and that's really important.
Trustee Mohammed.
Yeah, because I get that question a lot. Like, why do we have all these devices? Just get rid of them. Access is important, but I also, maybe this is not true, but if the curriculum is using that device, you have to make sure that every kid, I think it's like a state law. Is it? I don't know. Because I get this question, you're required to give that, if that curriculum is delivered through that method, you're required to give them access to it through those means.
Learn something new every day.
Yep. And it's intentional use. So we have a small team of, you'll hear in the board notes where I'll say the instructional technology team. We go out in the buildings to check what intentional usage looks and feels like. We worked with Miss Linden in the fall. We're one of the first PD presenters to do a whole thing. It's called a digital equity / inclusion stack for the 2026-27 school year. And it's to get everybody on board with, 4 bullets, one for students, one for staff, one for parents, and one for the community. Yep, those are really great questions.
Trustee Basket?
So I see the quote expires on the 30th.
Yes.
Assuming that, the board approves this, how soon do you plan to get them and roll them out?
So this is interesting. Boy, you're really reading the fine tuning
Tell
here.
you. Give it to me, I'll read it.
So we would normally bring this purchase in May, and we didn't do it because if we buy these on April 1st, they'll be $630,000 more. Right now, technology is going through, it's a shortage. And so we're trying to pull ahead of a few of the items. So they'll come in anywhere between 3 and 6 weeks. They will get stored for a moment in our warehouse. We've got to get the new teacher laptops out, and then we'll turn our attention. They'll be in bins over the summer, ready to go for the students in the fall.
So we've done high school new computers. We're doing teacher new computers. Now we're doing 3 through 5 new computers. Where are we on what is left? 8?
Middle school.
Yeah.
Middle school's 2 years away.
Okay.
So we just did the audit on all of their devices. So I don't know if I want to say the middle schoolers might get happy tomorrow. Apple just unveiled this brand new MacBook Neo.
Yes, I saw that.
And so we're going to be carefully watching curriculum, growth and development over the next 2 years to see, is it an enhanced Chromebook or is that the trajectory to get them ready for high school? So that Neo doesn't have any place in a staff world, but we think that middle school could be a population. So that's a study that we'll do. Yep.
So what are middle schoolers currently using?
They have the clamshell. It just opens up keyboard that you can type with.
Okay.
And they're fine with it. We get in their classrooms all we've been in about 3 of the buildings of recent. They're fine with it, but we've got to watch curriculum. We try to match what curriculum's up to and then fit devices and readiness for it.
So do any students still use iPads or are those completely gone?
No.
You're so old, Trustee.
It's an app-based technology that just doesn't exist anymore. So, if you're doing learning, you're doing, production work, you gotta have a device with a keyboard and good tools. Also, the Chromebooks are, in general, very easy to repair. We have 18 certified people on the tech team, so we do everything in house. And
I've seen that.
It's pretty.
You do good work.
Pretty amazing. So we've got it kind of down to a science. We watch all the technology and we see what's happening in school, in the classrooms, and we try to fit it, and we feel like we've done a pretty good job. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That brings us down to 10.4, AN2261 PA system IP clock purchase Huron and Pioneer.
Yep, it's still Dr. Kallstrom here to bring forward this item.
I'm one of a group that'll come after on it. Before you this evening is a request for the purchase of, I want to clarify it a little bit better, IP speaker clocks, public address system for Huron and Pioneer High Schools to support our emergency management communication plan as outlined by Liz Margolis. This is a shared project between, how do you like that? I like that. This is a shared project with physical properties, with Liz as our safety and security lead, and then our capital projects team. When an analog public address system becomes end of life or parts are no longer available, as we have this right now at Huron, they're working, everything's working, but it's on its very last leg at those two large schools. We convert them to an IP speaker clock public address system through the capital projects team. When we got the bond back in 2019, all of the departments had to meet and do their playbook, make a playbook. And this was in the playbook back from 2019 that we would look for a replacement. Analog is out, so we would look for a replacement. And this system, is business class and educational rated. It's reliable, scalable, and programmable either to the building or district emergency management needs. We become involved, and I'm only just doing one sliver of it. We believe in owner-provided technology in Ann Arbor Public Schools because we get the best pricing, we get the best opportunity to funding, and it just gives us a little more control and keeps our prices under control. The equipment will be strategically placed in classrooms and hallways. And in these large buildings, it's important that staff, students, and visitors can hear and see announcements, emergency announcements, silent announcements, severe weather, etc. So the capital projects team, they did all the heavy lifting to spec it out because it takes work to figure out how to put this system in place, gave the model specifications and the hardware peripherals that are needed. The pricing was obtained through the One Government Procurement Alliance. It's called One GPA. This is for the total amount of $766,247. This purchase this time will be funded through the capital program funds. In the past, we did make an IP clock purchase. Remember when those 5 middle schools were heavily renovated? So we had a safety and security grant back then, and we were able to pull that funding for that. We just don't have that opportunity at the moment. So we have other projects that will have some of these same specs in. We then parse them out. So in case we get some grant, we'll have another opportunity, instead of buying in bulk and letting it sit in a warehouse. So that is it. Does anybody have any questions?
Trustee Wilkerson?
I do. I hate to be the one that has the questions, but what are the other options for this? So we have Huron and Pioneer listed on here. Mm-hmm. What does Skyline currently have, and are there any other iterations of this?
We have
that are lower, get the job done at a lower feature.
Physical properties, you guys, capital projects, you want to come forward?
And
this was a part of our playbook.
Yeah, trustees, while they're bringing this forward, there is another quote that goes along with this for the installation. It's going to be presented next. So this is just the devices. And my challenge when we reviewed this through committee is it's $2.3 million, and it seems a lot for clocks, and I know we're using it for security and safety as well. But again, I struggle with that dollar threshold.
So I can't answer specifically what is installed at Skyline. Our physical properties rep here who would answer that is not with us tonight, but I can say that when we went through the process of installing the 5 systems at our middle schools, we vetted these systems pretty significantly with our IT consultants who created a standard specification. And one of the challenges we have is when physical properties and ITD have to maintain different systems, in particular those that are communication systems where we have protocols around safety and security. I think, Liz, you can help me out here, but when we use different platforms and different technologies in different buildings, it creates challenges when we're communicating how we manage our safety systems throughout the school district. And that's one of the reasons why this technology, it's already in 10 schools, and we are continuing to, integrate the similar and same systems so that the protocols remain the same and we can maintain a high level of safety and security. But
And I'd say the same, add on to that, the ability to program. Liz has a hard job, in case you all don't know it. Things change in education. We would never think that safety and security, the level of work and intention, and it shifts almost as fast as technology. But we have the ability to do programming, and so we put programming in. We're getting ready now to go back through and do another overlay at the 5 middle schools. And so we're always kind of looking like, how do we tighten up? How do the practices look? How does this piece carry into this piece? So having an interoperability piece, and like we're looking now at the tie-in to our WebEx phones as an example. So having an IP gives you your chance to pivot for many years instead of ripping out and putting something else in. And that's what people end up doing. We've picked a very business industry educational standard, knowing that it's going to last a long time and weather some of the changes or requirements that'll come down.
Okay. I guess I would like to see what other options are out there if we can find some of that data. It just seems like a very feature-heavy device that I don't know that we're leveraging to the extent we could be, or maybe we could get some data on the 10 schools that we currently have it in and understand a little bit better how we're currently using that, other than a clock and a speaker on the wall. Because I think it's the same device that's up there on the wall.
We have variations of these in our district. This is the newer model of it. So in a building like this, it's a public address. Not everybody works in this area, so a person would come on and make a message. In a building, it's morning announcements, it's a public address. It's the separation out of indoor and outdoor communications. It's hallway-based, so, Gerald over at Scarlett can pick out the kids from a camera and then say, get back to your classroom. But it's not impacting instruction because there's different settings that you can put in to make the device perform how you want it to perform, what you're looking to solve.
Well, I do have a quick question. So Trustee Wilkerson, you referenced Skyline. So do you know for a fact that they have something different that's less expensive? I guess I'm just...
No, I just, we're refreshing 2 schools, so I was just looking for a different data point. It sounds like we have it in 10 buildings out of our 32, so clearly we have something that's appropriate in the other 22 schools.
It's their original systems.
Those are
It's just original, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that,
Right. It doesn't make your job hard. Yeah.
yeah, no, and I'm not saying that's where we want to be, but again, it's just, these are, basically $1,400 a piece. When you average just the clock price, and for that type of fee, we could purchase and mount a whole display system with sound on the wall as well, right? That I'm sure would integrate with Raptor or something else. So it makes me pause when it's $2.3 million. And I think about our bond funds and the fact that we're already very tight and we don't know what's going to happen with the sinking fund this coming fall, right? So we're kind of recalibrating and rethinking, and I just want to make sure we're being extremely responsible and taking our fiduciary responsibility seriously when we look at things that come before this board.
Yep, I would just say, keep in mind, emergency management. This is our emergency management piece. We hope the safety and security grants get rewritten appropriately at the state level, and then these probably wouldn't be conversations we would be having because we would have a granting source to cover it.
Is this something that's end of life and we need to replace at this point in time? Then?
We wouldn't be here.
Yeah, these are...
That's a really good question. We would not be here tonight if it hasn't. If you go back in your board updates, October, November-ish, you'll see a line under capital projects says, we were able to source one last connector. and that is written in the bond, in your weekly updates. One last one. I mean, we were to the point, we had another school earlier that we actually tried to do our Cisco phones. The problem is these have speaker grade, business loudness. When we tried to program through our phones, you couldn't hear if a class was active. Schools have unusual environments. They're very loud, they're crowded. We have many students that don't hear very well. We have all these accessibility needs. So having these available and be able to program them how we need is important. We've got 2,000 people in those big high schools, and walkie-talkies aren't going to cut it. When you need to get information, and it's got to be at the class level and in the hallway level and in the spaces people aren't at.
And I do just want to make sure to stress that these are PA systems that are not solely functional as a clock, right? They're more than just a device that tells time. They are critical features in all of our classrooms that allow for programming of bells, announcements, communication from classroom to classroom, communications indoors and outdoors. They are they have scrolling messages. They have safety features for our students who may have some type of hearing impairment, like strobe lights. So these are all encompassing devices and features, so I do want to make sure that we're not presenting it like it's just a clock on the wall, because it's in something that rings because the end of school is here. And so it encompasses more than just those features. Those are perks of it, but they really are public announcement emergency management systems.
And we're pretty excited about the ones going into the high school. Think about being in CT and auto shop. We've planned for like strobing features in there, because all the mechanical pieces, they're just not going to be able to hear.
They're loud.
And so it does allow us to pivot a little bit. This new technology does allow us to pivot. And I would just say it goes back, fits, our emergency management plan, which we're required through the state of Michigan to have.
Schmidt, and then I saw Mohammed. Okay.
So I understand this is a big ticket item. I mean, it is a cost. And when things are coming from the capital program budget, especially after what we heard from the last meeting, I think what would help is just to understand, like, how, of course, is like a priority, but like when we're approving these single items, it helps to kind of see how is it being adjusted in the budget. Because we don't want to be in a place where we're like, okay, now we're going to have to make another hard decision because we already approved this ahead of time.
Yep.
I think that's where I'm coming from. Like, I think this is important. But like when we get to the bigger contracts like Logan and stuff, I have to pause a little bit to say, okay, what adjustments have we made? We're not there yet, but did we make any adjustments to make sure that we're still on track? But it's hard if we're not seeing it. For me, I would like to see, like, doing this, are we still in our budget? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So this was planned from the beginning. So when Physical Properties did an assessment of all of the analog sound system, PA systems. When we went to bond, we had a good idea. We've actually held on to one of the other buildings with their systems. There'll be a point in time. So that research was done, and this was planned as a part of every new stamp of a building moving forward until the technology changes, which we look at. But there's no other like new technology out there yet. But we always go back every year and revisit our playbooks that we have. So we have one in ITD, they have one in capital projects, Liz has a playbook, and so we revisit those to see how they fit together. But we knew we would have to replace these. This was something the Bond Foundation was built off of.
I agree with Trustee Wilkerson. Our fiduciary responsibility is very high. I also know that you are the most thorough person I've ever met. I mean, really, in what you do. And I can't imagine what's more important in a building to make sure that the kids are safe. We can communicate when we need to. We need to, if there's a situation, they're out in the back of the school, we can bring them in. All the things that communication of large bodies of children, you have to have that. And so I get the sense, I feel comfortable with you having done your due diligence. And so, I think that we need to do this. So that's where I see this.
So, quick question, I guess, from me. I got off the page, but we're basically these high-tech clock, speaker, everything devices are like around $10,000 per device.
No.
No.
They average, it is around 1,400. There's two models we use.
Okay.
We have to use a classroom model and then a hallway model. That's two. When you walk out of here, you'll see some stick out of the wall.
Okay.
Because those are two-sided.
Okay.
And then classrooms are required to have them.
Okay. Well, thank you for all the information. Then.
You bet. You bet.
Thank you.
That brings us on. We're still at we're at 10.5 AN 2264 clock paging system replacement. Huron and Pioneer.
Yeah,
Excuse me, President Feaster, just a point of order. Where did my item land? My addition regarding HB 4583? My thing is not
Action
refreshing.
items.
Say again?
I think it's under action
No, I didn't
items.
want, no. Mine was an informational item regarding, I thought it was at the end of the information, but it's not refreshing for me.
Correct. I think we passed it.
Oh, the one you added.
Not being updated live.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right. I just didn't want to lose it. But I know you guys have been around for a long time, so I'll just move it to informational item. I'm sorry, items from the board later.
Okay.
But you all better be awake when I say it, okay?
We're all so close to midnight. Do we
Yes,
need to
thank
vote
you.
to?
We have to extend our meeting.
Yeah,
When
if I-
did we start?
We have until 12:25.
Yeah, I thought we started.
Oh, 25?
12:20.
Okay.
All right, we're going to see.
12:25.
Are we
Don't
ready
be
for Mr.
rushing
Bing?
them. They worked hard.
Except,
27.
well,
Portia, it's 12:27.
12:27. Thank you.
I just need.
All right, so we have Mr. Bing here for part 2 of the paging and clock system replacement, the actual installation part.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Parks, and good evening, trustees. Thanks for the questions there. So we're here to introduce several items, but first is AN 2264 clock paging emergency notification systems at Huron and Pioneer Schools. As discussed in the last item, we are including in this package the removal and salvage of existing devices, new cabling, installation of new safety and emergency notification and PA systems, and the restoration of impacted finishes in our buildings. So these existing systems, as discussed in the last item, are antiquated. This is identified as a critical need in our schools, and we're getting increasingly, these systems that are currently installed are getting increasingly more difficult to source parts. So the capital programs team solicited bids from qualified contractors and conducted post-bid interviews with a group of Michigan-based and regional bidders to review the scope of this project, schedule, staffing level requirements, and specified materials to identify the lowest qualified bidder. So the district recommends to approve the clock paging emergency notification systems at Huron and Pioneer High Schools to the vendors identified in the attached memo AN 2264 in the amount of $1,377,060 plus a 15% project contingency of $206,559 for a total award of $1,583,619 to be paid from the capital program funds.
Question, Trustee Basket?
Yeah, and I guess this is a request on all of our recommendations for approval. if you could please tell us, maybe add a section of anticipated start date, anticipated completion date, any guarantees, just so I don't have to ask this every time, if it would help. So I'm assuming we want to start this as soon as possible for next year implementation?
Yep, so the bulk of the work would take place as soon, it would start as soon as possible. Bulk would take place over the summer. We'll get as much done as possible and phase in any additional work into the school year.
What additional work would we need?
If we can't complete,
okay.
just because these are 400,000 square foot facilities and it's going to be a pretty monumental effort to get these systems in place.
So you'd start with my alma mater, Pioneer, first? Bigger one, just suggesting, you know? But
yeah, they'll start concurrently.
Okay, all right. Thank you, guys.
And I'm sleepy. This is bond or sinking fund, or what is this?
They had that on the list, it's on the recommendation, President Feaster, to be paid from the capital program funds.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, trustees? All right, thank you very much. Well, that brings us down to 10.6, AN 2259, electric school bus purchase.
Okay, thank you. We've prepared a super brief summary slide. Andrew, I don't know if you have that available to maybe pull up, but really it combines the three briefing items tonight, which include AN 2259 electric school bus purchase recommendation, AN 2258 electric vehicle charger purchase, and AN 2257 transportation center south lot EV charging station trade contracts. These collective set of items represent electric school bus and EV charging infrastructure package that is being supported by the state of Michigan MDE award that totaled $4.1 million. And so the collection of these items represents the purchase of 10 electric school buses, the purchase of the electric chargers to support those 10 school buses, and the cost of installation of the electric charging equipment. Each one of those items totals a grand total of $5.9 million. We have the MDE grant of 4.1, and the total cost to the district is reflected there on screen, about 1.658515, which the total support then represents about 70% of the package of installation. We have two more quick additional slides. In the Finance Planning Committee, we had some curiosity around operational cost impacts and savings. If we break down the purchase of these individual buses and we look at the individual fuel cost savings anticipated per bus, an EV bus could save the district approximately $1,400 annually in fuel savings costs by switching from diesel fuel to electricity in our current commodity environment. What's not reflected here is the current price of diesel, which is significantly higher than the range of prices provided there. So we anticipate that to continue to move over the course of the next year. And then briefly, just wanted to touch on sort of why we're thinking about EV buses and the AAPS. Again, this is in alignment with our commitment to the environmental sustainability framework and our commitment to reduce Scope 1 greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. It supports our local air quality. It eliminates diesel exhaust to improve student health outcomes by reducing particulate pollution associated with asthma and respiratory issues. It's quieter operation. It allows us to potentially create even additional cost savings through vehicle to grid with discharge back to our grid and overall grid stabilization locally with potential partnerships with our sustainable energy utility here locally. And one special note we wanted to include here is just that a sinking fund authorized after August 6, 2023 can be used not only for the acquisition of student transportation vehicles, such as EV buses or regular typical buses, but also related parts, supplies, and equipment and maintenance, which is a real benefit for school districts. That is the sort of brief summary of sort of items that came up in Finance and Planning Committee. I can move through the items, Superintendent Parks, if that makes sense. No.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yep, sorry.
So, if you go back to your second slide.
Andrew, can you?
Sorry, Andrew. You were evaluating the comparing cost of savings. Did you include the cost of ownership? I know we've had some challenges with the EVs.
Yeah, so we did not include service and maintenance in this. Over the long haul, there's quantifiable data that suggests that service and maintenance of an electric vehicle will be cheaper when we get to scale. There's, in a diesel engine, you have 2,000 moving parts. In an electric engine, you have approximately 20. So just the serviceability of those systems are different. I mean, if you just think of oil changes and some of the things that you wouldn't necessarily need to do, there's a number that folks throw out, about 30% service and maintenance savings. We are just gathering that data, so it's not reflected in any chart that we're going to put up here, but we anticipate that's a possibility.
And I think, we've been on the pioneers of this, if you will, as a school district, and there was a lot of learning. So I'm sure there's a lot of documentation, but I did not want to, I guess I'm hoping that things have improved since our first buses, EV buses. Things can only get better, yes? Cross our fingers.
I would welcome Liz's thoughts, but the feedback that I have at least received on the second generation of buses, the next four, is markedly better than the first four buses.
And then, I don't want to dismiss this. I know we're pushed for time, but this is a big deal, in my humble opinion. I know as we go to conferences, people are always asking about the EV and our experience, and I can laugh for now about the first set. But things, again, are getting better. And so, congratulations for the team. We got the grant. That's a big deal. We're continuing to use it. I do have a question about buying the diesel one. But I'll save that question for later. But I just wanted to make sure we are capturing the total cost of ownership, not just the gas or the fuel savings. Thank you.
How many EV buses do we have now?
We have 8 currently. We have 6 on the way, 10 more that we're purchasing here. And then we just received a grant due to the awesome leadership of Mo and support from Angelita Wren and Liz. We received another grant for 10 more buses.
How many do we have now, though?
So 8 currently.
Now. Okay.
Yes.
And then we have a bunch more coming if we pass this. Okay. All right. I saw Don.
So I'm just seeking some clarification. So your proposal says that we were awarded a $4.1 million grant to support the purchase of 4 new electric buses. That's what I'm reading here.
Okay, that might be just a
is that an
carryover error? Yeah,
okay,
apologies.
I'm
it's
thinking
10.
4 buses,
yeah,
and now we can get 10 for the
It's
same?
10. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
10.
Sorry
Okay.
about that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we just didn't catch that.
Right, and then on the service costs, can we still service these in-house?
Yes, and no, depending on what the maintenance issue is. What's included is a 10-year extended warranty on the batteries, and so there has been some thought into, again, leadership from Mo on how we build in warranties with these purchases, so that for specialized technical repairs, we have the support in place for those. So there's certain things that Chartwells is getting trained up on, as I understand it, or excuse me, yeah, getting my vendors mixed up here. Yeah.
Wait, food on the
Yeah. Yes, they're making pizzas over there and servicing buses as well.
Food trucks. Yeah.
Yes, but Durham is able to do certain aspects of the work, but then they have to call out for.
So go ahead.
I have one other question. And maybe you hinted to this. So the MDA release in February said we received $5 million grant. Is that the new 10 buses you just mentioned?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that clarifies that.
All right. So, and he put the slide down, but my recollection is that we have to pay, if we pass this, $1.8 million out of a capital fund.
Yes, that would be the net capital fund impact.
Okay. But I thought, and you said the savings was about $1,400 per bus.
Yes, annually.
So I don't mean to be Scrooge, but that's a wide gap.
Well, so that's so the 1 point, yeah,
And I say that in light of what we talked about last week.
Yeah, so the 1.8 would be we'd take that, and if you were to purchase your typical diesel bus with $1.8 million, you'd get, you're paying an incremental cost of $17,000 per bus. So the quick math, simple payback there is about 12 years. And we have an extended warranty, 10-year battery life cycle. If the cost of fuel increases over that period of time, over a 10-year period, then we could save a lot more than $1,400 annually. So
it makes sense.
Needle moves, yeah.
My concern is we're pausing schools. So we don't spend this money, but then we're spending it on buses. I think parents might rather have the schools than buses.
Oh, no, you gotta get them to school, President Fisher.
Well, I think they might rather have the school than the bus.
Gotta get them to school.
I think the observation is very meaningful. In particular, if we do not have access to incentives or grant dollars or additional monies to support the overall incremental cost.
So don't.
They also care about new schools and the solar panels on those schools and the other things to help the environment with schools.
Okay, point of order. Let's get back to the.
So I guess my question is this, or maybe you have another answer coming.
Yes. What Stephanie was reminding me is that one of the commitments that we made in the bond campaign in particular was a commitment to purchase new buses.
That's my follow-up question.
Yeah.
Is there a way to do this that we just spend the grant money on buses? And we don't have to come out of the capital fund for 1.8. Can we reduce the scale some?
So this particular grant was a percentage support grant. So you had to bring dollars to the table for them to.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes more sense for me. Thank you. Did you have a follow-up on my questions?
It was going to be similar to that, whether or not we could delay the purchase of 4 of these until we get that $5 million grant.
Trustee Muhammad?
So just to clarify, so if I'm looking at, I think it's slide 2, so the net cost, so pretty much after the grant, it's close enough in cost to purchasing a diesel. Right, so the difference, it is off by like what?
Yeah, so in the
15,000 or something.
Yeah, the 17,228 would be the incremental difference.
Okay.
Yep. So in the 6 diesels that we're bringing to you this evening to round out the 16 total buses we need to purchase on an annual basis to keep our fleet healthy, that of those buses, they're going to cost us $168,000 each. So the incremental cost with the grant dollars is about $17,000 per bus.
Trustee Wilkerson has another question.
Yeah, I did have one other question just related to the charger. So I know we upgraded the transportation facility to be able to power these, and now we're talking about additional charging stations. If we purchase 10 more buses, will we need to have the same level of cost, incremental cost to charge those as well?
Yes, some of the infrastructure is in this current phase is going to support additional expansion, but if we expand beyond a certain capacity, and Mo here, help me out, then we're going to need to add additional electrical capacity to continue to support. But this round helps us establish a baseline in which we can expand a bit more.
Okay, perfect.
Seeing no other questions on that, I think we're done with that one. Thank you so much on that one. Guess we move down to AN 2257, Transportation Center South Lot EV Charging Stations Trade Contracts Phase 2.
So there's three that were sort of wrapped up in that slide there, and 2259 and 2257. And so with AN 2257, the district recommends to approve the Transportation Center South Lot EV Charging Center station trade contracts to the vendors identified in the attached memo in the amount of $941,938 plus a 10% project contingency, $94,194 for a total award of $1,036,132 to be paid from the capital program funds.
Any questions, trustees? No? Thank you very much on that. And I think that brings us down to AN 2258, Transportation Center South Lot EV Chargers.
Yes, and this is the electrical vehicle charger purchase represented in that discussion. And so the district recommends to approve the purchase of 5 dual port EV chargers from In Charge Energy in the amount of $303,381 plus a 10% contingency, $30,338 for a total award of $333,719 with funding provided from AAPS capital program funds.
Questions, trustees? Trustee Wilkerson?
Just a comment. I know this was asked during committee, but the team has researched other grant funding sources through DT, and this is part of this component. So I just wanted to make sure all trustees were aware of that as well.
If there's no other questions, that moves us down to 10.8. 10.9, AN 2260 diesel school bus purchase.
All right. And Liz, did you want to help me out
Mr.
here?
Margolis will be joining Mr. Bean for this item.
If you're
I got it. Yep. Great. Good evening. So as continuing on with our bus purchases, we are looking to purchase, let me make sure, 6 international model buses with an expected delivery yet this year. And we have a very thorough fleet management system, and so these will help augment the buses that we need to retire out of service, along as we replace with the EV buses. We use the Michigan School Business Officials, the MSBO statewide bid program for the purchase of the 6 international buses. And again, we are also purchasing buses that are the same, I want to say brand, that's not what I manufacture, so that we have consistency with our buses. And the cost, as Jason mentioned, was $168,623 per unit. And so we are asking tonight if you would let us move forward with the MSBO statewide bid program purchase in the total amount of $1,059,426. And these are funded through the capital program funds.
Trustee Basket?
Okay, so my question, why are we buying diesel? Is it just in case something happens to the EVs?
Yeah, I think our plan is, I think it's 2036, 2035 to have the fleet all EV, but we don't have the fund, we don't have that funding available. And as we move out our buses, we will be still using some of the diesel versions as we move towards that date.
So it's just supplemental
Yes.
our fleet?
Yeah, we're retiring
Gotcha.
old fleet, yeah.
I think,
Yeah, 16 per year.
yeah, and the total, the max award for that MDE grant was 10 buses. You could only apply for up to 10 buses. If we could have applied for 16, we would have.
Okay. Thank you.
We
Gotcha.
need a new mic.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, these buses, again, if approved, will arrive, when will they be on the road?
Yeah, end of the year. Yeah, they'll be here towards
This
the end of
school
the
year?
year, yes.
Oh,
Great,
wonderful.
okay.
Calendar year. Yes,
Okay,
2026.
I'll take that.
Yes, yes, 2026.
We've got others
Sorry.
coming, so
Not
that's
school year,
okay.
calendar year, yes.
I was impressed with the
Vice
school
President,
year,
what-
but.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
again, for the sake of looking at being fiscally responsible, how urgent is it for us to purchase these buses? I know we just talked about the EV buses. Are the current buses really on their last leg, or do we have a little bit more time that we can get out of them?
Our fleet management plan is pretty prescribed. And one of the things that we're really proud of about our fleet and our maintenance teams and keeping our buses up to date is the Michigan State Police, we do yearly evaluations on the buses, and we are always 100% of buses that pass. That's been a long, many, many years. And so we feel like for our students, we need to not have them riding in these last legs, just trying to keep it pieced together. So this fleet management plan of 16 every year ensures that we have good in-shape buses to transport our students. I suppose we could sneak a few along, but it would be, the fleet would become very desperate in how we've got the buses, new buses and older buses.
They're not going to get cheaper tomorrow.
Do you have anything to add?
Trustee Wilkerson?
One other question on the buses that we decommission. What do we do with those? Do we sell them? Do we make a profit?
Yeah, we try to sell them, yep. Auction, yeah.
Auction? Okay.
The other districts who I. Really?
What, say that again?
What?
NASCAR people buy them. I didn't know that. Huh. Yeah.
Remember the Partridge Family?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. We are getting tired, sorry.
Okay.
Totally unprofessional, sorry.
All right. I think that brings us down to AN 2253 fuel cooperative purchase.
Yeah. So with diesel, you need fuel. And so we're coming to you this evening to bring a fuel cooperative purchase for your review. Our bus fleet normally uses approximately 200,000 gallons of diesel fuel annually. Sorry, my can't talking, which historically costs us about $450,000 for our student transportation. We do fuel orders about every 2 to 3 weeks, and we anticipate that over the next few years, the diesel fuel usage will decrease because of our EV buses. We haven't seen that quite happen yet. And so we purchase our fuel through the Michigan Intergovernmental Trade Network, which is a cooperative. And it's actually, the fuel actually comes from RKA Petroleum in Romulus through this cooperative. And so we are asking to approve basically a not to exceed amount of $550,000 annually to purchase this fuel through the cooperative. Like I said, we normally spend about $450,000, but we have a not to exceed point that we haven't hit recently in recent years, but we do have that in there.
Questions? Trustee Wilkerson?
Given that this is coming from the general fund, I know we asked in committee if we had done any competitive analysis on how we might be able to go and procure this fuel on our own as opposed through a cooperative
Oh, you want
purchase.
Okay.
So I just wanted to see.
Chime in if I'm not doing it. Yeah, so yes, the Fuel Cooperative has 25 members, which includes city, schools, and counties. And that adds to being able to do a volume purchase. And that resulted in the OPIS rate for the purchase minus a supplier margin rate. I'm reading some of the things that Linda Newton has shared with me about this. If we purchased it on our own, we would have increased costs per gallon. And right now, purchasing it through the cooperative, we save about $700 per invoice, about $10,000 a year using the cooperative. So it really just makes sense to do that.
How do we quantify those savings?
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to add really quick. So after our conversation on Monday, or I'm sorry, days are running together, I did reach out to Linda, who is our purchasing director, and I said, hey, what's going on with this cooperative? And as Liz said, there's about 25 members. It's cities, counties, schools, all in this cooperative. And her take and her experience is that being in this cooperative, that is our volume discount. We don't have enough volume to make it the best price we got, and everything that we've seen is through this cooperative being part of the 25 municipalities in that. And so I know that was one of the questions about the volume. So actually, I know our volume might sound big, but in comparison to the cooperative that we're in, it's not as big as we think it is. So that was what, like I said, I reached out to her after our conversation, and she sent us this thinking it's about a $10,000 savings by staying in this cooperative based on the price we can get.
Okay, thank you.
And we will be watching the prices very closely. This memorandum for purchasing the fuel does have the not to exceed, and if we start to get close to that, we'll see what's happening in fuel pricing right now, and we reach that point, we would be coming back to you and looking at maybe some, see what the cooperative can do if there's other suppliers. But we will be watching that very closely.
Okay.
If there's no other
I'd like
questions.
to move that we
Yeah, I was
extend
gonna
our
make that
meeting
motion. I was going to make the motion.
until 1 a.m.
I'll second it.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Vice President Wilks, that we extend to 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Is that going to be enough time?
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is on the table that we extend to 1 a.m. I think we need a roll call vote, don't we?
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Smith?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Vice President Wilks?
Yes. What about Wilkins?
Trustee Wilkins, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That the motion carries.
So many
Motion
votes.
carries.
Right. If there were no additional questions on the fuel cooperative, then I think that moves us down to AN 2252 event parking management.
That's Ms. Margolis and Mr. Zaski.
Yes, so we are coming to you and asking for us to be able to renew our contract with Laz Parking Midwest. They manage our parking services in two different categories, large events and smaller events. The larger events are the University of Michigan football games and now the recent addition of the concerts. We have two more coming up this July. And then the smaller events tend to be commencement U of M basketball games, even though I will say basketball this year, for certain reasons, was very crowded. So we're looking to continue our parking management contract. The costs are paid from the parking pass revenues and have averaged about $350,000 for the past 3 years. The district retains the sole discretion of setting the parking pass fees as needed and to remain competitive. We always talk with all of our neighbors, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor Golf and Outing. We talk about, there's some games that we charge, some hot games we charge a little more for. So we're always looking to get some common pricing in especially for the football games. LAS has proposed a continuation of the current contract rate for 5 years with a small premium for events that are larger and later, i.e. the concerts. So we have the fee schedule here for this period. Large event percent of season pass game day sales at 20%. Large event percent for late night evenings, such as a concert's just a little above that at 20.075%. And then the small events, a fixed fee of $26.10 for those events. So we are asking for us to continue our contract with LAS. Anything? And I will have to just say, they have worked really well for us. We work very closely with their team on the ground. Excuse me. I tend to sometimes talk with Shelby, who's the LAS employee that manages all of the parking around the area. Probably talk to her about once a game day, just with some questions. We not only is LAS staff there, but we have Ann Arbor Police, and we do have some security for the Pioneer building itself. So we're organized and running really well.
Just real quick, so this pretty much pays for itself?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha, thanks.
So, all right.
Trustee Baskin, I'm sorry.
So can we get passes to these parking events as well? I'm very serious. We don't get too much, and it's late at night, and I'm getting grumpy anyway. So, I mean, they support us for the football games.
They do, yeah.
What's with the basketball games?
Basketball parking is only $10, but
I don't care. You get a good deal out of us already.
We can look
just put it out there.
We can look into it.
You know, if you don't ask, you don't get. So
we can explore that.
Thank you very much. Explore with a pass back, please.
Well, thank you for asking for us. Thank you.
Somebody's got to do it.
Didn't see that one coming. Trustee Wilkins.
Is this a possible revenue? Like, could we charge more for parking and bank the money? Is that what we're trying to do? Or?
Yeah, so like Liz said, once the season gets closer, they start to open their website for parking. They've in the past told us, hey, let's look at the price. But like I said, we talked to Ann Arbor Golf and Outing is really probably our big brother, looking at it that way. So, yeah, we do have discretion to set it how we want.
We look at every year what the market is.
Yeah.
We try to raise a little bit every year, so we aren't having to do like one big one. And for some of the big games, we will raise it. We really we want to sell season passes. That's where we get the best bang. And you may remember a couple years back, we stopped doing overnight parking of the RVs, which was really a safety concern. And so we were able to get more cars in. And so we actually were able to get a little more revenue instead of those RVs being parked there. I think the pricing for the concerts is $170. Wow. So that's pretty high, but that again is market value. And that's the nice thing about LAS too, is they understand our market, but they also do these.
So I can't afford a ticket to the concert. At least I got parking.
Seriously.
Just saying.
Yeah, and it's a very, it's a different crowd to those concerts. So, it's been interesting.
People who can afford.
My question was, did you say we make about 300 and some odd thousand a year?
So I can actually give you those amounts. So over the last couple of years, it's been between about 1.3 to 1.5, and then we pay around 300 to 350 right now.
Okay.
So,
that sounds much better.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought you said 300,000.
No.
And then the cost at 440. I said, are we losing money?
You guys need to read this stuff more carefully. Okay.
But it's not. It doesn't say that. So I get it now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds much better. So if they're making that money, maybe they can give us a pass. But no, seriously.
Did you want one for U of M graduation as well?
Perhaps.
Okay.
But no, seriously, thank you all for all the great information and for shopping the vendors. We appreciate that. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I think that brings us down to in 2254 new Logan trade contracts.
Yeah.
Part 3.
This is for AN 2254 New Logan Trade Contracts Part 3. This is the third set of contracts for the finished trades to facilitate the start of construction of some of these trades this summer, as well as the procurement of long lead items associated with this trades. There will be one additional part we'll be coming for in the fall for the landscape and playground recommendations. Our recommendation is to approve the New Logan Trade Contracts Part 3 to the vendors identified in the attached memo in the amount of $5,777,648, plus a 10% contingency of $577,765 for a total award of $6,355,413 to be paid from the capital program funds.
Questions? Trustee Muhammad?
So this is going to be the same question for this one in Thirsten. So have we made any modifications to this plan based on the new information we got about the bond? So, because we're gonna have schools that are pretty much, paused right now, and I know these are the new schools that are being built. So, are there any modifications that were done?
We have asked all our construction managers to help us identify any additional value engineering solutions along the way, and they've been incremental when we can. This is just the completion of the trade contracts as documented and had originally budgeted. Whereas we can make adjustments, we are exploring them. There's also, though, a bulletin forthcoming, help me, team with stage improvements at each one of these facilities based on other conversations that we've had. So that will be a cost adder in addition to just the standard contract document. So where we are able to sort of trim any areas in the building, we are asking our CMs to bring those forward for us to make those cuts. And so there's not a lot of savings to be had in the projects that are currently under construction, but moving forward, there's opportunities, and that's where our focus is.
I think I asked because, like I said, there's going to be schools that are not going to be built. So, and I've heard from parents, when after the presentation, they're very upset. Like there's buildings that are going to be brand new, and we budget it for them. But, are there, I know we budgeted for them, but are there any adjustments that can be made that can help with the schools that are not being, with the modifications that we have to make moving forward? I'm just looking at it that way because it's budgeted, but I know this is just contracts for like panel and tile and stuff like that, but what adjustments have we made with the current projects if we could still make them? And it seems like you're saying we can't.
Well, we're in the projects where we could. We have made adjustments. One of the things that has arisen at Slauson, which we had discussed in a different conversation, was some adjustments with our mechanical systems. And, in that conversation, we were able to really dig in, and we still had the time to get into that conversation. And so we've made some adjustments there. Where we can make the adjustments, and it's not just detrimental to the project, we're trying to make adjustments. And we've been, bringing those to Superintendent Parks when we've been able to identify them. But in the projects that are well underway, it is difficult to just rip stuff out of those projects.
Yeah. One example, remind me of the timing, but a couple months back, we made some adjustments to the Slauson project. right? Just to kind of make sure that we could be agile in the moment with those identified modifications and changes that we could make without compromising the entire project, right? So we are doing that. And so that's one example of where we are. We have made some intentional adjustments to the planned work, and that adjustment decrease the amount of time of the project and the cost of the project. So we are doing that where we can, and it doesn't compromise the entirety of the project.
Any other questions? Seeing none. That brings us down to AN 2255 New Thurston Trade Contracts Part 3.
So our seventh item tonight is AN 2255 New Thurston Trade Contracts Part 3. Similar with Logan, these are to begin construction trades this summer, as well as the procurement of long lead items. Also similar to Logan, we will have additional trade contracts for landscape, playgrounds, and then the building demolition as well that we'll be bringing the fall, winter of 2026. The district recommends to approve the new Logan Elementary Trade Contracts Part 3 to the vendors identified in the attached memo in the amount of $5,979,767 plus a 12% project contingency of $717,572 for a total award of $6,697,339 to be paid from the capital program funds.
Questions, trustees? Trustee Wilkins?
Why is it a 12% contingency for this one and a 10% contingency for the Logan?
We've been monitoring the contingency as the constructions progress, so it's just in line with what we're seeing to ensure we have.
Because of the type of materials? Or, I mean, it seems like a kind of a similar list between the two projects.
It's related to overall project planning and making sure that we're going to be in good shape with the overall project plan. So it's related to this list and the overall scope of work.
There's nothing else? All right, thank you all very much for that. That brings us down to AN 2256, roofing replacement for Angel, Forsyth, and Scarlet.
Our final item is AN 2256, roofing replacement at Angel, Forsyth, and Scarlet. At Angel, it is a majority of the building. It's the lower roof areas. Scarlet, it is, again, the lower roof, the tech ed and music wings. And then Forsyth, it is for the auditorium. These projects support our effort to maintain the safety and integrity of our district's systems. We recommend to approve the roofing replacement at Angel, Forsyth, and Scarlet to the vendors identified in the attached memo in the amount of $973,069 plus a 15% project contingency of $145,960 for a total award of $1,119,029 to be paid from the capital program funds.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees? Seeing none. Thank you all very much for your time. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you for having to
Good morning.
stay so long.
Good morning.
I was about to say have a good night, but have a good morning.
I think that brings us down to the consent agenda. We are now at the consent agenda. Mr. Gaslowly and Mr. Cluley, would you please read the consent agenda?
Yes. 11.1, approve minutes from February 25th, 2026, regular meeting. 11.2, approve minutes from the February 4th, 2026 closed session. 11.3, approve a closed session on March 25th, 2026 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of negotiations and attorney-client privilege. 11.4, approve donations, Slauson Middle School Theater Program received a donation of $1,500 from Casey's Gift.
Thank you, Mr. Gaslowly. Trustees, would anyone like anything removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Vice President Wilks.
Second.
Supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any discussion, trustees? Seeing none, Mr. Gaslowly, please.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed.
Yeah.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Vice President Wilks.
Yes.
Motion carries.
That now brings us down to board action. This brings us down to the bond committee portion of the agenda. It was brought to my attention that we needed to discuss the bond auxiliary committee and the potential change that I brought up at our last meeting. The change was where I was appointing 3 trustees to the bond committee. However, we had previously made the bond committee a committee of the whole. My making it a committee of 3 trustees was in response to some feedback I received from our colleagues. But that is a decision the whole board should make, so I apologize for that error, and we need to have a discussion and decide the will of the board. Does the board prefer to have the bond committee be a committee of the whole, or does the board prefer to have it be a committee of 3 trustees? Trustee Schmidt.
I move that we keep it as a committee of the whole.
Trustee Schmidt has moved that we keep it as committee of the whole.
Second.
Point of order, President Feaster.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm sorry, parliamentarian probably should be addressing this. But if we're not going to do any change, there was no
No
vote.
need for a motion.
Correct.
Because it is currently, should be still a committee of the
I
whole.
retract that.
Thank you for understanding.
So I retract mine as well. So do we have a discussion?
Well,
Yeah, we need to discuss, sorry, Trustee Basket, you
No, I would appreciate getting feedback from trustees. I mean, again, I was the chair, doesn't mean I'm going to be the chair, but it doesn't have to be right now, given the time, and we're all getting a little giddy. But, I mean, folks provided feedback to the president. I don't know what that feedback is. So if you're comfortable in giving the feedback to the president, please just send me an email or conversation and we can talk. I've heard things about the time of the meeting. I've heard things about the process, but I can't act on anything or lead any changes without really knowing what's the issue.
I see a bunch of hands now. I see Trustee Wilkerson, I see Schmidt, and I see
Be
Mohammed.
mindful of the time, folks.
So Trustee Wilkerson.
Yeah, I'm happy to give my feedback because I thought we were going to discuss it during the board retreat because we reset our committees. But I think we do, it's very duplicative of, the same information that comes before the full board. So personally, I think a smaller committee makes more sense. Typically, we don't have all members of the board there at that meeting, so those of us that would like to make that meeting a priority could, volunteer to be part of that committee. And my other thought on it too is when it's a committee of the whole, I feel like the discussion happens during that meeting instead of our public meeting of the board. So I would personally advocate for moving it back to a normal committee. There were discussions in the community, and we, gave it a shot based on, trying to address some concerns. And I personally just think we could move it back to a normal committee structure.
I saw Mohammed and then Wilkes.
So I'm going to motion to change it back to a bond committee and not a committee of the whole.
Why?
I'm just motion. Well, because I feel that it was great. I mean, we tried it out. The hard thing is that not all of us can hear in person at that time. And then when I'm here in person, when I can make it, it's almost like I agree with Trustee Wilkerson. We're having the discussion during, like we're all having the same discussion, and then we move it to the board meeting, and it seems like repetitive. like, it seems like we're having all the discussion in a committee meeting that's not publicized, and then we end up having less discussion during the actual board meeting.
All of our meetings are publicized.
I mean, I'm talking about, like, it seems very repetitive, I guess. I don't know.
Trustee Vice President Wilkes.
So I'm in favor of actually keeping a committee of the whole because, well, I'm hearing comments about it being duplicative and redundant and whatnot. But when you really think about it, all of our committee meetings are redundant and duplicative. It's an opportunity for us to ask questions that we may not necessarily want to ask at the table. I know that we only just recently became a committee of the whole. And I know that those trustees who cannot make the meeting, they just don't make the meeting. So if you can't attend, you just can't make it. But I also think that one of the reasons why we wanted to make it a committee of the whole is because I think we were hearing from some trustees that there was this lack of transparency, that information wasn't trickling down to everyone, that some information was being withheld. And so I think that there was an effort to make sure that every trustee was in the loop on every part of bond discussions. That's what I gathered, and I think that that's why it was put forth that we have a committee of the whole. And I think that that was really the reason for taking that route. So again, I'm supporting the committee of the whole.
Before we go to Trustee Wilkins, let me close the loop. Trustee Muhammad made a motion. I don't think anyone supported it. I'll support it. And then we continue to have more discussion. So, go ahead.
Can I make one correction or just statement based on what Trustee Wilkes said? Excuse me. I think the difference between some of the other committee work that takes place is usually it takes place a few days before, and the team has time to kind of address some of the questions, and then they come back with a more comprehensive report like we do finance and planning. So I guess that would be the only thing that I would mention in reference to the difference between some of our other committee work.
What I said wasn't incorrect, so correction wouldn't be the right word to use. Who says we can't have our bond committee meetings on another day? Why does it have to be before a meeting, before a regular meeting? Why can't it be on another day? I would actually prefer that we have the bond committee meeting on another day. So, to your point.
I saw Trustee Wilkins, Schmidt, and Muhammad. We'll go Trustee Wilkins.
That was going to be my main point. I think it didn't seem like a good use of our time because we were reviewing it all an hour before we were going to. So if the purpose of a committee is to ask questions that then could be answered by the time the meeting could happen, then I think that would be a better use of time. But it just seemed like rehashing the same 6 items or whatever it was. It didn't seem useful. But I would support continuing to do a committee of the whole for those who could make it on a different day.
Yeah.
Trustee Schmidt.
I think there are a couple of things and I agree with what you're saying about right before, because I think that how we did it probably wasn't ideal. Number one, to sit at this table, this doesn't feel like a committee meeting. We should be in a room where we sit down, our team should be sitting with us, and we're working together as a committee. I mean, just that whole activity, it felt like we were in a little mini school board meeting.
Yeah.
Secondly, I like the idea because it allows more people to be a part of it. If you can't make it, that's cool. If you can, or maybe there's just an issue, you want to show up at that one. You want to make sure you're there because they're going to discuss a particular school, a particular project. It just opens it up for people. I think that the community would feel better about, not sticking. We saw what happened when Susan and I were on that committee, and anything that they weren't happy with, it was our fault, which is goofy because we weren't voting on anything. But this way, everybody that's elected here at the table has the option of doing it. As far as availability for the meetings for people to attend, we decide, do we do some morning meetings when we have them, some evening meetings? We talk to staff, see when that happens. I just think that it's a great way to do it.
So if I may.
Trustee Muhammad, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I thought you had already gone.
Well, first of all, I would probably want some input from Superintendent Parks as far as the coordination piece, because if it is a committee of the whole, it has to be in person. It has to be obviously available for the public, right? So you have to. No, I know, but you have to think about logistics, right? Where our current committees are through Zoom. So it's a little bit easier logistically. So I'm just trying to think, about that piece. The other thing is, do we have to have a quorum to meet as a committee as a whole? I don't know. It's not in the bylaw. I don't know. That's my question is, what if only 3 of you show up?
We discussed that.
No, that's what I'm asking. Was that, so you have to have a quorum to meet as a committee of whole?
I'm sorry. Is this the
Yes,
time?
please go ahead.
Well,
Trustee.
just
So
to ask.
we discussed this at the very beginning, and I thought it was very clear, and it's in the minutes, and I can provide you handouts. Yes, you do need a quorum for a committee of the whole, but if we do not have a a quorum, then we change that to an ad hoc committee of the board. So are you done? I don't want to interrupt your time.
Well,
before I.
Yeah, that is one of my questions.
Okay, so-
And then also, yes, before the meetings, what was happening is if I didn't show up, I have all my questions I'm probably the only one who's asking the questions at the time of the bond. So before the meeting does not. I mean, it works from a planning standpoint. I could make it easier in person if it was before the meeting, but it didn't make sense because if I couldn't, all my questions are being asked at the regular meeting.
But are you done? Okay, I'm sorry. So it sounds to me, first of all, thank you very much for the feedback, and I know I'm very conscious, we want to be conscious of the time. It sounds like all of this can be worked on. As some of you know, I did not want it for an hour before the board meeting, but it was convenient. We thought it was convenient so that everyone wouldn't have to choose another day. As you know, I wasn't cool with this physical layout, but again, it was convenient, and we thought we would try it. I don't think it's fair to put the superintendent in the middle of this. I mean, it's our decision, and I know her and the staff will make accommodations as we see fit. This was the committee of the whole, was a suggestion for, just like with the equity committee, because we knew everybody would be interested in participating in equity. That's what we do. Same thing, this came up as a question of not only oversight and mistrust, but we all thought we were all committed to this $1 billion plus project, and so to have access. The committee of the whole also allows for inclusion when you are available. Instead of putting it on a few, as Trustee Schmidt mentioned, it allows everybody to have the input. And since we have a lot of newer people, there's a lot to learn. And so the thought was to have it as a committee of the whole. Drop in when you can. We understand if you can't, but we've addressed the quorum. We, again, can make the changes to the layout regarding meeting time. Hopefully this will also address the transparency. Just to be very clear, we are legally obligated to publish our meetings. We are legally obligated to welcome folks to our meetings, and I think we have done that. The fact that we haven't had a lot of people, well, that's on the community as well. So, thank you for the feedback.
So are we making a decision tonight?
We're gonna vote, but before we vote, I want to give my perspective.
I'm sorry.
No problem. So, I frankly don't really care either way, and I think I've made that clear to people. And I've offered at the last meeting, I've offered you all to have my spot on the bond committee if it goes down to a committee of 3, because I'm not married to having to be at those meetings. And if someone else is passionate about being there, I am glad to give them my seat if it goes to a committee of 3. My problem is that we have to meet in person, and that means a separate meeting in person in this building, aside from our 6-hour board meetings. So that is my only concern. But other than that, I really don't care either way.
But you don't have to go.
True.
You don't want to.
And it
True.
doesn't have to be in this room. It
No.
could be in one of the.
No.
So,
It has to be in this room? Or
No,
No.
She's
Right.
agreeing with
No, no, no. Right.
so
Well, it depends. I mean, not every room is outfitted for broadcast.
We're not
broadcasting
though.
and-
Why do you have to broadcast?
Well, our other committee meetings are.
We Zoom.
No,
We
our
put it
other
on
committees are
Zoom.
Zoom.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
they're accessible to the public, right?
This is accessible
Being
to the
accessible
public.
means people can show up. at
True,
your- So think about
true.
before the COVID.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
had committee meetings
Trust-
people could come to.
Time.
Trustee, let's vote and go from there. So the motion on the table for Trustee Muhammad is to go back to a committee of three or fewer for the Bond Auxiliary Committee. I supported it. That's what's on the table. Mr. Gazzoli, please.
Trustee Bascat,
No.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt,
No.
Trustee Wilkerson,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins,
No.
Okay. We stay as a committee of the whole.
Vice
Vice President Wilkes.
No.
Stay as a committee of the whole.
You wouldn't even.
Motion fails.
We already knew what you said on it. No, sorry. No.
Beat him. Oh, gosh, I shouldn't have said that.
Can I
right.
just say
Now-
something? I appreciate the discussion. I really do. That was a great discussion.
Would you make a motion to extend?
Oh, yes. I would like to make a motion to extend our meeting 25 more minutes.
Second.
All right. Moved by Trustee Vice President Wilkes, supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any discussion?
Yeah, can we limit it to 10 minutes? I'm serious, we're almost done.
If we finish early, we finish early.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Gatloli, please.
Trustee Bascat,
No.
Yes.
President Feaster, Trustee Mohammed,
No.
Trustee Schmidt,
Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins,
Yes.
Vice President Wilkes.
Yes.
All right.
Motion carried.
So we can be here till 1:25. All right.
Dylan.
I think that brings us down to item for agenda planning.
No.
No?
Yes, yes.
Because you're doing yours item from the board, right?
Well, I'm doing items with the board, correct, but for agenda planning, I would like to request that we consider another legislative update. There's a lot going on at the state, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Yes. All right. Seeing nothing else for agenda planning. That brings us down
Real
to
quick clarification, Trustee Basket. Would that involve having possibly Jen Smith and Brenda Pilgrim coming in?
I can make recommendations to the governance committee either way. I mean, we could have our legislators, we could just run down the latest legislation with our lobbyists at MESB.
Okay.
There are a couple of options I see we could
Okay.
do. So we can have that conversation
Okay.
later.
All right. Thank you.
So if I can, so I want to speak on House Bill 4583 and House Bill 4584. Trustees, we received a alert, if you will, a call to action from our lobbyist, Jen Smith at the MESB. And this legislation is, actually, it passed the House that would limit our ability as school districts to hold elections like for our millages and sinking funds only in November. If you'll remember a little bit of the history, before we had 4 dates that we could go in the year. They narrowed it down to 3, and now it's down to 1. There's a lot of concern regarding, again, one pass at the apple, what happens, and if it's in November, that affect our budgeting starts, July 1, and that's why May was a nice option. We don't have, if this passes the Senate and going on to the governor, then that limits our timing, it impacts our, budgeting, as well as it's taking away our opportunity for local control. This will also, as those of you who know, when we changed school board elections from June to November, it put a lot of pressure on candidates to break through the clutter, if you will. More money was spent in campaigning, materials, time, and effort. They talked about, the proponents of this talked about, people being more aware and stealth elections. Well, again, nowadays you can vote in various ways and more folks are aware. So that was kind of a questionable. But again, it also impacts our funding with our, I'm going to forget this. One of our millages, our 18 mills. This 18 mills expiring. So anyway, forgive me, the time is horrible and I'm not being as articulate as I can, but I encourage each one of us to contact our senators. This has gone to the Senate to have the conversation regarding this House. Well, I think it'll have another number when it goes to the Senate, right?
Well,
So
it'll have the same number unless they have a Senate bill at the same time.
okay, so it'll be SB, Senate Bill 4583
It'll be another
and
number.
4584, as well as introducing yourself as an elected official. We are an elected official like every other elected official, but since we're school board, we don't get the same command of respect. I would encourage us all to reach out to our senators, and we have had in the past a lot of support from our local legislation, but introduce yourselves. Let's have a discussion regarding this, get their thoughts, but understand us as well. We have not gone into, I don't think yet, real campaign strategy discussions regarding the sinking fund, but if this requires us to be in November, that affects us in more ways than one. So thank you. I just wanted to bring it up.
It doesn't appear, there are two bills. The one is for municipalities, one's for schools. Doesn't appear that there's matching bills in the Senate, so it'll stay HB that when it goes.
Okay.
So, Trustee Basket, would you repeat those? House Bill, what were the numbers?
House Bill 4583, 4584, and I know this will be talked about at the Government Relations Committee meeting on Friday, which I will not be able to attend. So maybe I'm going to look at Trustee Wilkes if you want to attend Zoom in my stead.
I can try to attend that.
Just to keep in
We'll talk.
in the information. But
Okay.
So this has passed the House already.
it passed the House a few hours ago while we were meeting.
So why haven't our representatives mentioned this to us?
Well, according to, I don't know, and I do see by the, what do you call this thing, this scoreboard, our representatives did vote opposing the passage, but I don't know why they haven't brought it forth. Again, I don't think we as school board members get the same level of respect, but I'll just put it out there. But again, people may not understand the impact that this will have on not just us, but other districts as well. I mean, as folks know, school districts sometimes, strategically put it on the ballot for one date, thinking, okay, they have a second pass at the apple, so to speak, of the second one. But if we only have November, and again, we're competing against God knows what, So.
According to the House Fiscal, they did state they're opposed, the Michigan Association of School Boards, the superintendents, the principals, Michigan school business officials, everybody had logged their opposition, and now it's, and it had legs because it was introduced by the House Speaker, Matt Maddox, and
Thank you.
that's why it pushed through.
That was my question, like, what is their reason for doing this? It's just
so
because.
what I'll do is House, whenever you pick up a bill, if you pick up House School, they do a real
Okay.
description, and they talk about the.
Oh, okay, that's what they're saying.
And also, trustees, I'm sorry, read I know there's a lot of email we get, but please read the alerts from the MESB. Jen and Brenda do summarize the bill and the position, if the MESB has taken a position, the committee, which again, I've served on, and Trustee Wilkes has kind of been my backup, we review it, we make a recommendation to the Board of Directors, and sometimes they vote against our recommendation, but we've had that discussion. So thank you, Trustee, for looking that up.
What was the vote? Was it close?
56-50. Looks like along party lines. And I mean, if you just put in HB 4583, there is a Facebook posting that has the board, and you can tell which ones.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Normally don't do Facebook, but sometimes it's handy.
Well, this is good information. So thank you for sharing this with us, because I was unaware. So
A lot of people are. We're all busy people.
Yeah.
all right. Anything else for item from the board trustees?
I have something real quick. So I wanted to thank Mr. Carter at Huron, Dr. Parnell at Tappan, and Mr. Vasquez at Scarlet for their warm welcome to parents and visitors such as myself during National African American Parent Involvement Day. I had a great time at all three of those schools. I also wanted to say congratulations to the Thirsten community players on their 50th production over the weekend at Huron High School. This year's performance, Rolling on the River, featured flying fish, river rats, a pint-sized bottle of hot sauce, and he was really cute, and our very own Dr. Berger and Thirsten principal Corey McLemeal. So if you missed it, you really missed a great performance. And lastly, trustees, I put copies of this NSBA handout in front of you. So I had the opportunity to attend the National School Boards Association's Advocacy and Equity Institute with Superintendent Parks on February 1st through the 3rd in Washington, D.C. School board members from across the country were in attendance. This was a chance to meet with federal lawmakers, including Senators Gary Peters and Alyssa Slotkin and staffers to advocate on behalf of public schools. And again, trustees, you should have received copies of the handouts from the conference. I just wanted to briefly highlight two items that we were pushing for while meeting on Capitol Hill. Pushing for full funding and modernization of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. When IDEA was enacted, Congress committed to covering up to 40% of the additional costs of special education. Today, the federal share is only about 14%, forcing states and local school districts such as AAPS to fill the gap, which strains our budgets, limits services, and has led to critical shortages of special education teachers and specialists. And just to sort of bring this closer to home, tonight's first briefing on the eLuma therapy special education proposal sort of highlights this very need within our own district. And secondly, NSBA also emphasized the need for more robust funding for Title I and career and technical education. Funding has not kept pace with increasing needs, and proposed cuts in the House would significantly weaken schools' ability to serve students who rely on Title I the most. Title I provides federal support to schools serving students from low-income families, and these resources enable districts to offer everything from evidence-based reading and math supports to extended learning opportunities. And that concludes my items from the board.
Thank you, Vice President Wilkes. Trustee Wilkins?
Yep, a couple things. Speaking of Title I schools, the PTOC just launched their fundraiser. It was 20 for 30, but now they've made it 30 for 30. So they're hoping that everyone can donate $30 to get up to $30,000. That's their goal. And the money goes directly to the PTOs of our Title I schools, used for things like field trips and things that they can't afford to do otherwise. And there's already been announced a match from the PTO thrift shop. So if we raise that $30,000, then they'll match up to that $30,000. So it could be a significant change for those PTOs like they've done. This is like, I think the third or fourth year they've done this fundraiser. And it makes a real difference for those schools. And the other thing I was going to just add to my broken record is, has there been any motion with getting transcriptions of the board meetings?
We actually were just talking about that, Andrew and I. The challenge with this structure is that when, because of the format of this meeting, unlike with committee meetings that are webinar-based, these are not. And so when the transcripts come through for this meeting, it all just runs together. It's not broken up by speaker or anything like that. So he and I have been working to figure out how to navigate that and see if there are other services that we might be able to do as opposed to just the Zoom transcription that just, it wouldn't be a value add as a transcription, so.
Anything would be better than nothing. I think a lot of folks just want to use it as a search term. When we have a 7-hour meeting and they want to know when we talked about Chromebooks, they could do a search for Chromebook and it would come up in the timeline, whether it's, just a mess of words or it's not saying who said it. It shows them where in that meeting they can go to see the discussion about Chromebooks. So until I appreciate that you're looking into better options, but until there's a better option, I think that's better than nothing.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, if you just have a wall of words and you're not sure who said what.
If it's associated with the timeline, then that's good enough.
Trustee Wilkerson?
I don't know if it's an option, but we could also add times to our agenda so people know when we start discussing item A, B, or C. But
After the fact, when the minutes go up, we can put the timestamp in. Because I send stuff to people sometimes and send the meeting and I tell them where to queue up.
Exactly.
So that they can find it.
Yep.
All right.
But I did have quick items too. I just want to mention Orchestra Night was a fantastic event. So saw Trustee Wilkins there. And then second, Trustee Wilkes and the Thirsten Players Club. That was an amazing event as well. So.
There's nothing further. Is there a motion to adjourn by voice vote?
So move.
Moved by Trustee Wilkes. The support?
Second.
Who said that? Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor to adjourn say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, we are adjourned at 1:12 a.m.